Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku possess mercenary skills? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku trudged along slowly down the street. His mind high in the sky, almost like he was having an out-of-body experience. His body ached even though he hadn't physically strained himself in any capacity or been tormented by his peers. Katsuki mostly ignored him since the slime incident, a day in which they both had nearly been killed. They'd both been attacked separately, nobody knew about Izuku's encounter, except a certain hero, and they hadn't come forward about it to the public, so he hadn't bothered so much about it. Katsuki had been attacked soon after, all because Izuku screwed it up and unintentionally let the villain loose again. Katsuki's attack had been public, loads of reporters and eyewitnesses to see it. Izuku, however, had missed it. The one time he decided to ignore a villain fight, it was one involving a classmate, a peer. But it didn't matter, the whole thing was on the news for weeks after. He got as much detail from it as he would have in person. No mention of his encounter was ever mentioned on the news, or by the #1 hero in Japan who'd been present to save Izuku's life. Katsuki hadn't had the fortune of being saved by All Might, but another hero had stepped in and dealt with the villain quickly. Katsuki had then spent a few weeks in the hospital recovering and then was all normal. Save now Katsuki had bragging rights for surviving a villain fight, and had plenty of evidence to back him up. For Izuku, things had taken a different turn that day, one that thoroughly ground his dreams into dust. It had been 4 months now since the slime villain. Didn't matter how much sleep Izuku got, food he ate, or ignored he was at school, which was a blessing in disguise. He was tired. His mother, Inko, had noticed after the first month and took him to the hospital. Doctors did their diagnostics and said he was depressed and it would pass. It was certainly taking its time. Suddenly, someone shoved him from behind. It was one of Katsuki's friends, or just folks who thought some of the clout from Katsuki would rub off on them if they were seen enough times with him. They must have seen him walking home after school and decided it had been a while since they put the Quirkless loser in his place. Long fingers stretched out and wrapped itself around Izuku's backpack twice. The other grabbed a strap to help free it. The goon pivoted, throwing Izuku backyards, backpack slipping off, and he twirled once and fell on his butt. The goon laughed, unzipped his backpack and dumped its contents all over the ground. They said something, but Izuku didn't hear it. He was staring at his homework and notebooks, zoning out of the world. The goon kicked the pile, grinding their heel on his notebooks and tearing paper. Izuku didn't give them any sort of response, just sat there silently and stared at the ground. The goon eventually got bored and walked away, tossing the yellow backpack into a smelly garbage bin as they did. A minute passed before Izuku moved. He picked up his backpack, now stained with decay from whatever was rotting in the bin. When he turned around, he saw an old man kneeling beside the scattered pile, picking up his notebooks and school utilities. The old man had to be in his 60s or early 70s by the balding head and gray hair and wrinkles on his face and hands. However, he looked somewhat solid, as if age didn't have as much effect on him as it should. He did have a cane though, and Izuku watched him use it when he stood up and limped over to some papers that were being blown away from the wind. Gaining awareness, Izuku rushed forward and started picking up his things. It was rude to let the elderly do things he was fully capable of doing himself. The old man kneeled down, groaning as he did so, and picked up Izuku's scorched notebook number 13. Izuku had no idea why he still held on to it. It was full of quirk analysis from numerous hero fights he'd witnessed. Katsuki had burned it with his quirk and tossed it into a koi pond. Either Izuku was going to copy the contents over into a new notebook, or he was just going to throw it out. Didn't matter to him anymore, it had All Might's signature. Hero Analysis for the Future. The old man read the title aloud. His Japanese wasn't horrible, but the American accent wasn't helping. That sounds interesting. Mind if I take a look? It's nothing. Izuku reached out to take it. Just a stupid hobby. Nothing to be embarrassed about. I do a bit of this myself. The old man kept hold of the book. I'm always curious of others' insights on quirk mechanics. Okay. The old man chuckled and flipped it open to the first page. He squinted at the writing and fumbled to get his glasses out of one pocket and put them on. Excuse me for being slow, Japanese is not my mother tongue. Now, let's see here. As he read the notebook, Izuku studied his face. This elder had scars, a lot of them. Slash marks, small thin cuts, a patch of hair was missing on the side of his face because of a burn mark, and he had a cross scar on his chin. His skin was wrinkled leather from spending long hours outdoors, and his hands were calloused and scarred too. After reading a couple of pages, the old man closed the book and handed it back. Interesting work. I can see the improvements in your analysis from subject to subject. Experience and time sharpen the mind like a good whetstone. Thank you. Izuku took the notebook and stuffed it into his bag. Do you plan on pursuing quirk analysis in your future? The old man asked. Izuku hesitated. I don't know. Not a bad career path. Lot of avenues to take. The old man tapped his cane on the ground. Bit of hero worship, I noticed. Are you interested in the heroics field? I'm Quirkless. The way Izuku stated his status said it all. Powerless, hopeless, and useless. The man crouched down, his bad leg trembling a bit. He got eye level with Izuku and gave him a comforting smile. I can tell this place is doing you no favors. Let me tell you a little secret. Not all heroes wear capes, some wear Kevlar. Police? Izuku asked. All Might had mentioned going into law enforcement as an alternative to heroics. Close. The old man stood tall and made a show of looking around. If you were able to become a pro-hero, you would likely patrol a neighborhood like this every single day. Most you'll probably ever see are purse snatchers, gangbangers, and all kinds of low lives. Important work, but a waste of talents for heroes. Those sorts are best left to the cops. The big baddies, on the other hand, are more their forte, but are a dime a dozen, and are all power-hungry maniacs the heroes put away over and over again. Never actually changing society. If you were with the police, they'd have you running around cleaning up the hero's mess, and that's about it. Japan's defense force? Sit around all day doing jack shit. Pardon my French. Izuku looked aghast, but kept quiet as the old man continued. Now, if you really wanted to make change, make an impact on the world, you could join something like my organization. There are a few like us, but we pride ourselves in targeting the meanest sons of beaches the heroes and governments won't even touch. Real villains and supervillains committing crimes against humanity, villains with no ethics or morals. We keep the world safe by making fewer of them every day so the normal folk can have a normal life. What organization is that? Izuku asked, a little skeptical but intrigued. Mercenaries. The old man reached into a pocket and pulled out a business card. Our role in the world is different than what most people think we do. The world has evolved with quirks and we evolved along with them. We hire quirk analysts, always looking for them. They often play a big part in our work. He pulled out a pen and wrote something on the back of it. This number here is for a friend of mine, for if you ever want to do more than just shuffle papers and give us extra details on a quirk. She owns a small school in the area and can get you started on a regiment and actual military training that can get you quite a ways up in my organization. You can of course do the training anyway if you join my company, but this gives you a head start. Legally though, I can't hire you until you're 18. So, you got time to consider. Izuku reached out and took the card. It had an email address and a phone number. In the backdrop, a fiery bird held its wings outstretched. The name, Phoenix Corporation, stylized in the center. What's your name? Izuku asked. Oh, did I forget to introduce myself? The old man smiled. You can call me Phoenix. 1 decade later. Someone kicked Izuku's leg and he jumped into consciousness, one hand immediately going to his sidearm before he looked up at his attacker. He stopped, glared at them before taking his hand away. What? His teammate, a tall, broad-shouldered Russian man by the name of Ivan, looked down at him with a smirk, his custom M4 rifle hung by its sling in front of him, both calloused hands resting on the stock. Just checking to see if you're dead. Sleeping pretty soundly there, yeah? Izuku wiped his eyes and looked around. The coniferous forest they were hiding in was now soaking wet. A steady drizzle of rain left not a single branch dry on the tall evergreens. The forest creatures that had been boisterous and incessant before were outdone by the rain. Only a couple hours of sunlight remained in the day, and it was hard to tell the sun's position beneath the canopy. Izuku's team, Dragon Team, all wore black DBUs and body armor that stood out in the green environment. But once the sun was down, they would be a part of it. The one exception to the uniform was the patch on the shoulder, symbolizing a burgundy dragon outlined below another patch of a phoenix in muted yellow. It was a good thing this part of Siberia was pleasant this time of year. Izuku hated the Russian winters. How long was I out? Izuku asked, checking his watch. Oh, he'd been out for a while. Since this morning, I think. Ivan scratched his head, shrugged, undid a pocket on his vest and pulled out a ration bar. Dinner is served by the way. Izuku said, somewhat embarrassed. He caught the ration bar and bit into it. He didn't need to tear away the wrapper, it was organic and edible. Though the chemical agent keeping the wrapper itself from decaying garnered a few jokes about longevity, otherwise it had good nutrients. He chewed the powdery dry nutrition and swallowed it down with water from his canteen. Anything happen while I was out? Besides us just getting soaked to the bone and stewing in impatience? Ivan said. Well, Matt did just call in literally a minute ago that a convoy entered the compound. She and Dawn confirmed our target is amongst them. And none of you thought to wake me up any time during the day? Izuku asked. Ivan chuckled. Captain Maya insisted we let you rest. Said you'd been staying up late going over the files these last few nights. She and I are ranked the same, and I told you to wake me if anything happened. I'm a sergeant, I don't argue with the brass, and I am waking you now that something has happened. Ivan took a seat next to Izuku. Besides, it's not like anyone can give you sheet for sleeping in. We've all been off and on the last few hours. On shifts, of course. Doesn't stop you from giving me sheet from time to time. Izuku snorted and cracked his neck. Sleeping against a tree was not comfortable. The rain wasn't helping matters. He could see some of his team huddled in what shelter they could manage. He'd instructed them not to light any fires, as the smoke would likely give them away. They were really banking on the element of surprise here for a quick, clean operation. He looked down at his left arm and flexed it, checking to make sure nothing had happened to it while he'd been asleep. It couldn't feel the damp cold because he didn't have an arm there anymore. It was replaced entirely by a high-tech prosthetic arm. He'd lost his real one a few years ago, and one of the tech specialists, Jester, who was now Phoenix Corp's head engineer of their tech department, had offered him a new one. It was waterproof thankfully, though had been a recent addition after, or was it with the water quirk last year, or the other one that flooded central New York? Well, the point is he's gone through more prosthetics about as many missions he'd been on. There was a betting pool now on whether Jester would murder him or not. He wasn't proud being the topic of the tech department's many brainstorming sessions, all centered on the improvements needed to make his arms last longer. Anyway, he'd still need to put a few drops of oil in the joints before they execute the mission. Another place where he lacked feeling was the ugly scar spanning from the right corner of his lips to his half-ruined ear. He'd taken a single-bore shotgun slug to the face before he lost his arm. It had tore up his face pretty good, and coming from point blank too. It had been a near thing, a little more to the left and he'd probably be dead. If it had been buckshot, then he would have most definitely would have been dead. His team had managed to get him to a healer, but the healer's quirk hadn't been a great one. It put the flesh back together in a mess of scars, and it didn't regrow any of the nerves in that area. The skin was also tight and felt like it could snap apart whenever he yawned. There were quirks that could knit the flesh back into its original state, but they were expensive even with the amount Izuku had saved up after 8 years in this job. So, Ivan said, I understand Freud's quirk had been the main focus of your analysis. What do you have? The head of the compound and their target was Freud Benson. He managed the facility and most of the quirk trafficking in the region according to the intel they scrounged up. He held a remarkably high position in his criminal organization for a man whose quirk grew his nose with each lie he told. Freud wasn't made out of wood like his story counterpart, and he certainly wasn't an innocent little boy. He smuggled hundreds of innocent people through this compound every month. To where, nobody knew. That's why capturing Freud was a crucial point of this operation. The Russians were paying top dollar for Phoenix Corp services in eliminating the Red Hand in this area. Not just him. Izuku said, there's a lot of powerful metas in this lot, a few infamous villains too, Galvatron, Lovestruck, Pincer, Sapper, and a few others. Yeah. But their quirk details were released to the public and everyone's been picking at the info for months. The analysts at the Nest put together a more complete file for you. Ivan gave him a knowing look. Freud's, on the other hand, hasn't been considered so much because it's not useful in combat. Izuku paused for a bit. Might as well just get it off his chest. How does one get into a management position with a quirk like that? The instant his nose grows, everyone knows he's lying. Bound to have been the cause of a few workplace incidents. Ivan shrugged. Maybe he lies by omission. It's a position with a lot of talking. Izuku rubbed his scarred cheek. And he's apparently good at it. Maybe he has a big butt nose all the time? File didn't say if it had a limit. But that should cause him problems. Maybe he's just that good at controlling his quirk. No quirk control. Ivan pointed at his eyes. Some of us aren't that fortunate. True. If anyone were sitting across from Ivan and having a conversation, they'd eventually spot the lines of yellow dots flashing in the cornea. Ivan's quirk, subtitles, did as it was called, writing out everything he heard into his vision. Didn't matter what language, it all translated into the one he was most familiar with. It had been Russian for most of his life, then after joining Phoenix Corp and exposing himself to more cultures and tongues, it switched back and forth between Russian and English. Ivan would have made a suburb translator, making easy money. The only downside was when he got overwhelmed in crowds of people talking. His quirk would furiously try to translate everything and fit it all into his vision, thus blocking his sight in the most inconvenient way possible. Blocking sound helped a little. Izuku bit off another piece of the bar and swallowed. Anyway, I wouldn't imagine myself in any kind of position with a quirk like that. Must have a workaround of sorts. Ooh, you got some big dark secrets you want to keep. And a shovel in my shed if you try prying. Don't test me. I'd like to see you try. Ivan smirked. So, we're still hitting it tonight? Like we planned. Izuku confirmed, eyes checking the sky once more. We don't have the numbers for a toe-to-toe punch-up. We'll manage FING up the stealth approach somehow, Ivan chuckled. Dragon Team doesn't have a single stealthy operation to its name. We got several. For being stealthy from start to finish? Ivan gave him an incredulous look. I don't think we classify as a stealth team, unless killing all our witnesses count. You got me there. Izuku spotted Captain Maya walking towards them. I don't think Maya will appreciate us breaking their streak. Maya walked up to them then. She was just an inch shorter than Izuku, had olive skin, brown hair reaching down to her shoulders when it wasn't done up for combat, and bright blue eyes that swirled. She wore the same BDUs and body armor as Dragon Team did, but her and Jigsaw Team had a patch on the shoulder of a gray puzzle piece. Break our what? She asked, stopping just a few feet from them. Your streak. Ivan said. How many missions has the elusive Jigsaw Team completed without breaking from stealth? Somewhere about 20. Record streak currently stands at 4. She squinted at them. This could be number 5. Not going to happen. She ignored him and looked at Izuku. Freud is in the compound. It'll be dark soon. We should send 2 of our squads to that entrance now. Yep. Izuku bit into the ration bar. He picked out a piece of lint from his mouth and wiped it off on his pant leg. I got my squad picked out. I'll give them the word. Maya nodded and walked away. Izuku finished the ration bar and took a big gulp from his canteen. Let's go make sure the rest of our team is awake and ready. Time to go ruin a human trafficker's day. The Red Hand was a well-known organization to Phoenix Corporation. They always had something going on in some country, with fingers in a lot of pies. They generally tried to stay out of the spotlight, funding other terrorist and villain organizations to cause chaos, then used that as a distraction to further their own agenda. Izuku was confident at this point they were deeply rooted in every country around the globe, and just when you think you got one branch all burned out, It lays a fuckton of little seedlings to sprout once your back is turned. The Red Hand's main trade was quirk trafficking. For those eugenic assholes who missed the memo, quirk lineages weren't genetically dependent and spent millions on acquiring the perfect quirks. Izuku could understand why some would still think that, given that some family quirks could act like they could be genetically passed down from parent to child, sometimes even combining the parent's quirks for a new combination, but there was still a chance it could decide to mix things up and the child would have a quirk completely different from its biological parents. Sense didn't have to matter. People were still looking to try, and the Red Hand was more than willing to supply. All that money helped fund their operations, and if the money was right, they'd kidnap a hero too, which is exactly how Dragon and Jigsaw came to be here. The Russians had suddenly found a lot of their limelight heroes going missing. After a bit of investigating, they found the crumb trail the Red Hand left from their latest operations, and learned there were powerful metas in this bunch, which explained why so many of their pros had been captured. So, rather than risking losing any more of their assets, they called Phoenix Corp and opened a contract. Phoenix Corp made it their specialty to stomp on the giants' foot that were quirks. There were other mercenary companies that did the same thing, but with Phoenix Corp, they were just better at it. Captain Maya and Izuku had been picked out for this assignment. The analysts at the Nest had already gone through and compiled the intel neatly into a packet for them on the flight to Russia. It was all information the Russians had already gathered, but once in the country they immediately went about gathering more information and clues. In less than a week, it had led them to an old abandoned Russian facility, deep in Siberia. They used small drones to scope it out and the thermal scans gave them around 40 people always present on the site. Civilian presence was still unknown, but for sure there had to be some. They were going to hit it sooner, but then the Russians came forward with new intel about Freud Benson, and the price for clearing out this little nest just went up. Their Russian contacts were helpful in digging up old records and blueprints for them. This compound had been an old supply depot during the Soviet days in the 20th century. It had been repurposed as both a prison and laboratory at the beginning of the Quirk era via extensions in the bunker network underground, and then it was abandoned after the Quirk Revolution. The Red Hand eventually found it and turned it into their center of operations in the region. They'd invested a bit into securing it a little more, but not too much as they wanted to keep the abandoned look. It did have a secret entrance left on the original blueprints they hoped the Red Hand hadn't discovered yet, a mile-long tunnel connecting to the bunker. Tonight, the compound seemed more alert, as in the two guards patrolling the fence didn't look high off their buttes, and the ones in the towers weren't playing on their phones. Everyone else seemed to have retired to their bunks for the night. The mercenaries had debated taking the compound before Freud arrived, but they didn't want to risk tipping him off and scattering to the wind. Russian intelligence said he was a key member of the Red Hand. A lot of information could be gained from him. How they would get it wasn't Phoenix Corp's job to figure out. They just had to capture the guy and hand him over to the Russians and they'll do the rest. Intel wasn't clear about one thing though, but Izuku and Maya suspected there was one meta in this bunch that would raise the alarms before any of the guards did. There was almost always one metahuman with enhanced senses in these groups, someone who would detect trouble and raise the alarm, just to screw up Phoenix Corp's little payday. Don, the marksman from Jigsaw team, had said earlier he might have seen them one time or another wandering the compound with some bulky headphones on. But they could either be really into tunes or they were the one to be worried about. Either way, they prepared for that possibility. All their rifles had a silencer attached to the end of their barrels, and yes, silencer is a misnomer, but one of the techs at the Nest had designed a suppressor that truly deserved the name. Izuku had tested it himself on an M249 at the range, fed it with a 200-round belt feed. He fired till it ran dry, even taking off his hearing protection just to try to hear something. But it didn't make a sound. That was great, but on the other hand it did heat up pretty fast and it broke when he tried going for another 200 rounds. The rain had let up at this time of the night. It was still damp and cold. Izuku looked over, seeing his team hiding in the shadows and vegetation of the forest, ready and waiting for him to give the word. Jigsaw team had already gotten to their position elsewhere, and Maya had called and her team was ready. Their two squads waiting at the secret entrance to the bunker had also called in, informing the captains they were in position. All was ready. Izuku was the head captain for this mission. He got to call the shots. He squeezed his throat mic. Execute. Matt and Don were up in the trees somewhere with a clear view of the compound. At his word they took precise shots at the guards. Their sniper rifles also had the silencers equipped. The two in the tower disappeared from view and the ones patrolling slumped to the ground lifelessly, a fine red mist coating the ground. Izuku waited, on edge for an alarm to be sounded. When none came, he spoke again, this time to everyone. Move in. He and his team rose up and darted for the fence. Out of the corner of his eyes, Izuku saw 7 shadows split off in another direction. Matt and Don were staying outside covering the teams as they infiltrated the compound, and they'd sent 2 squads of 4 mercenaries to the entrance tunnel. So, they were taking the compound with 14 operatives total. Maya would take her team to secure the garages and vehicles parked on the east side of the compound to ensure nobody here would have an easy ride out. That left Izuku with his team, consisting of just Owen, Ivan, Dal, Sadie, Howard, and Blaze to start clearing the buildings and finding Freud. As they approached the fence, Owen, an American operative that had been part of Dragon Team for 3 years, pulled a disintegration ray out of his chest holster and aimed it at the fence. It was a small and blocky device, fashioned like a pistol with an antenna dish on the end. Jester had made that one and was quite proud of it, and though she assured it wouldn't give them cancer, Owen had been the only one willing to carry it. He pulled the trigger and a 5-foot-wide hole appeared in the fence for them to slip through. Behind Izuku, Dal placed sonic jammers in the ground to screw with any metas with heightened hearing. He would place more as they went. At a press of a button, they would play Rick Astley's Never Going to Give You Up at a painfully high frequency. It was another Jester special. She was truly the devil's child. Dragon Team stacked up on the first building they approached, a bunkhouse. Ivan tested the knob and found it was unlocked. He and Izuku exchanged appraising looks. Clearly nobody had to worry about locking doors in such a secure compound. Amateurs. Dragon Team moved inside. 5 hostiles in total lounged within the bunkhouse. 2 were playing a game on a holotable, some kind of strategy game. The third one looked to be trying to sleep, and the other 2 were on their phones doing whatever. The 2 gamers looked up at the scary men with guns and didn't realize they were already dead as Izuku stitched them with bullets. Ivan put a trio of shots in the one napping, Owen took the 4th with a headshot, show off, and Dal put an excessive amount in the last guy, who looked like they took steroids since they were 4. The whole thing had happened in 4 seconds. They waited in silence for some kind of alarm or warning from the other bunkhouses to let them know their cover had been blown. Nothing. Maybe Jigsaw Team would get to keep their stealth streak going, and though it was worth additional money bringing in more Red Hand members, no one was going to be a martyr for bonus pay. Freud was the exception, of course. They exited the bunkhouse and moved to the next one. Same as before, they stacked up and waited for Ivan to check the handle. This time it was locked. A quick signal to Owen and he used the DR to turn the lock and knob to atoms, and then they rushed in. To 2 people FNG. It took Izuku a moment to figure out who they were. It was Lovestruck, a meta who could entrance someone by blowing a kiss at them. The more attracted they were to her, the better it worked. Below her was Galvatron, a tin head with a lightning quirk. Kudos to them for attempting this and being quiet about it by holding a hand over their mouths. Thus, confirming there was a meta with enhanced hearing somewhere in the compound, and a snoopy one at that. Around them were candles, roses, lots of pillows, blankets, and wine. Pretty nice stuff, very romantic if a mercenary team hadn't just interrupted. The sudden intrusion and the shock of being walked in on by 7 armed mercenaries while naked and exposed caused both villains to break that vow of silence, both managing to let out a shriek of surprise before being quickly snuffed out by Izuku and Ivan shooting them dead. Dragon Team waited a very tense moment to see if an alarm would ring. It took 5 seconds before someone started yelling a few bunkhouses down. Izuku wasn't able to pick out the words, but they sounded pretty panicked. F-. Ivan scowled. We blew it. A second after that statement, the alarm sounded. Dal put down one more sonic jammer and pressed the remote, turning them all on. A pain-filled scream sounded in the distance. Karma motherfucker. Sheet. That was sooner than we liked. Stick to the plan. Izuku ran up to the window and opened the curtains. Someone blows out those diamond candles. plan was to sneak in and kill everyone but Freud. Dao stated. Yeah, now just kill everyone but Freud. Smugglers rushed out of their bunkhouses, all in various stages of dress or undress, confused, sleepy, and perhaps a little hungover. They had a variety of weapons, including support gear, guns, and machetes. There were also a few weapons that looked to have come right out of an anime. An electric-type meta stood in the open, emitting their quirk like an idiot, trying to be intimidating as they looked around for the intruders. But all that did was highlight them for Matt and Don, who put a couple high-caliber rounds into their chest, spraying blood on the people behind them and adding to the panic and confusion. From there, their two marksmen started picking off the rest of the idiots. Izuku broke the glass on the window with the butt of his rifle and fired out into the warm bodies. Ivan opened the door, gave caution to the wind as he threw out a couple of flashbangs to add more confusion. Screams of agony sounded as eardrums were ruptured and eyes were scalded with a blinding light. The mercenaries wore special electronic earplugs that blocked the noise, and their NVG shut off in the split second the flashbangs went off. They moved outside and killed those blind deaf bastards, making sure to stay out of the open where Matt and Don had claimed to be their shooting gallery. A series of explosions on the east side of the compound shook them all. Some of the villains fell flat on their face or faltered back into cover. Dragon Team bore through it and kept gunning them down. Hopscotch! Maya's voice called from their right. Jump rope! Jump rope! Izuku answered quickly with the response code. He picked out Jigsaw Team moving to the building across from them. He reached up to his headset and turned the comms back on. What the hell happened? Maya asked over the comms. Caught Lovestruck and Galvatron in the middle of the Izuku said, picking out a meta-conjuring ball of something and put a couple bullets through them. And then the sensory type heard us take them out and alerted everyone. Now you're caught up. Damn it, Izuku. Hey, we did better than we expected. Tossing a grenade. Owen shouted just as he threw one in a perfect arc to land by the corner of a building where some hostiles were huddling for cover. They had estimated there to be 40 combatants on site, but now Izuku wasn't feeling so confident about that number. Hold off on that, damn it. He shouted at Owen. Has anyone seen Brown Bear? Do we know where the target is? I saw movement at the bunker's entrance. Matt's voice said calmly over the mic, I didn't have a good visual, but one was definitely escorted inside by 4 others, and now a whole bunch of them pouring out. There's more hostiles than we expected. Copy that. Dragon Team will move to secure the bunker's entrance. Izuku switched the radio over to a different channel. Data to Halo. What's your status? Halo was Gavin's call sign, and had just as much experience as Ivan and Izuku. He'd been stuck with the assault team going into the tunnel. A lack of response wasn't very comforting to Izuku. Signals would be bad underground, so Gavin had taken relay devices for their comms. Keeping in touch shouldn't have been an issue if they set them up correctly. Izuku switched back to the general channel. Maya, are you able to get into contact with Smith? Smith was Maya's second-in-command, who was also with the assault team. A moment passed before she replied. No response, he just turned his radio off. Things might not be working too well on their end. Izuku cursed. He gave the order to his team and they moved around the left side. They moved between the buildings quietly, gunning down any hostiles that got in their way. The explosions Jigsaw had set off with the vehicles had caught the attention of everyone now, and a few of the hostiles unfortunate to cross their path had been running towards the garages. They hadn't clued into the fact their attackers had state-of-the-art silencers on their side and tactics. There were definitely more people staying here than anticipated, especially when Matt alerted them that more Red Hand members had come out of the elevators and split off in various directions around the compound. This just kept getting better and better. These ones were better equipped and must have been way before shit hit the fan. They didn't act as disorganized as everyone else. Dragon teams split up to divide their focus and keep them guessing on where the attack was coming from. Izuku and Ivan went off on their own in classic I-Team fashion and started leapfrogging between buildings ahead of the others, trying to get to the bunker and plug the hole on enemy reinforcements. Izuku sprinted to the next building and huddled by the corner, aiming his rifle at the moving bodies. He picked his shots, firing a burst into each one and putting another in their head as they hit the ground. Adrenaline flooded his system, and he found himself feeling like he could take on an army. He had a compulsion to just drop his gun and sprint through the open space to the bunker and go crashing into the next group of enemies and rend them into pieces. A slight drumming played in his ears to the beat of his heart. The sounds of gunfire and yelling tapered off. He reached up to his earpiece and removed it for a moment, but all he heard were the drums growing increasingly louder in his ears. Damn it. He focused and kept firing, but started doing breathing exercises to calm himself down. Now was not the time for this. A noise broke through the silence and the drumming stopped. Sound returned and Izuku could hear again. Someone had been sneaking up behind him. He only heard them when their body hit the wall. He whirled around, gun ready, but the Red Hand member was already slumped against the wall, looking down at a hole in their chest. A second bullet blew out the side of their head and they fell lifelessly to the ground. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up towards the forest to whichever of the marksmen had saved his butt. His heart was beating fast, but it was steadying now back to its usual pace. Well, as usual as it gets when he's in a fight. Ivan ran up to Izuku, stopped just beside him and slapped his shoulder. They looked to be falling back to the bunker. Come on. Right? He could hear Maya stating the enemy's retreat over the comms now. Ivan went first. Izuku waited a second, scanning their way to the bunker's entrance before following. He only got a couple steps when a metahuman burst out of the wall like the Kool-Aid Man and tackled him to the ground. They grabbed the barrel of his M4 and wrenched it out of his hands and threw it behind them. Their other hand wielded a machete. They raised it over their heads and brought it down on Izuku's neck. He blocked it with his metal arm and deflected it to the side. The meta moved fast, bringing it back down on him, striking the arm repeatedly with powerful blows. They must have had some physical enhancing quirk because they struck with speed and strength Izuku was barely able to keep up with. He knocked the blade aside once more and slammed the palm of his prosthetic into the meta's chest. Part of the design for his arm included a little feature that worked something like a captive bolt gun. He preferred to call it a pneumatic punch. It allowed him to put more devastating force into his punches with great effect. The metahuman flew off him and rolled on the ground, giving Izuku enough time to draw his pistol and put a trio of shots into their chest and stomach. They staggered to their feet when Ivan, who had been moving around to get a clear shot, put one more into their skull. That time they stayed down. Izuku looked towards the forest, hoping Matt and Dawn could see his face and the absolute look of betrayal he was giving them. That had been much closer than the last one. He and Ivan gave each other a look, a thumbs up, and moved on. Izuku went to grab his rifle, but paused to look at his prosthetic. The fingers twitched wildly about. He focused and tried to get them to settle down, but the fingers weren't responding like they should. The pinky finger did stop, but didn't move again. Son of a beach! Izuku cursed. He picked up his rifle with his good hand and sprinted to cover beside Ivan. Ivan was shooting around the corner at the bunker when Izuku joined him. The rest of Dragon Team was catching up and approaching their position. Ivan stopped to reload and glanced back at Izuku as he slammed home a fresh magazine. He saw Izuku, clutching his broken prosthetic, trying to get it to work. Again? Ivan asked. Shut up. Izuku snapped. Izuku took a step away from wall and slammed the arm into it. Something clicked inside and the fingers stopped twitching. He curled and uncurled his fingers. A little slow on the response, but he was right-handed so it didn't matter that much. He grabbed his rifle with both hands and got ready to move again, but then watched in annoyance as the prosthetic crushed the barrel of his M4 like an aluminum can and bent it all out of whack. He cursed again and wrenched his hand free. Discarding the ruined rifle, he drew his sidearm again. All those hours of learning one-handed loading were sadly going to be validated. We got Galvatron and Love Struck. Izuku said to Ivan. No way in hell was he about to touch his throat mic. Has anyone seen Sapper? As if on cue, a pine cone landed on the ground close to them and there was suddenly a tree. They both watched as said tree ripped its roots from the ground and used them like legs to walk towards the mercenaries. A few others popped up in other places and made their way towards the rest of Dragon Team. Ivan gave the tree a disbelieving look. I think we found him. Sometime, someday, Nature always finds ways to make it even. The trees that suddenly sprouted in front of them felt like a reckoning on Izuku's part for all those notebooks he wasted on hero analysis when he was younger. He still used notebooks to this day, and after 8 years working as a mercenary, he'd seen a lot of quirks and had much to write about. Oh, and then there was that one time with a plant-based quirk creating a carnivorous jungle that engulfed a small town in the middle of France. Dragon Team didn't hesitate burning that to the ground. Lots of karma to be had there. The trees had grown rapidly to be about 10 feet tall from his guesstimate. They were a pine species with long needles and very large cones. The cones were an effective projectile, as Izuku saw one demonstrate by spinning like a top and launching a volley at him and his team with the speed of a Major League Baseball pitcher and the accuracy of a blind man firing a shotgun. Still, it sent everyone running for cover. In the back of his mind, as he ducked a pine cone, he wondered if their rapid growth was quirk-based or if there was some assistance from a growth serum. He knew a department on Island had been experimenting with something like that according to the news. Something to help heal Mother Earth. The tree by him and Ivan broke out into a sprint, coming at them with ramming speed. The two mercenaries split, dodging the tree as it crashed through the wall. They both turned and fired on it, blasting off chunks of wood and bark, but they hadn't been trained to fight trees all that much, and Izuku really wished they had thought to bring a flamethrower. It was supposed to be a stealth op, and he knew their luck, but they decided they didn't want to accidentally char Freud with it, and spewing fire wasn't all that stealthy. Izuku fired till the slide of his pistol locked back. He released the magazine, holstered the pistol so he had a free hand to grab a new magazine. The tree climbed out of the wall and instead of going after Ivan, who was closer, charged right at Izuku. Of course, it just had to be him. He got the magazine in the pistol and had it back in his hands. He had to push the slide back by catching it on his belt, the best method he found for reloading one-handed. He messed up on the first try cause he had to dodge the FING tree. Second try was a success though. He took aim and fired into trunk, trying to chew away more of the bark and blow it in half at the weakest part. He only got through half a mag when it turned around and came back. This time, he didn't dodge. He was enveloped in tree branches and pine needles. His pistol was knocked from his hands, and he let it go, hadn't been doing him much good anyways. He used his prosthetic to break the branches apart and give him a clear shot at the trunk. He used the pneumatic punch to blast out a chunk of splinters from the tree. At least that was still working. The tree toppled over in half, and the remainder scurried around like a chicken without its head before falling on its side and remaining still. The rest of Dragon Team was faring just as well. Someone had figured out something about the trees, because he saw they were getting a nice amount of lumber for their efforts. Ivan had pulled out that stupid sword one of the techs made him and began hacking away at another tree. More pine cones were being thrown from somewhere, raining down and becoming new trees. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was slowing them down and giving the smugglers time to regroup. He wondered how Jigsaw Team was faring. Another pine cone fell just a few feet from him and he prepared to fight another one when two of the smugglers decided it was a perfect moment to ambush him while he was distracted. They would have had him had they not been screaming like idiots. Perhaps it was supposed to be a battle cry, but it didn't sound all that brave to him. He shifted to focus on the two morons, and lo and behold, one had a pair of knives and the other a machete. Why does everyone with a bladed weapon just have it out for him tonight? He engaged the two just as the tree was sprouting, aiming to make quick work of them before things got out of hand. He intercepted Machete Guy first, punching them across the face with his left. He tried to use the pneumatic punch, but it decided it didn't want to work at that time. Knife Guy's hands glowed red and they threw their knives without letting them actually leave their hands. Instead, a half-dozen glowing red silhouettes of the knives flew out and tried to impale Izuku in the chest and face. He dodged all but one as it struck his Kevlar vest and a small explosion knocked him back a couple steps. Machete Guy recovered quickly and charged back in, this time using the machete's length and keeping light on their feet to stay out of Izuku's reach. Really not in the mood for dancing around, Izuku charged Machete Guy, dodged another flurry of glowing knives, and ducked under the machete's swing. He delivered a savage hit to the guy's ribs, again with the pneumatic punch, and this time it worked, caving in their chest, breaking just about every rib they had. Izuku then grabbed the a-hole and spun him around to take the next volley of knives, 3 of 6 stuck into their back and exploded. They weren't very large explosions, but the wounds they left were nasty. With Machete Guy down, it was just him and Knife Guy now. The tree was thankfully distracted by Ivan and Sadie, who'd come over to help Izuku. Sadie was using a hatchet she'd found somewhere and was furiously searching the ground for something. The rest of his team had caught up and were pushing back the traffickers with renewed viciousness. A few of them had taken off the silencers once they overheated, and their M4s now gave audible reports. Jigsaw was reporting over the comms they were approaching the bunker. Things up here would be well in hand soon, but they still hadn't heard from either of the bunker teams. Turning back on his fight, Knife Guy was sweating now. Izuku used his new shield to block the glowing knives and get closer. He was cornering the guy into a wall. The knives seemed to be getting weaker and weaker with each volley. Then they surprised him, mustering up the last of their power and threw one last, absolutely giant, bigger than his arm, knife. The knife flew cleanly through the air and impaled itself in Machete Guy's back, the tip piercing the chest just an inch away from Izuku's. He only had a moment to react, shoving away the body with all his might and step away, but the explosion knocked him onto his back. He was momentarily dazed. Knife Guy didn't seem to have much power in him anymore, so they jumped on top of Izuku and brought the knife down to stab him in the eye. Without even thinking, Izuku brought up his left hand to block it. The knife went clean through his metal palm and stayed there. He closed his fingers around the guy's fist, preventing them from pulling it out, and a sheet. The poor son of a beach screamed as their hand was crushed into pulp by his malfunctioning hand. He couldn't stop the hand as it squeezed even tighter. The amount of abuse his arm had undergone had reached its breaking point. He felt hydraulic fluid flow down into his shirt, and surely other things were broken as well. The one thing going through his mind was how much Jester was going to kill him. Knife Guy was still screaming, dropping their other knife, forgetting Izuku, and tried to pry his fingers open to release their hand. Izuku grabbed the blade, moved his prosthetic so the trafficker would give him some room, kicked the BSRD over, and as a consequence was pulled on top of him, just like he wanted. With Knife Guy pinned, Izuku jammed the knife into their throat, ending yet another wretched life. Izuku took several deep breaths to regain his composure. A pine cone landed just a few feet from him again. Oh, come on! A tree grew once more and tore itself out of the ground. Izuku shot to his feet, but his hand was still holding on to the dead man's ruined hand. He cursed, and now it was his turn to try and pry his fingers open as the tree came for him. Timber! There was the sound of axe hitting wood, and the tree fell over. Sadie stood behind it, kneeling on the ground. Smiling, she raised a thick root she had chopped with her hatchet. Following it, it was clearly tethered to the tree and leading back into the ground. They need a connection in order to function, she said, obviously pleased with herself. Izuku nodded. There was a lot of expectations for field analyzers to figure out the unexpected quirks they were facing. He was well known for being keen on the details and strategy, but that didn't make him the smartest guy in the company, especially when he was occupied. His knowledge of quirks was far more useful before the fights happened, and when only a few metas were immune to bullets. Still, everyone liked to make a game out of beating him to finding any weakness or drawback in a quirk. Buy you a beer when we're back home. Izuku drew his own knife and started prying his fingers open. Status! Sadie gestured towards the bunker. They're retreating back underground. One thinks he saw Sapper somewhere. He, Dal, and Ivan went to go take care of him. Sounds like Jigsaw has already reached the bunker before us. No sign of Brown Bear with any of these morons, right? Izuku asked. He opened the last digit and he was finally able to move again. None. Then this. He reached up with his right hand to squeeze his throat mic. Data to Dragon Team, frag these fuckers. It was already a long night and they hadn't heard anything from the bunker teams. Izuku would bet money Freud had been taken underground when the fighting had started. He would have liked the confirmation, but he was done with their antics. He had no idea the state of his team, but the longer this went on, the more likely some of them would die. Not even seconds after he gave the order, a series of small explosions sounded as Dragon Team let the traffickers have it. He found his pistol laying on the ground. He ejected the magazine and put in a new one through his one-handed process, then went to go join the fight. In moments, They finally saw the end of Trafficker's resolves. Dragon Team approached the bunker, Jigsaw already present and surrounding the surrendering assholes who'd been waiting for their turn to go back into the bunker. The mercenaries were shouting orders, demanding the traffickers put down their weapons and surrender or else. The trees also stopped moving, frozen in place. Hopefully that meant Sapper was being dealt with and they weren't conserving energy for one last big surprise. Maya stood outside the group of prisoners, watching as her team moved between the prisoners and secure their hands with zip ties, sometimes doubling or even tripling the amount depending on the individual. She saw Dragon Team approaching and gave them an exasperated wave. "I thought you were taking the bunker." "We got caught up with an agitated woodsman," Izuku said. He glanced back at the trees. "Looks my boys are taking care of it." Maya nodded, then her eyes shot down to his prosthetic and she frowned. "You broke it again? Are you really that surprised?" "No." There was shouting behind one of the bunkhouses. Izuku recognized it as Owen's voice. He was shouting something incoherent and then there was a lot of gunfire that ended quickly. But once, all the trees fell over. The three mercenaries appeared out of the bunkhouse. Ivan and Dal were reloading their weapons and Owen holstered the disintegration gun. Ivan and Dal had bits of pine needles in their hair and bits of tree sap sticking to their gear, like all of Dragon Team. Owen, on the other hand, looked as if someone had taken a paintbrush of sap and smeared it all over him. Felix said, "Did you get him?" Izuku asked, trying not to let a smile crack through his expression at the sight of him. "What does it look like?" Owen flapped his arms. Thick beads of sap flew every which way. Dal and Ivan recoiled from him, not wanting to get any more of the stuff on them. That fucker cocooned himself with some trees, made it a right beach to get at him. "Oh, and sap, lots of it. Did you know he could projectile vomit that sheet?" "Yes." Izuku tried not to snicker. "Thank you for taking care of him." Owen grumbled something and glared down at his sap-covered body. "How the hell am I supposed to get all this sheet off me?" They took stock of their teams. Dragon's medic, Blaze, had taken a bullet to his leg. He got a tourniquet on it and rested on a crate watching the prisoners with Howard, who'd been shot in the chest several times and was only alive thanks to it being small-caliber rounds and the Kevlar. He did break a rib or two, and a bullet had grazed his side which Blaze applied the first aid cream to stop the bleeding. A few of Maya's team were also injured. Only 2 were serious and they were being treated. The remainder of the teams were going to take on the bunker. Izuku and Maya looked down the single elevator, big enough to fit both their teams comfortably, maybe even haul a light tank, then at each other. "Not it," Izuku said. "Well, shit." Owen stared down the elevator leading into the bunker. No traps anywhere from where they could see, and no obvious signs of explosive charges. But at the bottom where it stopped would be a different story. Good ideas, anyone? What if we rode on top of the elevator as it goes down? Ivan pondered. "I've seen Mission Impossible. You cannot pay me enough to do that." Owen stated. "We know they will be watching it, got every gun and power they got aimed at it. So, besides the secret tunnel, this is our way in. I don't fancy taking a mile trek in the woods. Not yet anyway. How about the disintegration ray? I'd need more power cells if you want to tunnel in. What I got left could do some door handles, or one really thick wall." Ivan looked to where Howard was resting. He was their demolition expert. Abiola was the other one, but he'd been sent to the other bunker entrance. What if we got Howard to rig something up? Set some charges in the elevator and send it down. Jigsaw might still have some charges left over from the carpool if we throw those in too. Could mess up our welcoming party and then we rappel down. We brought rope for that just in case. What are the chances Freud is right there at the elevator doors? Owen gave him an incredulous look. What about collapsing the tunnels? Then we're doing the mile trek anyway and giving these assholes more time? Do you think any of that would be helpful? I'm just spitballing here, jackass. Ivan grumbled and turned to their captain. Izuku was squeezing the throat mic and trying different channels to try and reach Gavin. Think he went solo again? He better not have. Izuku squelched the mic again and repeated a code phrase into the channel. What? Owen snorted. I-Team gets to go off on their own, but the moment Gavin does something like that, you get pissy? Ivan glared at him. Izuku and Ivan were part of Dragon Team from the day it was formed. The two were good friends and somewhat inseparable. There just happened to be a lot of instances where the two got separated from their team and wound up in some sort of trouble. So much so, Malcolm, an old teammate, had coined the name for them and it managed to get passed down to their new teammates. So far it wasn't in danger of dying off. Maya leaned against the wall. We should just head to the tunnel entrance already, find out what happened to our squads. Dragon Team, you guys feeling up for a hike? Why us? Owen asked. We got here before you did. Maya smirked. Jigsaw gets the elevator. No, we called dibs. Called dibs and then got here too late. Maya reminded him. First come, first serve. Izuku switched back to the original channel. This time there was static. Gavin, answer your Dimin radio. Sorry. Gavin's voice said through his earpiece. Izuku presented the channel number to everyone else and they switched over to listen. We needed radio silence. Things got pretty heated down here. Izuku sighed. Oh, hello. What's your status? Over. Place is crawling with traffickers, boss. A bit more than we expected if I'm being generous. Gavin paused for a second. We secured the tunnel. We decided Smith's squad should hang back and make sure nobody tried to escape that way. Meanwhile, me and my squad have been playing a FING game of hide and seek down here. We had some close calls, but I think we finally got some breathing room. There are a lot of people to cut through. We haven't sustained any casualties, but we need reinforcements. Over. Halo, we've secured the compound and are by the entrance. Brown Bear is likely in the bunker with you. If you can get to the elevator and secure it, you'll have those reinforcements. Is that possible? Over. 1 second. The pause. We can. Halo out. Over. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Gavin let go of the radio and shut it off again. He and his squad glanced around, checking to make their position was still concealed. He looked back down at the map of the bunker's layout. He really preferred the touchpad one he could just strap to his forearm, but that always emitted light and right now he did not want to be seen. He hadn't been exaggerating with Izuku before, things had already gotten kind of dicey already. Dragon Team sometimes had the worst, yet best, luck in the company. Really some kind of a miracle they weren't all dead. Shien, Abiola and Henry were covering his, but while he made sure they were headed in the right direction. The map was the layout of the bunker from back when the Soviets ran things. The Russians had neglected to update it at the start of the Quirk era where they added hallways, cells, and laboratories for their experiments, and then came in the new tenants who did their own renovations. It was like a maze down here, and the only saving grace had come from the one graffiti artist down here who hadn't covered every DMN hallway marker. To top it off, it was DMN hard to focus on where they were going when they didn't have to shoot up a bunch of traffickers coming out of every rat hole in this place. They'd spotted a few making for the secret tunnel in this place. Smith said he would give them a signal if they couldn't hold it, via some explosive charges collapsing the tunnel. There hadn't been any loud bangs or shaking of the facility, so he assumed they were still holding their position. The elevator was clearly marked on the map. It took a while to pin down where they were in comparison to it. From there he led his squad in the most direct route possible. They passed one of the cells holding the captives. Solid bars of steel cemented to the ground, and every metahuman in there had those restraint vests and wraps law enforcement preferred when detaining metas. A few of them looked up, dead eyes, defeated, ready for whatever fate these assholes ferried them away to. They perked up when they realized the mercenaries were not their captors, but a finger to his lips and a glare kept them quiet. Gavin wasn't sure what he'd do if one of them started talking. He didn't have a good skill for languages or a translation quirk like Ivan's. They reached an intersection. The elevator would be on their right. Gavin took a quick peek and activated his quirk. Quirks are illegal to use in warfare, and they surely weren't licensed to use them, but it's only illegal if you get caught. Internal quirks had an advantage in this regard. Gavin's quirk wasn't flashy or noticeable at all. It did allow him to process information quicker than a normal human and have quicker reactions to events. He caught sight of 10 hostiles in the bottleneck of the hallway, all facing the elevator with guns or quirks, ready to eviscerate whoever called the lift down. They hadn't destroyed anything yet, no explosives or additional traps appeared to be nearby. They must still want to salvage something if things suddenly went their way. There was one guy, though, swearing over and over, obviously having a bad day. Gavin turned back to his squad and made a few hand gestures, then reached up and turned the radio back on and gave it 3 squelches. Someone up top called the lift and all the traffickers stiffened as it rose up. Together, his squad moved around the corner and took aim. They could have shot them just fine from where he was, but Gavin wanted to get closer. He walked right up behind the guy, presumably the one currently in charge of these 9 assholes ready to kill his friends. He for sure wasn't Freud, he didn't have the build or the hair to match. He pressed the silenced muzzle of his vector to the back of the asshole's head and whispered, "Hi. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen." Izuku had called the elevator up after Gavin's signal. Not a moment later, he called over the radio it was clear to come down. Now Izuku rode it back down with Maya, and of their teams they could spare, all waiting patiently for the slowly moving platform to reach the bottom. Riding on top was Ivan and a couple of the guys from Jigsaw who wanted to flex on Owen for his protests earlier. The elevator gave that typical ding as it touched bottom and the doors opened. The hallway before them was covered in blood. Gavin's squad had hosed these guys down quite thoroughly. Gavin stood amongst the dead, looking unimpressed and unscrewing the smoking silencer on his gun and discarding it to the side. Xian was keeping watch down the tunnel, and was the only one as Henry was clutching his bleeding butt cheek and stomping one foot, cursing up a storm, while Abiola hid behind Gavin. Abiola was the new guy, the rookie from the training yards. "You motherfucker!" Henry shouted. "I didn't shoot you." Abiola did his best to move away when Henry circled around Gavin to get at him. He tripped on a leg and nearly fell on a corpse, but recovered successfully. "I was right beside you." Henry didn't care and continued to hobble after Abiola, berating the man with harsh words. Izuku shook his head and stepped in after his mercenaries. They took up defensive positions in the hallway. Someone grabbed Henry and escorted him to the elevator. Izuku and Maya approached Gavin. Gavin gave the captains an eye roll and nodded at Henry as he passed. Henry got shot in the butt. "He'll be fine." "I thought that happened already." Izuku said. "Nope. Abiola's been with us for a month now. That is the longest I've seen the rookies go without shooting his butt." "A new record." "Yep." Gavin pursed his lips. "Strange thing is, Abiola was right beside him, and we took these guys out pretty quick before they ever fired back. I hate to tread old ground, but are we sure this isn't a quirk of his? Either a quirk or an outright curse." "That'll work." Gavin looked over everyone, his eyes stopped on his fellow Dragon team members. "What did I miss up there? Looked like you guys had a fight with a forest and Owen is the only one who lost." "Pretty much that," Izuku said. "How much of the bunker have you managed to clear?" "Still a lot of places to search. I'm hesitant to get Smith's squad to move at all in the case someone makes another go at the tunnel. We could kind of use the numbers clearing this place. It's a DMN maze." "He can stay there," Maya said. "What he's doing is important. We need to hurry and find Freud though." "Right on." Gavin checked the magazine in his gun, found it still had a good amount of ammo in there and slammed it back in. "Red Hand also has a lot of prisoners down here, so check your fire and don't spray and pray. Poor folks had enough already." Searching the rest of the bunker, they encountered more traffickers. In one particular fight as they cleared out an old lab space, 2 villains attacked Izuku with knives. He was quite done with that bullshit and took a great deal of pleasure disarming each one and slamming their heads into the walls so hard he cracked their skulls open. More time passed as they searched each room and cleared it out. They split up the teams to cover more ground. Freud had to be here somewhere. Izuku could clearly see the history of the bunker, where it started, where the Russians expanded on it in the Quirk era, and what the traffickers had added for their purposes. They needed a lot of holding space for their captives. Izuku noticed the prisoners were mostly mutation types, heteromorphs, the kind of people the Red Hand liked to target specifically. He didn't know what kind of niche in the trafficking market this fulfilled, but he wanted to find and dismantle it. These people were bruised, malnourished, and covered in their own feces. Some of them went right up to the bars and begged the mercenaries to free them. He hated it, but they were safer in their cells. Their teams did not have the numbers to watch or process the prisoners, and letting them out could put them in harm's way. The Russians will need to be notified. They expected there to be captives, but not at this scale. Some were actually locked up in steel coffins, probably the Russians' missing heroes. When one of the prisoners started shouting, they started talking too. Izuku knew a bit of Russian, sounded like they were begging to be let out. Izuku glanced back at Ivan, who seemed deep in concentration. "Are you okay?" "Fine." Ivan grunted. "The earpieces the techs made me are going in and out." "That's the opposite of fine." "I'm trying to focus, don't distract me." Ivan squinted at the coffins. "Most of them are saying they're pro-heroes. They want out and to help us if they can." "We can't do that." "I know the reasons." Ivan scowled. "I'm still a little annoyed. We could have used another team or two for this mission." Just then, Sue from Jigsaw team called over the radio. "This is Harpy. I just saw Freud. I'm in the hallway marked D3 on the old layout. We're in pursuit." "Over." Maya's voice came next. "Copy, Harpy. On our way to assist." "Let's move." Izuku told his team. Nothing else mattered now but getting Freud. Once he was captured, they could call in the Russians to collect. They can take over the facility from there once that was done. It took some directions and consulting a map to find Sue. They ran into Maya's team again and followed them the rest of the way. Sue and her squad waited at the bottom of a set of stairs just by a doorway. She looked up as they approached. "We got civilians." Izuku walked up to check. The doorway was wide open, and the room was large and filled with a lot of captives. They were chained to anything solid in the room, support pillars, the floor and walls. Some had thicker chains than others and those weighted wraps the cops used. How did the Red Hand get their hands on so many of those things? "Sheet." Izuku coughed. The air was thick with a foul stench and hot with all these people crammed together. "He's in there?" Sue nodded. "This room is part of the expansion. A surgical suite of sorts. A DMN big one. Yeah. Far as we know there is no other way out of this room. He might be cornered, but he did have a large bag with him. No idea what was inside." "Great." Maya surveyed the room. "Set some of ours at the door, make sure nobody else goes in or out. The rest will clear the room." "Sounds like a plan." Izuku agreed. They had two from each team stay by the door, including Ivan since his quirk would work against him if this many people became a bunch of chatterbugs. The rest of them moved in slowly, spacing out, watching for any kind of movement. Worst case scenario, there were hostiles blending in with their own prisoners. Izuku remembered such a scenario once and didn't want to repeat. These people were tense, trying to be as still as possible and not make a sound. Movement made him pause. One of the captives, a girl with red hair and black thorns, had raised their hand to her chest and was slowly waving her hand at him. A few of the other mercenaries noticed but remained focused for anything to pop out at them. When the prisoner saw she'd caught Izuku's eye, she started pointing at herself. He looked behind her and gave her a puzzled look. She made the gesture more exaggerated, like, "Hey idiot, look at me," then followed it up with looping her hands over one another 3 times. Someone else moved and he raised his pistol. Behind the girl was another group of captives huddled together. One of the males had shifted. He kept his eye on that one. The girl stilled and stopped moving her hands. He focused on the group behind her. The one who'd moved was just like the rest, but the one next to him looked too clean. His clothes looked as if he'd smeared dirt on in a hurry and tried to blend in, and he was wearing a blanket over himself to hide his figure. What really stood out was his obnoxiously large nose. Izuku signaled to everyone else to get their attention. They followed his gaze and focused on Freud. The trafficker looked up and their eyes met. He was hiding something under that blanket. "Freud Benson." Izuku ordered. "Show me your hands. Right now." When Freud didn't move, he repeated himself more loudly. "Show me your hands." Freud slowly pulled his hands out from under the blanket, and revealing a device clutched tightly in one of them. The blanket fell off and revealed the vest Freud was wearing underneath was packed with explosives. Vest! One of the mercs shouted. Izuku backpedaled. He was the closest one to Freud. He tripped on one of the captives and fell on his back. Many people screamed and the mercenaries all shouted at Freud. Freud calmly stood up, raised the detonator above his head and roared. See you all in hell. He pressed down on the button. A second passed. Then another. Freud still stood, arm outstretched, hand shaking, but now wore an expression of confusion. It was an uncomfortably long time for a bomb to go off. Freud brought his hand down and looked at the detonator, which had somehow turned into a flashbang with the pin still in it. Want a jigsaw? Stepped up and flattened Freud's nose with their rifle stock. They caught the trafficker before they fell on their butt. The mercenaries all jumped on him, restraining his arms, and Abiola got to work disarming the vest. Abiola said a few obscenities on the vest design, but he had it disarmed and off of Freud in a minute. Meanwhile, Izuku stayed on the ground collecting himself. He looked over at Maya, who now clutched the detonator in her hand. When Freud had been giving them his final words, she's used her quirk, trade, to switch the trigger device with one of her flashbangs. I love you. Izuku couldn't help but say, and 100% meant every word. A number of emotions crossed Maya's face. There was surprise, confusion, relief, joy before finally settling on anger. F you. Izuku laughed so hard he cried tears. Just another day on the job. It was still dark when Izuku called the Russians to come collect their prisoners. He notified them of the situation and the large numbers of captives the Red Hand had been holding at the compound. Once that was done, he passed the time tending to his own wounds, which were minor for a change, back up on the surface. Then he sat to the side and watched Sue dig into Henry's, but with surgical pliers to dig out the bullets still stuck in there. Henry had been quite insistent she do it now instead of waiting for after they were back at the nest. He was biting on a stick and refused any kind of medication to dull the pain or his mind, and glared at Abiola as his face turned red and he grunted with pain. He never looked away, just bore his eyes into the man with hatred so pure, Izuku felt the heat waves coming off it. Abiola stood close, shuffling his feet nervously and waiting for the verdict. Blaze sat on a crate he pulled over and held a light on the wound. Medics were their own kind of a-hole, especially when they were a patient. Blaze insisted on having veto power over any of the wounded in his care, even arguing with Izuku on occasion. He had to be. Mercenaries were stubborn. Sometimes after a cocktail of drags and some medical treatment, a Phoenix Corp mercenary would try to get back into the action. But Blaze always waved around his special veto privileged, especially when he was the one injured. He'd try to get back up and care to the wounded or beat some villain's head in. Thankfully, he felt the leg wound was enough to keep him out of the rest of this, though from what he heard he still did his duties. With Henry, he'd been the one wanting to do the operation. In fact, he had the scalpel ready to do it himself when Sue emerged from the bunker and scolded him severely for it. He tried butting in as Sue worked, and she threatened to amputate his foot and sew it to his mouth. Blaze wisely kept his mouth shut from then on. Do you think we can do a trade? Izuku asked Maya before she walked off to do a head count of the prisoners. I need someone like Sue to keep Blaze in line. No, I like my medic. He leaned in close and whispered, I can give you back rubs. She smiled and tapped his metal arm. Not with that, me soul. And then walked away. Sue finally got the bullet out. Izuku wasn't a medic, he only knew some basic first aid, but he was confident pulling out a bullet should not sound like you're ripping it out. The action certainly put a dent in Henry's iron will and he almost passed out, but anger trumped fainting. Izuku should rescind that trade offer. What kind of a gun was Abiola using? Sue asked. Henry spat the stick out before anyone could respond. A pissy 9mm UMP. What is it? Blaze answered before Sue had a chance. A pissy 9mm. The hostility returned. Henry stabbed a finger towards Abiola. You are a dead man. Ease up on that. Izuku said. We got through this with 0 deaths. At least wait a few more assignments. It'll give that but some time to heal before I get another rookie. Henry was about to say something else when Sue stabbed a needle into his butt and injected a powerful sedative. He went out like a light. Now you put him under? Blaze asked. Oops. Sue said with a deadpan tone. Guess that wasn't the morphine. Definitely rescinding the trade offer. Izuku walked away as Sue finished patching up Henry and prepared him for transport. Sadie and Gavin ran over and matched pace with him. It finally happened? Gavin asked, seeming a bit too eager. Abiola shot him? Izuku sighed. Yes. And how's your arm? Sadie asked. Broken. Damn it. The two of them said in unison. He stopped and looked at them. Wait, were you two betting? Yes. Sadie said. I bet you'd break your arm. I bet Abiola would finally pop his cherry and shoot Henry. Gavin said. I'm surprised that hadn't happened on week 1. Izuku pet an eyebrow, unimpressed. Seriously? Hey, we all wanted to shoot the guy at one point or another. Gavin snorted. Only the noobs have had the honor. And you both tied? No, Sadie puffed out. Gavin started making a swishing motion with his hand, telling her to stop. Barnes did, he bet on both. Izuku felt his stomach drop. You let Barnes bet? It was just a small one. Gavin said. Really, Izuku dash. You let him bet, and yet you're surprised you lost? He was pretty adamant. Sadie said. He swore his quirk was off limits, it was fine. Yet Henry has been shot, again, and I have a broken arm, again. Ugh. Izuku pointed at Gavin. I don't care so much about the betting, but you know Barnes is not to get involved. Barnes was a pilot for Phoenix Corp, could fly just about anything. When he wasn't behind the stick of a fighter jet, he was tasked with transporting mercenary teams all across the globe. His quirk dealt in luck, gambling, betting, or anything with chance of failure triggered his quirk. Barnes had admitted himself he didn't know half the time when the stupid thing was on, and it's not like all his chances of winning were 100%, they were just higher. Izuku had been intrigued by it the first year he'd worked for Phoenix, but nowadays it terrified the shit out of him. Didn't make the stars align for whatever fates the man twisted, but it might as well. It had already got Barnes banned from all the casinos in Vegas, and any he visited shortly clearing house. Izuku preferred for Barnes' quirk stay away from him and his team. He and Lady Luck were already on bad terms, and no amount of good luck given to his team came without a price. There was just no telling what it would have required for good luck to come out on top for a desired result. Ivan thought it was funny Izuku could deal with quirks that could level a cities and the like. The ones that messed with fate and probability, on the other hand, he wanted no part of whatsoever. Look, I just thought it was some harmless betting. Gavin stated. With Henry and your arm, it's always one or the other. I just figured dash. Figured wrong. Izuku snapped. Very first lesson every one of you should know, and I told you repeatedly to quit doing it. Gavin took a step back, hands raised in half-butted surrender. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we had our bases covered, alright? Izuku gave him a good long glare. Go secure the gate. When we move out, you two are carrying Henry to the plane. Yes, sir. Gavin ran off. Sadie fidgeted with her rifle. Anything else, sir? Sir me. I'm scolding you, not asking you to kiss my butt. Izuku glanced over at the prisoners and Maya. Go with Gavin, Russians should be here soon. Got it? She said and ran off. Izuku joined Maya watching over the prisoners. She glanced at him and muttered. Everything okay? Fine. Izuku said. What did you think of this operation, Maya? No one died, which I'm relieved about. Maya flashed him a smile. Small mercies, I suppose. There's more, I know it, because I'm thinking it too. Even some of my teammates are thinking it. We should have had another team here. Maya said, it would have sped this up and we wouldn't have been stretching ourselves thin. It was preferable to go into missions to have 2 or 3 times more than the opposing force, when it came to open gunfight, that is. For the mercenary company, sometimes you had to work with unfavorable odds. Phoenix Corp had more or less been able to supply the manpower in the past, but after the Chicago incident and a huge reputation boost, there was more demand for their services. All the recruiting Phoenix had been doing wasn't keeping up with the struggles of the world. Governments depended on heroes to keep things clean. Mercenaries took care of the dirtier and more risky cases. Izuku could see with a stealth mission having a smaller force take the compound to be reasonable. The traffickers might have been stupid with a god complex, but that wasn't something to scoff at. And it had ended with a firefight anyways. They'd just been lucky no one on their teams had died. Yeah, but you know what Phoenix said. Izuku shrugged. We were all that could be spared for this. Maya gave him an annoyed look. I was there too, you know. I know, I didn't mean it like that. Izuku puffed. It's just getting ridiculous these days. 2 veteran teams are nothing to scoff at, but still, we got lucky. Maya nodded. Least we're getting bonus pay with this. A while later, a convoy of military vehicles and transport trucks rolled through the gate and stopped just at the bunker's entrance. The traffickers were all sitting on the ground in a line, the mercenaries standing over them, just waiting for them to try something stupid. Matt and Don were still nowhere to be seen, as per their captain's instructions. Maya liked to call it their little insurance. Major Inessa Ivanov stepped out of the lead car. Dressed in suburban bidet and body armor like the rest of her platoon. She approached the captains with 2 of her soldiers flanking her. Inessa was a pleasant person to work with. She was the liaison between the Russian government and Phoenix Corporation. They'd orchestrated a number of operations before and were always great clients. Captains. Inessa didn't salute as she greeted them. They were mercenaries and didn't deserve such respect. They certainly weren't crying over it. I heard thing went well. You said you had civilians? Down in the bunker. Izuku explained. A lot of them, some of your heroes by the looks of it too. I hope you brought enough trucks to transport them. Not all the tunnels have been cleared. The Red Hand expanded things underground quite a bit. We did complete the majority of our objective, however. Freud Benson? Bruised but alive. Izuku gestured behind him to the prisoners. Freud was kneeling in the middle with a broken nose. Sue had shoved some bandages in there to stop the bleeding. It had taken a lot of bandages to plug those nostrils. As well 11 Red Hand members captured. Inessa turned and barked orders to her soldiers. Half of them moved to the bunkers. The rest took over watching the prisoners. Dragon and Jigsaw team moved aside without argument. Inessa assessed the state of the area, the blood, the bodies they hadn't bothered to clean up, and the strange number of trees scattered about on the ground. Looks like you had one hell of a fight. You could say that. Maya snorted. Will that be all? Yes. I'll contact my superiors in a moment here and arrange the transfer of funds. After that, you are free to leave. She raised her hand to Maya and she took it. They shook hands and then Inessa extended her hand to Izuku. Inessa was left-handed and she was, of course, offering her left hand. Can we just do it right-handed this time? Izuku raised his prosthetic to show the damaged state of his arm. Having some issues today. Inessa raised an eyebrow. Again. After that, Inessa made the call and someone from Phoenix Corp called Izuku and Maya to confirm the transfer was complete with the full price and bonus money for the additional prisoners. They gathered up their teams and left. Thankfully, he sent a few of theirs to go pick up their vehicles while they waited for the Russians to arrive. They left one vehicle for Matt and Don to take back to the airfield. He hoped some poor law-abiding officer didn't try pulling any of them over. The car freshener did nothing to dull the stink of sweat and pine, and they were all armed to the teeth, which would be a scary sight on its own. They arrived at the airfield on a private airstrip where Barnes was waiting for them with their plane. He was one of the craziest Americans Izuku had the pleasure of meeting, although the craziness was probably quirk-related. How did it go? Barnes asked, adjusting his baseball cap and shooting them $1 million smile. Izuku had taken his arm off in the car and took the opening to throw it at him. Barnes caught it and looked at it with some measure of surprise. About that well, I see. No. Bets. Izuku ground out, snatching the arm back as he passed him. Oh. Barnes' smile slackened. He stepped into stride beside Sadie and Gavin, looking down at the stretcher and Henry, still out cold, atop it. Sheet. I swear I wasn't using my quirk, guys. Did I really win? Yes. Sadie said. She and Gavin stopped for a second to slap a few US bills into his hand. We're not doing that again. Barnes stared at the money and pocketed it. What about the knife fighters and machete wielders? That what broke his arm. Izuku stopped dead halfway up the steps to the plane and whirled around. You son of a beach! Phoenix Corp headquarters, nicknamed the Nest, because someone wanted to keep with the theme, was placed on an artificial island much similar to the infamous Island. Instead of hero support geniuses and scientists, this one hosted the main force of Phoenix Corp and their support staff. When Izuku first saw the floating mass, he'd asked Phoenix how he'd acquired such a thing. Phoenix looked him dead in the eyes and simply said, "I have a friend in the industry." The island floated anywhere, no one knew specifically where, but the pilots that took them from A to B. GPS didn't work, Wi-Fi led through restricted networks and VPNs. Izuku once tried to time their flights to and from the island, then used some math, the plane's weight, the occupants, the position of the stars, and the number of FS nobody else gave about it. In conclusion, it always moved, never stayed in one place, and figuring it out would happen when pigs fly, and no, the quirked pig they discovered in Belgium didn't count. As far as anyone cared, the Nest was home and home is safe. Here Izuku didn't have to worry about quirkest assholes trying to ruin his life, or that any of the terrorists and villains they hunted were going to show up at his front door the next morning. Everyone here came from the same crop more or less, they were mercenaries, so money was a huge factor. There were a lot of outcasts and idealists, like Izuku, and people searching for a purpose in life. The plane touched down on one of two airfields. There was the larger, more defensible one where their jets and troop transports waited in large hangars, and then there was the smaller airfield that always had a plane coming and going almost every single day. As the plane slowed to a stop, Izuku saw the vehicles waiting to take the teams back to the main base to clean up and turn in their gear. He and Maya would need to debrief, and then there'd be time to celebrate a successful mission at the pub. There were a few personal vehicles waiting behind the military trucks. One car door opened and a figure stepped out. The afternoon light illuminated green hair, a couple shades lighter compared to Izuku's, and half of it was shaved off, revealing a metal plate and blinking lights. Jester stopped just a few feet from the stairs extending from the plane and tapped her foot impatiently. "Oh shit," Izuku muttered. Ivan was sitting beside him and shot the captain a confused look. He bent around to see what had caught his attention and saw their annoyed head of Phoenix Corp's tech division. Not a single mercenary in the company wanted to butt heads with her or any of the other techs. They made all the fun toys and managed a lot of the sophisticated equipment. "Oh," Ivan said, "nice knowing you. Could you give her my arm this time?" Izuku asked him. Ivan considered for a second. Outside, the driver of a very nice truck stepped out. It was Evan, Ivan's husband. Ivan perked up. "You're on your own. Buds before studs." Ivan snorted. "You're not worth that." Izuku grabbed his heart and gasped. "After all we've been through?" In a heartbeat. "Watch." Ivan stood up and walked out the door. "Traitor!" The mercenaries walked out of the plane in an orderly fashion, carrying bags of their gear and personal belongings. Izuku made sure to go last. Owen was at least helpful and took the case containing his broken arm with him. Izuku saw Ivan embrace his husband and the two shared a long, passionate kiss. When they broke apart, Evan glanced toward Izuku as Ivan was saying something. The fearless captain of Dragon Team took a moment to mouth the words, "Save me," before Jester got in his face. She held the case containing his arm in front of her and ground her teeth. "Another one. Another one." Izuku raised his one hand defensively as if she were ready to beat him with the case. "Look, shit happens, okay? Besides, it was all Barnes's fault." "Really?" She set the case on the ground and snapped it open. "Course that just explains everything with you, doesn't it? Bad luck and two." She picked up the prosthetic arm, eyes scanning the dented and cracked metal and all broken bits. She took one hand away, coated in hydraulic fluid, and stared at it in shock. Her eyes and voice were filled with sadness. This was by far her best arm to date. How Izuku? This is a titanium alloy used on battleships and tanks. How did you manage it this time?" Izuku grimaced and recounted how it had been damaged. It did nothing to soothe her, it was actually the equivalent of dumping gas on the fire. "A machete?" Jester screeched and threw the arm back down into the case. Anger now had full control of the reins. This is an insult to my craft. You did good work, Jester. Izuku assured her. Amazing, really best arm you made dash. If it's so great, then how are you breaking everything? She proceeded to berate him for several minutes on the airstrip. Everyone else took their chance to leave with haste, including Barnes. Izuku caught the lucky BSRD running like hell out of the corner of his eyes. Finally, Jester had her fill and stomped off with the case. Her car backed out and the tires screeched as she sped off to her workshop. There was only one car left and Maya was leaning against the hood waiting for him. He picked up his one bag and hauled it over to the trunk. The poor lady, Izuku. Maya said. I think you're giving her gray hairs. Hey, in all fairness, I did nothing to her. Izuku slammed the trunk closed. Everything and everyone just has something against me. Whatever you say. She opened the driver door and hopped in. Come on, it's middle of the day and I want to get the debrief done. We got to write up some reports before drinks tonight. Izuku climbed into the passenger seat. I'm going to need a hand with that. Funny. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. The next few hours were a blur. Izuku dropped off his gear at the armory, got checked over by the company healer, Millie, then he got to shower, get the debrief over and wrote up the official report. Finally, at dusk, he was free to pursue the rest of the day. The island had a mix of apartment and suburban-style homes on modest lots. The rookies got the apartments at first and could appeal for the suburbs after working for Phoenix over a PRD of time. Most folks tended to stay in the apartments though, but there was some appeal to be had in owning a house. There was a little lawn maintained by a tiny AI lawnmower, a porch and garage, a bathroom, 2 bedrooms, living room and a kitchen. There were some bigger family homes, if one wished to start or move their family to the nest. However, an island of mercenaries was not a suitable environment to raise children. Izuku had applied for and gotten one of the smaller homes. He filled it with all his creature comforts. When he was 15, he had a bunch of shirts with kanji saying things like shirt, jeans, workout shirt, and so on. It was a stupidly dumb collection, but he loved the hell out of them as much as he loved All Might merch. Now much older, he'd ditched all but a few souvenirs from his homeland and old life, but the shirts forever had a place in his heart. Everyone else hating them was just a bonus. He now had a varied selection of them from countries and languages all across the globe. 20 pairs of shirts each with something cheesy or dumb written on the front. Tonight, he picked one with the Irish word, Cathawiricha. He added jeans and a jacket for the frigid night weather. It was always cold out at sea and the humidity just made it worse. He attached a spare prosthetic for the night, just a simple plastic one with no additional hardware to make it move or anything else, just a stand-in for an arm. The advanced ones were pricey, even for his salary. If anything, Jester has started charging him for each arm and swore against any discounts. Then because these arms were actually custom-made, she outright refused doing bulk orders. In fact, the mere suggestion warranted Izuku being cussed out of her workshop. Izuku missed the days when they had a professional working relationship. Back then, it had just been Astrid who gave him shit for breaking things. He considered booking one of the self-driving Uber cars to take him to the bar, but he indulged himself with a bit a couple years ago and bought his own personal vehicle, like Evan and Ivan had. It was nothing real fancy since there weren't many places to go on the island, just something to get him from A to B. Some days, though, he'd drive circles around the island just for the hell of it. He could have bought a golf cart and been just as good for travel distance, but there was just something personal about a car. He pulled up to the bar, the only bar on the nest. It was a fairly large place with a lot of customers. But since it seemed most the island's residents were off somewhere else, only a handful of teams were present. Just as he was getting out of his car, Dal spotted him halfway to the door and waved for him to hurry up. Dal had transferred from a different team and he was smiling ear to ear. "Captain." Dal greeted. "Just call me Izuku, Dal, I'm not that big on rank." Izuku smiled. The two walked side by side to the door. They walked slowly, giving them time to chat before walking into chaos. "How are you doing settling into the team?" "I'd say I'm doing all right." Dal smiled. "You folks are friendly, you shoot straight, and really give the other BSRD what needs giving." "We do our best." I heard from Captain Evadny you were a fine operator. They were sad to see you leave. Dal shrugged. Yeah, but I got family that needs feeding back on the mainland. The current pay I was getting there was really covering the bills. And speaking of... Izuku laughed as he caught the look. Got your paycheck already? Of course. Dal chuckled. My eyes pretty much popped out of their socket. It was quite a sum for the work we did. Better pay helps keep folks around. The rumors said your team is infamously known for their luck. When Barnes isn't twisting it. It does seem like we get the worst of it, though not in the way everyone thinks we do. Izuku shook his head as he recalled one moment in particular. First mission Dragon team ever completed went from, well, simple to complicated really fast. We did a lot more work than we should have for the pay. A couple more afterwards and Phoenix decided to just stick us to the higher paying jobs. Permanently. He was getting sick of renegotiating our pay every time. Yeah. Say, is it true your first mission wound up dismantling the second highest terrorist organization? It was the fifth or sixth highest. Izuku frowned. Went from a simple convoy escort, to hostage rescue, to killing a terrorist leader. The rest of the terrorists just fell apart after that. I had run with Echo Team before being assigned to Dragon, and I hadn't seen nor heard of that happening before. That is some crazy luck. Hard to believe at first. Which earns us the big bucks. Now come, I believe there is ale to be drunk, senses to dull, and livers to ruin. Izuku said dramatically as he opened the door to the bar. The bar didn't look special. The furniture was mismatched and cobbled together, but the trinkets made up most of the decorations. Little souvenirs from around the world were hung up above the bar and pinned to the walls. All the little excursions Phoenix Corp had taken were represented in a series of photos tacked to the wall. In fact, Izuku saw a new photo among the lot that had been placed in a cheap frame. It was him and Ivan hugging the wall in the Russian compound. He was clutching his arm and trying to get it working again. Below the picture was a label, I-Team, maintenance required. Who in the hell had taken that? One wall of pictures was different than the others. A little memoriam of Phoenix Corp teams, past and present. All framed and neatly organized on the wall. As always, Izuku stopped by it first to pay his respects to two of the photographs. Echo Team, the first team he'd worked with when joining the company, commanded by Captain Will. The one after it was Dragon Team, the first one, the original crew, standing in front of plane ready to take off on their first assignment. He'd gone to the school in Japan Phoenix had recommended he do, and his teachers had approved of his training. After working with Will for 6 months to prove his worth, Phoenix put him in charge of Dragon Team. So many of them had come and gone, O'Brien, Dylan, Daisy, Aquila and many others. Some hadn't been lucky, but a few did manage to retire and settle down somewhere. He hadn't heard anything from them for years now. He and Ivan were the only two originals left. Was hard to believe at times. Dal had moved up to the bar, giving Izuku some space with the photographs. He eventually walked up and waved the bartender over. Sven was from Norway. He had been an operative with Bravo Team until he lost a chunk of his leg and became a tad bit shorter with a significant limp. Instead of retiring with some common sense on a beach house in the Bahamas like he deserved to be, he decided to spend his retirement overseeing the bar. He was its current acting manager, pretty much the boss, though he didn't own the bar as much as anyone who owned anything on company property. Izuku, Sven said as Izuku leaned against the bar. I hear Henry's been shot again. Yeah. Millie has taken care of him though, so he should be here tonight. DMN. Sven muttered. Now I owe that Barnes fellow a round. Don't give me those scary eyes, young man, I was joking. Sure. Izuku said but still held the glare. And the Sven nodded at the prosthetic. I'll give you bonus points if you're creative. Sven snorted and gestured to the bar's mismatched style. Anything here speak to you of creativity? No. Blunt as always, makes sense, after what I heard about your recent assignment. Sven picked up a glass and set it down in front of him. Now to drinks. The usual? Izuku considered his options. I heard Delta brought beer of some kind on their last outing. Is that any good? If you can try it. To be honest, that stuff isn't strong as many would like. Ivan had his complaints, but I jokingly told him it was just so strong he couldn't feel it. How did that go? He's been running back and forth to the bathroom now. He's not a lightweight, so I'm hoping he'll do me a favor and rid me of the stock. For a bartender, you make your own drinks sound bad. Hey now, I don't brew this stuff myself, I just serve it. Sven picked up a shot glass and poured some whiskey. By the way, I almost forgot. Miss Rodriguez ordered you a glass with her compliments. That's kind of her. Indeed. Now, anything else? I'll try the beer. Your choice. Sven said with resignation. He grabbed a large mug off the back shelf. Moment later, he handed Izuku a frosty mug of bluish-purple beer. As it sat for a moment, it shifted between various other colors. None too pleasing to the eye. Izuku gave the drink a critical look. What the hell did you do, Diet? Coming from the guy with green hair. Sven snorted and gestured at the mug. No, that's how it came. We already tested it for poison and toxins. So far, it's nothing. We think it has something to do with their ingredients, or the brewing process that gives it the effect. Maybe a quirk. Maybe that too. Izuku pondered the strange beer for a moment. Well, I've made worse decisions. Izuku picked up the glass and stepped away from the bar and stopped. Oh, by the way, I owe Sadie a beer. Could you make sure she gets something that looks better than this? Don't even have to say it. Izuku took his drinks and went to go find his friends. He found Maya at one table, coaching Ivan through another glass of that strange beer. She had gotten herself something proper and with a shot glass of whiskey she hadn't touched. He took the seat across from her and watched Ivan chug the last few drops of his beverage and slammed the glass down. His ears were plugged, so the chatter in the room wouldn't block his sight. He'd still be able to tell what they were saying if he focused real hard. Ivan. Izuku patted him on the shoulder to get his attention. How is it? Ivan seemed totally zen. Hey, about time you got here. How are you doing? Izuku looked around. Where's Evan? His friend blinked a few times before it finally registered. Oh, Evan had some work to do. Phoenix sent a lot of folks out on a mission, says it's been a logistical nightmare. Got some things that needed to be sorted. Too busy to come out for a couple of drinks? Could you repeat that? Ivan asked. Izuku shook his head and pushed a mug closer to Ivan. One of the waiters just dropped off. It was curious to know there was a large operation going on. Of course, not everyone was privy to every mission. He gave Maya a questioning look, but she just shrugged and picked up her shot glass and raised it to him. That was fine. If they had to be in the dark, he understood that. He raised his shot glass and together they downed them, a small celebration for a mission well done. They had started talking about some of the things that could have been done better during then, something to keep in mind for next time, when Dao found his way back to Izuku and took a seat. Are we going to see Henry tonight? Dal asked. Izuku checked his phone. Maybe in a little. Give him some time to hide the body before you start calling. What body? Abiola's. What? Ivan's quirk had put something in his line of sight and the curiosity got the better of him. He pulled out one earplug and flinched at the assault of noises. His face strained into one of focus. I read something about a body. Whose? We're just talking about Henry. Izuku explained. Oh. Rest in peace, Abiola. Dal only looked more confused. Am I missing something? Did you miss the whole part about him shooting Henry in the butt? Maya asked. I thought it was a fluke. Oh boy. Izuku set down his beer. He drank about half of it, wasn't too bad, though he preferred something stronger like an actual beer. Henry has been shot in the butt by every rookie to join our team. Sometimes it happens in the first mission or two. He says he's quirkless, even showed us the x-rays of his feet and everything. He has the toe joint and he has the absent quirk segment in his DNA. But it has got to be something because the number of times he's been shot in the butt has happened with consistency beyond the probability of it happening. Happens again. Ivan said. I think he'll amputate. Or go on a killing spree. Maya suggested. Dao swished his drink, thinking. Do I get to shoot him? I am new to this team. You sound a little too eager. Maya noted. Izuku shook his head. You're a transfer. We got plenty of those and nothing happened with them. If you got a few years on you in the company, then it's not going to happen. But for Abiola, he's new, he went through the training yards, and fit the criteria. He's just the only so far to have gone a month without shooting him. Thankfully it only happens the one time. Afterwards, Henry sulks, heals his butt, and prays we don't get another rookie on the team. If he has a quirk, do you think it could be a misfortune quirk? Dal asked. Possibly. Would you say it affects the whole team? Dal pursed his lip. Could account for all the rumors I heard. It's only a theory. Izuku assured him. Dragon Team had the reputation before he joined, and the only bad thing that's happened around him is what we just told you. Henry has worked with us for a couple of years now, he's not placing a curse on the team. No more than usual. Ivan muttered. If it was really bad, we or him would be dead already. Izuku concluded, raising his mug. Believe me when I say, if it is some kind of power working against him, we dearly hope it stays relevant to him. The amount of butt jokes we've made has put us all on his sheet list. Dal nodded. Well, it doesn't sound that bad for a guy who takes it in the butt. Drinks were snorted out of noses, nearby tables who'd been listening in did likewise, and howls of laughter shook the bar. None of them saw Henry till he walked right up to their table and hauled Dal out of his chair by the collar of his shirt. Another word out of you and you'll be the one taking it in the butt. Henry spat. Promise. Dal laughed and slipped free of Henry's grasp. He ran away to another table where Gavin and Sadie sat, playing some game with dice. F sakes, Izuku. Henry sat down in Dal's vacated seat and signaled to the waiter for a drink. When did we start recruiting a bunch of comedians? Come on, Henry. Izuku said, still trying to catch his breath. A little humor never killed anyone. Easy for you to say when you're not the butt of all jokes around here. It took Henry a second to realize what he said and glared at his teammates as the laughter started again. I swear I work with children. Maya wiped away a tear. So, what did you do with Abiola? Nothing. The little sheet is over there. Henry gestured behind them to the dartboard game. Barnes was blindfolded and being spun around by the rookies. Abiola was standing with them nursing a drink, presumably talking to his old training partners. He realized he was being watched and turned to their table. Him and Henry met eyes and Abiola quickly looked away and tried to make himself look small. Henry gave the table an evil smile. I'm bidding my time. Got to make them sweat a little first. Izuku snorted. You do realize if he leaves the team another rookie will have take his place. Get another transfer. Dal's pretty good from what I heard, let's get the good shooters from the other teams from now on. Maybe hang up the field work and go train the rookies to shoot properly. Ivan suggested. Then he'd just be asking for it. Maya pointed out. The waiter came by the table again and set down a mug for Henry. Need a refill, anyone? Yes. Ivan passed over the 4 empty mugs. Another round. I'll have some water. Maya said. Water too, please. Izuku added. The waiter nodded to them both and walked away. Hold on here. Henry looked between the two. We're going to be getting drunk as hell here. Why are you two trying to be sober? Izuku and Maya shared a look. Izuku shrugged. Someone's got to make sure you all make it to an Uber tonight. Izuku woke up back at his house, in his bed. There was a faint smell of whiskey, overpowered by a familiar strawberry shampoo. Maya lay pressed against him, her gentle breath gliding across his neck, one leg curled over his thigh. The morning light seeped through the gap in the blinds, illuminating the room with a gentle glow, and allowed him to make out her features. She had a strong figure, with scars adorning her body, much like his, from quirks, bullets, and blades. Right after the bar, Maya and Izuku had flipped a coin, per tradition on who picked up the tab. Unknown to the others, they were actually deciding whose house to sleep at tonight. Loser paid the tab and got to stay home, while the winner had to sneak on over. Izuku had won, so Maya snuck over for the night. Phoenix had a rule about dating within the company, and what they were doing definitely broke those rules. But it definitely felt more exciting with the level of risk involved, and the SEC felt much more rewarding. They kept a professional demeanor in public towards each other, save Izuku's little slip-ups, but behind closed doors, it was a whole other story. Izuku switched his prosthetic out for the lover's arm. To be clear, he hadn't named it that and he'd been overruled. The name was printed into the soft synthetic material wrapping the arm to mimic skin and muscle. He hadn't asked for it, it was just given to him by Jester a while after he and Maya got together and things became more serious. Jester just showed up at his door and wordlessly handed him the case with a wink. It was the most human-like arm he owned, with a number of functions that made him feel inadequate. He'd be tempted to wear it normally just because of its normal appearance, but understandably it was never to see the light of day under any circumstances. He reached over and brushed back a bit of Maya's hair out of her face so he could see it better. The gesture stirred her awake and she shifted in his arms, groggy eyes opening slowly to look into his. "You're staring again." He smirked and traced a finger across her cheek. "Just admiring the view, Abejada." "That was horrible." "I'm getting better." "Your Spanish or your flirting skills?" "Yes." She hid her face in the crook of his neck. "Dumbass." Izuku laughed. "You picked me, remember?" "I do." She gave him a light kiss on the lips. "You got the time?" Izuku twisted around in bed to check his phone. He didn't have an alarm clock just sitting by his bed. It just kind of seemed unnecessary when he carried one around with him everywhere. He had to move over to the edge of the bed to reach his pants pockets though. Maya didn't like that her heater had just moved away, so she clung to him with her strong muscled arms and pressed herself to his back. It took him a couple of tries to grab his pants without leaving the bed, but he managed. "It's almost 6 in the morning," he said with some amazement. "We've overslept." "Yeah, but the team got 3 days off," Maya reminded him. Izuku smiled and set the phone on the bedside table. He flipped around to face her. "Well then, that gives us some time." Maya gave him a curious look. "To do what?" "Well," he slid a hand down her arm. "I have a few ideas." "Let's hear them." Gently, he took her hand and kissed the back, then the wrist. From there he proceeded to slowly work his way down his arm to her neck. She shivered with excitement and placed a hand on his head and gently pushed him back. A sound idea with a great argument. "Here's my counter." She bopped him on the nose with a finger. "You broke rule 1. He should have known that would come back to bite him. The word love wasn't a word you could freely throw around in their industry. Maya had laid down the ground rule from day one. Under no circumstances were they to use the L word with each other. It was the boogeyman of the trade, an infliction of bad luck. He'd broken the rules several times already. It just slipped out on occasion, and admittedly at the most inappropriate moments. Maya didn't hate it, he knew that. Her face betrayed her every time it slipped from his lips. It just felt like a slapping a huge target on their backs. "Oh." Izuku grimaced. "So, no SSC? No section?" She confirmed, throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. "Wait," Izuku said, "what about last night?" "I wasn't going to deny myself a good time, Tesoro." She said cheekily, "I'm going to shower. Need a hand?" He chuckled, watching her step into his bathroom and start the water. "Have you forgotten the last time we tried shower AC? A man can try." Izuku sighed as he laid back down and stared up at the ceiling, smiling to himself. A moment later they were both showered and in the kitchen, dressed in sweats and t-shirts. Izuku brewed the coffee, pouring a generous amount into 2 mugs that could each fit a softball. Breakfast they worked on together. Their diet had to be calculated down to the last calorie. Since most of the mercenaries didn't have combat-capable powers that let them trade blows with some of the people they hunted and killed for a living, each had to work out their bodies to reach peak efficiency, and work with a diet tailored specifically to them that took account of allergies and metabolisms. There was a cafeteria on the island that every mercenary ate at, but Izuku deemed it a waste to have a kitchen and not use it. They made a standard protein-rich meal, ate, and spent a few minutes nursing their coffee. Maya was on her phone, going through her email, as was Izuku. He still did some work as a quirk analyst in his free time, earned him a little extra cash, and his input helped one of the many mercenary teams in the company. There was a committed division of analysts who spent hours each day poring over data and compiling the information into packets on every target Phoenix Corp were to face. It was something Izuku would have done, had he elected not to do the extra training and work in the field. Izuku sipped from his mug. He was eyeing a tub of protein powder sitting on the counter. He was still feeling a little hungry and he still had a lot of coffee to get through. Kill two birds with one stone. No, Maya said, not even looking up from her phone. Izuku blinked at her. What? She gave him an exasperated look. You're thinking about mixing the coffee and the protein powder together again. You are eyeing both of them. You know what happened last time you tried it. So, leave the coffee alone. It was one time. Izuku objected, swirling his mug. I think I can do it better now. It was horrible for you, Maya reiterated. I remember your experience. Just drink your coffee. Fine, he said, taking a sip from his mug. By the way, Dao was talking to me yesterday about the rumors of Dragon Team. He didn't happen to mention any rumors to you, any in particular that may have concerned us? No, thankfully, Maya said, rolling her eyes, despite how obvious you can be sometimes about it. So far no one has ever mentioned it. Me, obvious? What about you? You certainly drop a pet name here and there. Yeah, subtle and secret, not when it's a life or death situation. Fair. Izuku leaned back in his chair. Are you ever jealous how Ivan and Evan can just flaunt their relationship without having to worry about repercussions? The rule was put in place to stop romantic relationships between mercenary operatives. This, however, didn't extend to any of the island staff, like the accountants, technicians, or logistic personnel. Ivan was a mercenary and Ivan dealt with logistics. No one had a problem with it. But if it was between mercenaries like Izuku and Maya, then there was a likely chance both would be kicked off the island and the company. They managed their relationship this far, coordinating dates with leave time, taking flights out to different countries by company planes, then get a separate flight off company records and join up somewhere they chose to do it. They had a moonlit walk in Paris, camped in Montana for a week that one time, and visited Maya's parents in Spain. Yeah, but think of all the repercussions. Maya shrugged. Phoenix is a control freak. Why do you think he got a floating island on international waters? Izuku contemplated it as he ate. Maya was the first person he had feelings for and she reciprocated. He'd never had the opportunity earlier in life to go on dates or anything. The first time they slept together, he'd wondered how much of their relationship was stress. Being mercenaries, traveling the world and facing dangers known and unknown had its affects. Both he and Maya did their research. Relationships formed under tension fell apart soon after the danger that put them together left. All the feelings of love were just adrenaline and primal instincts. Basically the body going, hey, you almost died. Better breed, dumbass. Izuku and Maya liked to think the bond was genuine between them. So, they did their best to spend time together outside of missions, go places, and actually work to make the bond between them feel real and natural like normal couples. As if anything they did was normal. Izuku drank from his mug. What if we weren't team leaders? Our contracts are up for renewal in a couple years. We could leave the company and settle down somewhere nice. Maya pet an eyebrow at him, intrigued. Settle down and do what? Whatever we want. He stared into his mug, swirling the coffee around. We've both saved up a lot of money and have considerable investments. We could retire officially, spend the rest of our days doing anything we'd like. We're both 26 years old, that's a little too young to retire. Maya sipped her own coffee. She did seem to be considering it, even if just a little. Izuku leaned forward. Some of the folks from our teams retired at an earlier age. Actually retired, not died in combat. We'd still be young, we get to travel the world, enjoy the youth of our bodies. It's better than if we waited till we're 50 years old, when our bodies are breaking down on their own and we're too tired to travel the world. We do already, Maya pointed out, traveling the world and stuff. I mean as a tourist, not another gun on the street. Izuku gestured between them. Last month I was running through sewers chasing a fable. You nearly got mauled by a bear back in February. There were plenty of close calls before. We could avoid all of that and go somewhere we like. We could find a place of our own, a decent place, and make it our home. Anything we can dream of, we can make it happen. It doesn't sound too bad. I like what we do now, I'm doing this for the same reasons you are, making a difference. Maya considered Izuku for a moment. We wouldn't have to wait till our contracts were up for renewal, you know. Right. Izuku sipped from his own mug. Just a hypothetical then. Maya smiled. She knew him better than that. Is everything okay with you? The mission was tense, but it's not as bad as anything you or I faced before. Izuku smiled and fiddled with his mug. Kind of on the fence if I'm honest. I like this job too. I do think we're making a difference, and I do love you. Maya reached across and grabbed his hand, his real one. You thought you were going to die when Freud tried to suicide bomb us. I did too. It's not selfish or anything to walk away from all of this. You can admit that. Except I'd be abandoning my team and you, if I went on my own. Izuku said, looking down at his prosthetic arm, but I also don't think I'd really stop getting in the way of things out there if I could help it. Of course. She smiled. How about we focus on relaxing while we're off duty? Got anything in mind? Izuku let go of Maya's hand to check his messages. I know someone booked one of the rooms at headquarters for a movie night and invited everyone available to join. Course I need to check my email and see if there's any analysis stuff that needs doing. Otherwise, it's the usual time at the gym and training. Maya nodded. I got some banking stuff to take care of. Going to talk to my parents for a bit, maybe chat with my sister too if she isn't busy. Then yeah, kind of the same for me. We both need some hobbies, don't we? We really do. Both their phones pinged with a new message. The captains gave each other a curious look before checking what it was. Sheet, Izuku swore. I got a meeting with Phoenix this morning. Same. Maya said. He wants to see both of us. Same time? Her face went a little pale. Same time. We're going to be fired. No, we're not, it doesn't say that. But that could be it. Can't be. Izuku sighed, putting away his phone and downing the rest of his coffee, but there's only one way to know. The meeting with Phoenix was in an hour. Both hurried to get ready to go meet him. They had a game plan. Izuku would drop Maya off at her place and she'd take her own car to headquarters. Most of the mercenaries were gone on some big mission, and Maya's neighbors were of those absent. That reduced the likelihood of being spotted. All this was just to avoid suspicion being cast on them. At headquarters, it was busier around there and it might look weird if they showed up in the same car. Izuku and Maya had hidden spare sets of clothing at each other's house, and Maya had a blouse and black pants in his closet that would work for the meeting. She hurriedly put on while Izuku put on a light blue shirt and attempted a tie. Stop. Maya said just as he was about to walk out the door to his car. She yanked him towards her with the tie and started untangling the knot. How do you not know how to tie a tie yet? Izuku smiled, staring into her eyes. I never learned just so you could tie it for me. Careful there. When I'm around you, Amor I dash. She put a finger to his lips, silencing him. No flirting right before a meeting. It'll redden your face. Izuku had the immature thought to open his mouth and SEK on her finger, but he didn't. Instead, he gave it a light peck. He wasn't fooled. His flirting was getting better if she was blushing or looking away trying to pretend she was frustrated. She finished with the tie and pushed him towards the door, smacking his butt as she did. Get going, Recitos. Now who's being careful? If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Izuku had often wondered how the mercenaries had gotten the funds for the island and everything on it. The headquarters building was large and seemed as though a lot of care had been put into its design. Some had speculated the artificial island had originally meant to be a university. Island had been created by the combined efforts of scientists, engineers, and country investments all over the world to better support gear for heroes. For the nest, not a single school in the world could have built this place, and nobody knew what country would even bother with it. It did make some sense with the large theater-like rooms they sometimes had briefings in, and some of the rooms did remind Izuku of school. But no other purpose made better sense. Phoenix's office was located at the top of the large tower that designated in the center of the island. Izuku arrived to the headquarters first after dropping off Maya. They would appear to just be two coworkers, not couples or lovers, just two professional killers. Izuku realized almost too late that he was still wearing the lover's arm. He didn't know how he and Maya had missed that. Guess they were too panicked getting called into a meeting. Thankfully he had a spare plastic one in the car. He shoved the lover's arm in the trunk, thankful there were no carjackers or looters on the island. Just as he was walking into the building, though, Jester appeared and slapped a new arm into his chest so hard it knocked the wind out of him. "Thank you." He managed even though she was walking out of the building without pause. She called back, "Quit walking around with that piece of junk, you offend my work." Taking a quick detour to the bathroom, he switched the arms but was now stuck with the normal prosthetic. Instead of going back out to his car, he found a potted plant by the entrance and stuck it there, taking special care to make it look as if someone was trying to crawl out of the pot. Maya walked in just at the time and caught him. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Nothing," he said, stepping away and getting into the elevator with her. They stepped out of the elevator and walked Phoenix's office. The secretary there told them to walk right in. Inside, Phoenix sat at his desk, looking over some paperwork. When Izuku had met Phoenix, he'd been an old man. When Izuku later joined the company, Phoenix looked to be much younger. In fact, he had even lost the cane and walked around normally. Over the years, Phoenix continued to get younger and lose the scars on his face. Right now, he was looked to be in his late 40s. There was a betting pool with everyone on the island, all trying to figure out if it was Phoenix's quirk or something else that was making him younger. Izuku had thrown his first paycheck into the pool and given his best guess to Phoenix. To this day, not a single person had figured it out, and there was over $1 million just sitting there for someone to get the right answer. Phoenix looked up from his paperwork and removed his glasses. Izuku noticed another one of his scars was missing. "Good to see you both are in top shape this morning. I read your reports from Russia. That was some great work there. The Russians and I are pleased with the results." "Thank you, sir," Maya and Izuku said. Phoenix gestured to the chairs in front of the desk. "Have a seat. There is a reason I called you both here today. We got another assignment and I'd like to discuss it with both of you." As they sat, he stood up and moved around to lean against his desk. He picked up a slip of paper, looking somewhat worried. "A job came across my desk this morning, labeled as a high priority. No details were attached, only a message specifying for a face-to-face meeting. I usually throw these in the circular files like the others, but this one, it's a strange one." Maya and Izuku exchanged a look. Phoenix usually didn't have a tolerance for those kinds of requests. The CEO of the company sighed. They included a sum they're already willing to work with, and it's a good amount of money, like really good. Even though I have no idea what the job is and it's tempting. Then there's also who the message originated from. Everyone else is out on their assignments, so this leaves it to the two of you. I know you got 3 days of leave time, you earned it, and I shouldn't be bothering you with this now, but it's urgent and I want to know your thoughts." "Who is it from?" Maya asked. "It came right from the Japan." Phoenix answered, "From their very own government." Both captains were shocked. Izuku straightened in his chair. "What?" Japan was not the friendliest country to the mercenary profession. Like some, they relied heavily on their hero system to maintain order, even if the military should really get involved, but they relegated soldiers to search and rescue. Japan had been burning up before Izuku left. After the death of All Might, villainy had been on the rise. About a year after he'd left, the government declared a form of isolation, refusing any foreign aid to come into the country. A year after that, Izuku had received a letter stating he was not welcome back into the country due to his affiliation with a mercenary company. Later that same day, Phoenix had alerted the whole company that Japan had publicly stated Phoenix Corp and the other mercenary companies were not welcome on Japanese soil, and all of their assets were either to be sold or seized by the government. So, yeah, it was a big surprise they'd be reaching out for help. "You can't seriously be considering it?" Izuku said. "And I wouldn't," Phoenix acknowledged, "but the sender is their Senator of Defense, and he's wishing to meet with us. Not only to discuss a job, but to fix past transgressions from his government." "You're serious?" Maya asked. It was a very heartfelt letter. Phoenix shrugged, "Which is why I am considering it." "And we're the only teams you can send?" Izuku asked. "Yes, But that's not the only reason, Phoenix answered. I'm aware of your misgivings with your country, Izuku, but I was thinking of sending you there as a representative to see what this is all about. Why me? Izuku cringed internally from the volume of his tone and complacency in it. He muttered an apology and tried to calm his nerves. You're a native, Phoenix explained, not taking any offense to Izuku's outburst. If it's something like haranga, you can blend into the populace seamlessly and contact us to pull you out. You're aware of the customs, its politics, you speak the language, and you're a DMN better negotiator than I am. Hell, if you weren't a field operative, I'd have you haggling the UN on our prices. You're the best pick to go. Maya can help organize the teams here while you're gone. If the job is legit, you can pass us the information so we can prepare. If it is a trap, we'll bail you out. I'll even let you Jericho the place if it comes to that. Both Maya and Izuku eyes widened. There had been an incident before that required the use of Jericho. There had been a country called Haranga who contacted Phoenix Corp several months after the Chicago incident, wanting to hire Phoenix Corp to handle a terrorist group. Unknown to the company, Haranga had been hosting said terrorist group and decided to use them to hold a Phoenix Corp team for ransom. The mercenaries were considered a hot commodity after Chicago. Jobs and wealth were pouring in after their feats reached the government's ears. So, they set up a contract for a couple of teams to come and eliminate their terrorist group for attacking them and their neighbors. When the mercenary teams arrived at the airport, they were immediately fired upon by the terrorists they were meant to kill. The teams hadn't gone down easily, but eventually what remained after the attack were captured and held for ransom. Phoenix got the phone call 2 days after hearing nothing from the teams when they arrived. Izuku had been present when the call had been made. He and a few other captains had been discussing going in and investigating their disappearance. When the call was done, Phoenix ordered everyone to gear up and fly into Haranga with only 2 objectives to follow: find and rescue the survivors, and kill everyone who got in their way. The terrorists had tried to mask their location, but the techies had managed to trace the call back to its origins. Dragon Team and the others arrived under the cover of dark. It had been a long night of bloodshed, but they ultimately rescued the survivors and killed every terrorist present. They gotten a hold of anything important: computers, files, SmartPad devices, and so on. They handed them over to the support staff to decrypt. They discovered the full scale of corruption in the government and its involvement with the plot. When Phoenix got the full report, he ordered Jester to Jericho the place. Izuku had no idea what that meant, but 3 weeks later the country went down in flames due to a revolution. It had been considered a second-world country that was clearly unstable at the time. Now Phoenix was offering to do it to Japan, a first-world country, whose collapse would clearly have consequences, and Izuku wasn't even on the plane yet. Izuku let out a low whistle. Really? Really? Phoenix nodded. I'll even let you push the big red button. I looked at Maya, who only shrugged. Well, shit, that was really something to consider. He could maybe visit his mom. They'd only been talking over the phone for the last couple of years. They hadn't FaceTimed each other or anything since he'd been scarred. He looked down at his metal hand. She didn't need to see him like this. But the rest he could do. When do I leave? When do I leave? God. Izuku wanted to throw himself face first into a wall. When was apparently now, as he soon found himself packing within the hour and on a plane to Australia. Phoenix wasn't going to take any risks if Japan was trying to lay down some kind of a trap. If the plane was captured, the logs on there could trace them back to the nest. Izuku was a little hurt by that. So he got dropped off at an airport they trusted. From there he got a connecting flight to Thailand, then China, before going straight to Tokyo, Japan. He wondered if Phoenix had advertised express service or some sheet. All he could get himself to do during the flight was sulk and plan for things to go wrong the moment he stepped off the plane. Why in the hell was his home country calling for Phoenix Corp to come help them? They were pretty DMN clear, years ago, that no mercenary was permitted to enter Japan. Yet here he was on a plane per their request. He didn't get a lot of news out of Japan, other than what his mother told him during their phone calls, though she didn't really get that involved in politics or the news. She could just sum up the reporter's statements as, doom, doom, and more doom. Izuku experienced no problems any time during his flight, not from the Philippines, and when he landed in Tokyo, he was not arrested the moment he stepped off the plane. Still, his guard was up, surveying his surroundings, taking note of anyone even slightly odd. That's a wide margin thanks to quirks these days. He expected someone to greet him outside the terminal, but nobody was holding up a sign with his name or the company's name on. Phoenix had sent word down through an encrypted channel, per Akio's request. Apparently the senator felt someone would be trying to listen in on their conversation. He confirmed he would send his head of security, someone named Yuki, to pick Izuku up at the airport. But nobody was here. Not sure what else to do and feeling like there were 1,000 pair of eyes on him, Izuku stepped outside and that's where trouble found him. He spotted 2 meatheads wearing nice suits and sunglasses waiting outside the airport. One was standing by the standard black SUV government types like to drive. The other one was a heteromorph, looking something like a minotaur. They stuck out of the crowd like a sore thumb, so they were easier to spot. They both were watching the door, and when they spotted Izuku, they straightened up and moved. Minotaur went to flank him, the other went to meet him head-on. Izuku got the feeling they weren't who he was supposed to meet and went to walk farther down the street when the third one made his appearance, stepping in Izuku's way. Same suit and sunglasses, something bulged under one of his sleeves, a device of some sort. The third agent had blonde hair with a black streak shaped like a lightning bolt in it. Izuku almost laughed at that. This agent came with his own warning label. The 3 agents had him surrounded. He glanced around, but all he could see were just the 3. His mind started going through possibilities and courses of action. Pretty much a lot of faith had been placed in Japan being genuine about their request. Izuku was prepared for the meeting, but also if he needed to disappear until Phoenix could extract him. He had his prosthetic arm at least. He gave a quick, thank you, to quirks in his head, as airport security had bigger concerns to screen for than a guy with a jacked-up metal arm. His heart was pounding in his chest, ready for a fight. His eyes scanned the agents for anything he could use. The suits they wore weren't a cheap off-the-rack kind, so they had money behind them, obviously since you don't normally find a 3-piece suit that could fit a 7-foot-tall bull mutant anywhere. The guy was built too, and looked like he could break Izuku in half like a pencil. Izuku was in no way thin. Training and running around with full kit brought him a long way from being the skinny bamboo pole of his youth. He already knew what Blondie's quirk could be, given the hair. The other was a literal square-jawed woman. That mutation didn't tell him a lot off the bat, but one of her pockets was bulging with a pair of gloves just barely peeking out. Either driving gloves or touch-based quirk, Izuku was leaning towards the latter. The square-jaw agent stepped closer to Izuku than the others, presenting herself as the ringleader. He couldn't see her eyes through those glasses, but she looked stone-cold. "Izuku Midoriya," she said, "we're from the government. You are to come with us." Izuku's bullshit alarm was ringing. He shifted his hold on his bag and did his best to stare through those glasses. "Who are you?" "We're national security," she stated. Izuku pet an eyebrow. "Badge me." She pulled out a badge with 3 fingers, confirming she had a touch-based quirk that required all 5 fingers to make contact to function. She even put the badge in front of his face with her pinky sticking out. Habits like that can't easily be hidden. It was probably suitable for combat and she expected a fight. The badge she showed him wasn't, in his opinion, government-issued. It depicted a cape with the kanji for Japan's Hero Public Safety Commission. There were a whole other set of politics regarding the HPSC that was tricky to navigate. They were a government agency, but formed from corporations that had sponsored vigilantes before pro-heroes were a thing. They had fought tooth and nail to be somewhat separate from the government, enough to cash in on those percentages from hero merchandise, and yet close enough they had some authority to be recognized and respected. They gave out licenses for pro-heroes, underground pro-heroes, managed the hero schools and programs, agency locations, support agencies, public relations, movie deals, and theme parks. Essentially, they were supposed to be focused on anything hero-related, as was their name. So, why were they here for Izuku? "You are not national security," Izuku stated, reading the name on the badge. "Heroics Officer Keyed." "What even is a heroics officer, if you don't mind me asking? What exactly do you do?" Keyed expression remained neutral as she pocketed her badge. Things have changed since you've last been in the country, Mr. Midoriya. Speaking of, your citizenship was revoked 8 years ago. We need you to come with us. Airport just let me through. Izuku gestured back at the airport. I don't need a citizenship to come visit. That is beside the point. Your affiliation with the mercenary company, Phoenix Corp, is what's more concerning. Really? Why didn't you just come out and say that? Izuku gave her an amazed look. Internally he was thinking over an escape plan. Is there a warrant for my arrest? We can answer your questions elsewhere. I don't take rides with strangers. So why don't you all just F off? Izuku shifted his feet. Izuku heard something click behind him. He turned to see Blondie had moved around out of his sight. Nothing had changed outwardly about the man, but he was tense. 2 fingers on one hand had curled into his palm and were pressed down on something. The thing under his sleeve was more visible now. It was some kind of support device attached to his wrist, hidden by the sleeves. He was standing farthest from his comrades and had an open shot at Izuku with no one between them. Izuku figured it was an electric quirk of sorts. Those were good for close-quarters combat, but have terrible range. The gadget was likely there to correct that. Gears were turning in Izuku's head. If he made a run for it and tried to use the crowd as cover, he'd throw off Blondie, but then Minotaur would run him down before he got too far. They were obviously strong and likely fast as hell too. An ideal setup, 2 to take him down on the spot, 1 for pursuing him if he ran. Not bad. Ki took another step towards Izuku. He took a step back. Raised both hands as if to calm him. There is no need for that, Midoriya. We urge you to come peacefully. If it's all the same with you. Izuku nodded back towards the airport. I'll just get on the next plane out of here. That ship sailed the moment you stepped on Japanese soil. The Minotaur said, don't make a scene. You can come with us peacefully or else. Izuku squinted at Minotaur. Wow, did you practice saying that just for me? Good job. He'd never seen a scowling face on a cow before, really wasn't a sight worth seeing. We're not looking for a fight, kid. Clearly. Izuku looked at Blondie again. He looked more tense than before. Another wave of civilians were walking out of the airport. If the civilians were paying attention, they'd see what's about to go down and avoid them, but if they got close enough, Izuku could run into them and use them as cover. Blondie seemed to be considering this as well, shifting his feet, ready to move to keep his shot on Izuku. Down, boy. Izuku said to him. Ki took another step towards Izuku. For a moment, it seemed like civility was about to be thrown out the window when more men in black suits stepped between Izuku and the commission agents. They had their backs to him facing the agents and they looked very serious. Izuku had no idea what was going on till a man stepped up to Kid and removed his glasses. Kid, he said, is there a problem here? For the first time a scowl broke through on Kid's stony expression. What are you doing, Yuki? Interfering. Part of my job. I would have been here a lot sooner to stop whatever this is, but there seemed to be an abnormal amount of traffic jams on our way. Had to take a lot of detours. Yuki took in her and her subordinates, then Izuku, then back to Kid. Izuku Midoriya has business with us. Why are the 3 of you here? Minotaur and the Blondie moved from their spots to stand beside Kid. Kid's scowl just deepened more. Izuku Midoriya is affiliated with a mercenary organization not sanctioned by the Japanese government. His citizenship has been revoked since the day he joined them. I'm aware. Yuki said, let's start by seeing the warrant, which I know you don't have. I'm sure it's easy to call your superiors and get one. However, you'll hear that any charges against Midoriya have been dropped since this morning, and that Phoenix Corp temporarily has the green light. I will, of course, have to inform them of this encounter with your agency. It was clearly stated beforehand to your boss any interference from your party will not be tolerated by the Japanese government. Kid stepped closer to Yuki. Izuku was barely able to make out some of the words. You don't know what you're getting yourself into, Yuki. Do you? Yuki replied. Remember what Akio said, there are eyes on you. There were indeed eyes on them. Passers-by had their phones out and recording or ready to record the group if something interesting were to suddenly happen. 2 different groups of government types having a stalemate in front of an airport was eye-catching. People these days tended to gawk more when a fight was about to break out. Keed gave one last glare to Yuki and the agents behind him before all 3 HPSC agents retreated to their car. Yuki approached Izuku and flashed his badge. This time it was a Secret Service badge of the Japanese government. It had his name and everything on there. "Welcome to Japan, Mr. Midoriya." Yuki gave a warm smile. "Sorry for the wait, glad we got here just in time." "No worries." Izuku raised a hand to shake and Yuki shook it. The Secret Service agent took the moment to size Izuku up, his eyes lingering on the prosthetic arm and Izuku's facial scar before he let go. "You certainly look the part of a mercenary. Trust me, how I got these is not as badass as it looks." Izuku smiled. "Just so I'm caught up on everything, I just want to confirm I'm not under arrest or anything." "No. The reason for your warrant and citizen status are under review after a call from your boss this morning," Yuki assured him. "He also stated you have a knack for getting into trouble. How long ago did your plane touch down?" Izuku checked his watch. It had felt like an hour ago when he touched down and got out those doors. He had never been able to beat those trouble magnet allegations anyway. "Well, goes to show how well my boss knows me." Yuki nodded and gestured to another SUV. There were 3 cars and more Secret Service agents standing by them. "If you will please come with us, we can get you to your meeting. You can ask me questions, but be warned, there is not much I can tell you about the reason for your visit. Let's not keep your boss waiting." Izuku walked with him to the car. Japan. He didn't miss this place. Not one bit. The ride was a long one going through the city. Izuku took a moment to text Phoenix a quick report of his arrival and a promise to expand on it further after the meeting. He already had to check in at certain points of the day to let them know he was alive and hadn't been kidnapped or such. With Haranga, it had been 6 teams gone to retrieve what remained of 2. If Phoenix had been downright heartless, he would have abandoned them and not risked the other 6. It made a DMN good point to the company they would not abandon their own, and Phoenix Corp will square up with a nation if that required it. Despite all of that and Phoenix's promises before he left, Izuku still found himself hoping he was worth the company's efforts if things did go south. During the ride, he took the opportunity to ask Yuki some questions regarding Japan's political arena and local affairs. After All Might died at Kamino Ward fighting a powerful villain known as All for One, the aftermath of their deaths had resulted in the rise of crime. It had increased at a steady rate, but the hero community had struggled a bit. Izuku recalled the news the night of Kamino being grim, but afterwards he had just gone back to his training. Life had to move on. Then the Meta Liberation Front had an uprising. The entire population of a city opposed the government, which was quickly squashed with the combined efforts of the heroes, and things simmered down for a time. Now as he was listening to Yuki talk, things had gotten worse since he'd left. There seemed to be a constant stream of crime and gang wars all over the country. The pro-heroes were barely managing as is. Yuki also delved into the lesser-known issues about the HPSC trying to gain more control in the political side, all to push through with some plans to better manage the nation's security. The meeting at the airport, for instance, had been a formality on their part, in Yuki's opinion. The overall message stating Izuku needed to tread carefully while in country. They arrived at a large walled-in mansion about an hour through the drive and traffic. According to Yuki, it had been better going back than to the airport. The walls of the mansion were thick, with a layer of armored plating on the outside, and automated turrets spaced out on top. Rumor had it a majority of the world's security standards, like this wall here, were influenced by UA barrier. Izuku called bullshit because there was no way a hero school would have such top-notch security and UA wasn't the center of the world as some people would like to think. The gates opened and the cars rolled in. Inside the mansion was a paradise, lots of armed security, both human and machine. Izuku stepped out of the car and was led by Yuki inside the mansion. He left his bags in the trunk. The computer and a jamming device were the only electrical devices in there, and Jester had designed the software. Nobody would be messing with those or she would know. The mansion wasn't anything really special. Normal rich people stuff, decorate to impress, show off wealth, and completely boring to look at unless you understand it all or knew just how much some of these cost. He only paid enough attention to note their pathing through the mansion, number of windows, and doorways he could use to escape if need be. He doubted he'd be scaling the outer walls without being vaporized by the turrets, but he could at least make the security on the ground work for his capture. Don't ever go somewhere and not have a plan, or at the very least, a plan to be more trouble than you're worth. Akio sat in a pristine office. Here the decorum seemed much more personal. Mounted heads of animals, a few pictures of family, trinkets, and souvenirs from various countries. Izuku recognized a few he'd seen at a gift shop in France, and there was a "I Love New York" t-shirt framed on the wall. There were medals from serving in the Japan Defense Force, soccer trophies, and diplomas. A few books as well. Izuku gave a cursory glance of. There was a minibar against one wall displaying an array of alcohol ready for consumption. There were some really good vintages there, so much he knew, if given the chance, all of Dragon Team would take a field day to peruse the options. Akio looked up from the piles of paper crowding his desk, his annoyance replaced with delight when he saw his visitor. Midoriya Izuku, is it? Yes. I'm the representative from Phoenix Corporation. Izuku gave a polite bow. Yuki bowed also and vacated the room, closing the doors as he went and leaving the two of them alone in the room. Akio walked around the pile with a slight limp to his leg and extended a hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Drinks? It must have been a long trip. Izuku felt his soul wither knowing what he had to say. I'll have a water. Water. Akio gave him a puzzled look and gestured to the shelf of alcohol. These are all free, and you are a guest. Company policy, I'm afraid. Izuku smiled, feeling even smaller when he noticed one bottle in particular that could be auctioned for $500,000. No drinking on the job. Ah, I understand. Akio grabbed a bottle and began mixing up a drink with experienced hands. You know, I would have thought you were Spanish with your accent, but your Japanese is perfect, if a bit out of practice. Izuku smiled to himself. He did spend a lot of time with Maya. Not a lot of people pick up on that. I have an ear for accents. Akio poured his mixture into a glass with ice and a lemon on the edge. He grabbed a bottle of water from the mini fridge. You want this in a glass? Bottle is fine. Izuku took it and sat down on one of two couches in the office. He pointed at Akio's drink as the senator sat down. Mind if I get the recipe for that? Not at all. It's one of my favorites. Akio took a sip before making a gesture with his glass to the entire room. This room is well insulated and it gets swept for bugs on an hourly basis. A gunshot could go off in here and no one outside will be the wiser. Izuku took a drink from his bottle. That was an icebreaker if he ever heard one. That's good. What is your position in the company, Midoriya? You can call me Izuku. I prefer the Eastern custom. I am a captain, team leader and field analyzer. Field analyzer? I haven't heard of that before. Oftentimes we've needed someone with keen eyes to assess a quirk in action. There's a lot of them and few with simple answers. Right. With what you're up against, I guess that would be necessary. Akio patted his knee. I enlisted in the JDF, served 12 years before a metahuman took a couple inches off my leg when we were helping evacuate civilians from Nabin during a horrible fight. Probably would have liked one of you there with us. It's a title that doesn't get much use sometimes. Right. Which team at the company do you lead? Dragon Team. Dragon Team? Akio was amazed. The Dragon Team? You're all quite the legends, aren't you? You know Edgar Utah? You probably would have known him as Colonel Edgar. Izuku nodded. Yes, I hear he's a general now. He is. I knew him from my studies abroad in the States. We still keep in contact. One time he talked about your team quite extensible. The word, troublemaker, was invoked quite frequently, but he praised you and Phoenix Corp highly for your assistance in the States. I understand you both worked together in the Chicago event. Izuku hesitated, trying to decide what was the best thing to say to that. A little, didn't meet him much, lots of radio chatter though. I see. Akio sipped his glass, giving Izuku a quizzical look. I find it a little strange given all the news articles I found about Chicago. Despite what little there already is to look through, Phoenix Corp or any of the other mercenary companies involved were never mentioned publicly. How much exactly did Edgar tell you? Izuku wondered. Of course, the mercenaries hadn't been mentioned in the media. There was usually animosity between mercenaries and the military in just about every country in the world, and hiring mercenaries in the States wasn't viewed so highly. Necessary, but not highly. With Chicago being a sticky situation, there was a lot of hushing up being done. Izuku had actually been thankful Phoenix Corp hadn't been mentioned in any of the media. There had certainly been some news crews on the ground from what he recalled, and probably more than a couple seconds of footage of him in there. If any of that had gotten out, it would have made the next call to mom afterwards very awkward. Publicity isn't everything. Izuku said. Phoenix Corp prides itself on getting results, not fame. Akio nodded. Of course. So, you are good at keeping secrets, correct? We are. What are some examples? Izuku almost slipped there. Almost. He gave Akio the stink eye and the senator merely laughed. Good, that is what I like to hear. This man was a strange one. Izuku would have to be careful during this conversation if Akio kept leading him around corners. There was just a sucker punch waiting to happen, he could almost feel it. Akio drained his glass and set it down on the coffee table. Now it was business. The job I've requested you for is to remain top secret. None of this goes public. Have you heard of a villain called All for One? Yes. Izuku said. He and his League of Villains really tore up Japan 10 years ago. Went quiet after Kamino when he died. Izuku gave Akio a suspicious look. He did die, right? He did. Nothing but ash now, and those were dumped in a volcano. Nothing was left to chance. Akio clasped his hands and continued. The League members escaped through a warp space during that time. Nobody has heard from them since. We thought they'd disbanded, gave up, after months of no appearances and no new leads. The investigations were eventually dropped altogether after 2 years of no sightings. I take it this history lesson isn't for fun. Izuku said, have they resurfaced now after all this time? Sort of. Akio hesitated. Have you heard of their creation, the Nomu? Izuku felt a growing sense of dread in his stomach. He swallowed that fear before it could show. The biological amalgamations with multiple quirks? Those are them. Akio sighed. One has appeared in Aokigahara Forest. Only one, but it is significantly more powerful variant of the League's designs. The HPSC was given the task to bring it in. They tried and failed repeatedly over the course of a few months. They've lost a significant chunk of heroes trying to bring the DMN thing in, almost 2/3 of the people they send in. They state it's a high-end Nomu. So now it's our turn? Izuku asked. You'll be taking over the case entirely. Akio confirmed. The HPSC has had their chance. It's because of their latest attempt I was able to push through the decision to let foreign forces into our country to deal with it. Your company, as I've gathered from my sources, are quite capable. I've heard one of your teams has dealt with a version of Nomu, chimeras as they were called, in South Africa. Yes, there was that. Izuku took a sip from his water. Akio was apparently well informed and connected. He didn't think Bruno's team dismantling of that little operation had gone public. Pardon me for saying this, but Japan has the JDF and the Hero Commission. Surely some kind of collaboration could settle this case without our involvement. Izuku knew he should have just nodded along and accepted this was the job, but it had to be asked. State of Japan aside, it was still a significant country of its own with some clout. If they poured the resources into it, they wouldn't have needed Phoenix Corp at all, like they had insisted they didn't in the past. Akio paused, considering for a moment before he picked up his empty glass and went to the bar to mix another drink. This is more than just the Nomu. He undid the lid of whiskey and poured a few fingers into the glass. Well, the Nomu is a big issue, but there's a bigger picture to this. The HPSC has been getting more involved in Japan's politics, like what you witnessed this morning when you arrived into the country. While they haven't directly influenced anything in the government, some politicians have been acting according to their agenda. These politicians have pushed for de-armament acts, reducing our military, and have diverted surmountable funds from law enforcement, pouring all of it into the heroics department. The last few bills have limited our military in courses of action. We'd have to have all for one leveling a quarter of Japan before we can even think to call on them. Even if we could utilize the militia, their equipment is outdated and poorly stocked. No other country would have let this happen. Japan has always been restrictive about firearms. Izuku recalled, heroes are your most powerful asset. Some of those theorists believe the USA, China, Russia, and Japan will be ground zero for the doomsday quirk theory. Akio shook his head. The HPSC wants more heroes. We don't need heroes. He turned and pointed at Izuku. We need people like you. Someone who can get the job done. No more of this prancing around like Batman sheet. Pardon my French. I care for this country and its people. I value its security, but all I can see is the path we're on will only lead to our collapse. Civilians are terrified. The HPSC has been running a propaganda scheme that only persuades them to put more faith in the hero system. I had an assassin try to kill me just because I challenged those ideals, which I can only take to mean I am on the right path to oppose them. Akio plopped back down on the couch. Other countries have limits to this sort of thing. They don't let villain groups like ours fester and spread like a disease. China and Korea have closed their borders to us. Hundreds of people go missing every month to quirk traffickers. All manner of drags are flooding the streets, and lies are being spread over the news. This isolation policy has been more like a quarantine to keep the disaster of a nation we've become from ever getting out, more than being about independent from outside influence. Because the people who put it into place know things are messed up, but are just too proud to admit it. Akio set his glass down on the coffee table and stood up again, pacing around his seat. My point, Izuku, is you are here to prove we need something better than this hero-centric society. We need our heads out of the sand. We need to realize what is really happening around us, so we can steer this country away from collapse. What I need from you is a win. One success to grease the wheels of bureaucracy so we can end groups like the League of Villains, the MLF, the Red Hand, and the others who seek to ruin our country. If you can do that, it will open the doors of Japan for Phoenix Corp. There'll be more work, more pay, and a huge difference being made here. I, and everyone else in this country, will finally be able to sleep knowing someone out there knows what they are doing. So, what do you say? Izuku took a moment to consider what Akio had told him. There was a lot to unpack there, and he sounded very passionate about it, like these were things he'd been thinking of over and over every day of the year. There was an idea and a plan. All it would take is action to clear the way. Izuku raised his bottle like he was raising for a toast. Let's discuss what steps need to be taken to get this started. Izuku left the senator's mansion after a lengthy discussion, and a promise Phoenix will call later and perhaps write up a contract approving the job. Since it was about a Nomu, Izuku would have to see if that would even fly in the first place. He got a ride back to the city and had the driver drop him off someplace random. From there he hailed a cab to a hotel where he booked a room and immediately searched the room for listening devices. A bit early for being paranoid, since he was sure nobody could predict which room he was staying in. Still, better cautious than stupid. His phone also had a function as a bug scanner, one of many features Jester included in company phones. He didn't know what she did before she landed a job with Phoenix, but she just cranked out stuff like crazy, even taking over as lead engineer when Astrid retired 2 years ago. Her phones were an ongoing project. She was going for the indestructibility of a Nokia with all the modernness of a smartphone. She managed to make one, and Izuku was the first to receive it. The updates for the software were much worse than Microsoft's. They came weekly, if not daily, and had gigabytes of changes. He tried to talk her down one time to doing it at least once a month. She told him that'll happen when he stops breaking his arms so many DMN times. Anyway, each phone and computer had the best firewall known to man. Among her many skills, Jester loved to hack people, but couldn't stand someone tampering with her own devices. In response, she created a counter-hacking program that injected a vicious little virus into the offender's device. Izuku had learned the hard way when he plugged a Jester-branded phone into a brand-new, top-of-the-line, laptop he'd bought overseas. Just the difference of software had been enough to trigger the virus when he just wanted to back up his data. Instead, he ended up with $3,000 of melted slag. Now he just made sure to keep anything jester-related away from anything non-jester. He did a second sweep of the room after waiting half an hour. Sometimes bugs were shut off at first when the occupant entered the room and switched back on after 10 minutes. On top of that, he turned on a local jamming device that disrupted those with sensitive hearing trying to listen in. Satisfied with that, he called Phoenix and told him everything that had happened from the airport to the meeting with Akio. Once he was done, there was a whole minute before Phoenix said anything. "A Nomu?" "Yes." Izuku paced back and forth in his room, pulling on the tie he'd worn all day. What did Maya do to make it so difficult to untie? That's the job. Do you think we can do it? I don't know. Izuku admitted. I need to see what we're working with, read the reports, get the info. But I do know they're supposed to be strong, like All Might with multiple quirks. Phoenix hummed in thought. We've dealt with that. Lots of quirks. Izuku reiterated. Not 2 or 3, these things are more like 10 or something according to what Akio told me. If they got a regeneration quirk, then it's going to be worse. I can't look at the files until you and Akio get the legal stuff sorted out and signed. If you do, I'm saying right now we should employ Skyfall for this. There was a pause. Really? I know I'm jumping the gun on this. But this is a Nomu, one that powerful pro-heroes have fought against in the past and were nearly overwhelmed. This one is kicking the HPSC's butt. Recall an incident where heroes weren't overwhelmed. Phoenix said blandly. The idea of our company is we do things better than the heroes. Skyfall is for special circumstances. You told me I could Jericho this place if it was a trap. Doesn't that sound a little extreme to you? For a moment, Phoenix didn't reply. Too long to reply, actually. Izuku felt something was off. Were you just saying that to get me here? No, Phoenix said quickly. You didn't hesitate with that answer. You think Skyfall is really necessary? Yes. Izuku said, deciding to let the matter drop for now. He likely wasn't ever going to get Phoenix to elaborate on it any further. Akio said it is a high-end Nomu. They got a tier system for these things, and high-end is obviously the kind you'd pit against powerful heroes. First one reported fought All Might. It didn't end so well for him. So, if it's a high-end, I don't want to be pulling any punches. You understand there are steps for approving Skyfall? Yes. Lots of evidence and then a vote by the board. Izuku tugged at the tie again. If ANG thing was getting more tangled. I can look at the files for this thing, see what they already know. If I think we can handle it with conventional means, I'll coordinate with Jester for our equipment. If I think it's too strong for anything we got, then I'll need to get started on the paperwork ASAP. From what he knew, there were at least 4 people he had to convince to greenlight Skyfall. He'll need really good evidence, maybe even footage of the creature itself to show them its capabilities. Hopefully he'll have access to that right away. Sooner the better. All right. Phoenix said. I'll send the necessary paperwork for you to get started. But only if you need it. When's the soonest you can look at the files? Izuku sighed. The HPSC has them. According to Akio, they won't allow for it to be sent over through the internet because there have been hacking attempts recently. It'll all be on paper and they'll only allow me to read it at the agency that's been assigned the case. You got your laptop? One of Jester's, security is solid on it. Relay the information. Phoenix said, there's secrecy. The analysts can work through the data faster than you can dash. Ouch. And Jester will need that information for the weapons she can prepare. If we're going to do it, I want it done efficiently. I understand. Good. If that is all, I need to get started on the contract with Akio so you can do your job. Talk to you later, Izuku. You too. Izuku shut off his phone and used both hands to rip the stupid tie off. It was a sheet tie anyway. Maya must have known what she was doing when she tied that knot. It was late in the afternoon now. Izuku couldn't see much of the city through his window. He'll need to check for another hotel, keep anyone tailing him guessing on his movements. Being back in Japan just put his nerves on end, and the whole thing with the HPSC didn't help. He felt like there were eyes on him, eyes he couldn't see. It made him want to be small, hide in the cracks in the walls, and wait for danger to pass. It was funny, Being back was making him feel so insignificant, even after all the things he'd seen and done. He'd left, now he was back, away from the people who actually cared about him, from Maya. Alone and now far too big to hide. Except, there was still one person in Japan who gave a DMN, his mom. She still lived in Mustafa. They'd talked just a couple weeks ago. They used to talk over the phone any given chance they had, and sometimes missions interfered with that schedule, but he'd make up for it any way he could. But he'd never visited her, never FaceTimed her again after what happened to his face. How could he even begin to explain things with the scars, his arm, and just everything? He'd been lying to her since he decided to take this path. His instructors at the academy helped him with that lie. They knew the spot he was in because they'd been there themselves. They forged signatures, bribed teachers at the school his mom thought he was attending to give false grades. The instructors made Izuku work like hell every time they did him a favor, but he was fine with the extra weight on the 5-mile runs and the extra push-ups. He hated it at first, but he felt later it had done him a lot of good in the physical sense. Then when he was 18 years old and done with school, he lied to mom again, told her he had an opportunity abroad working as a businessman for a support company, just like dear old dad, wherever he was. But now, in the present, he couldn't face her. He didn't want a chance spilling what he was and everything he did to her. She'd been worried enough thinking about him pursuing the path of heroes. What would she think of him now? There was one thing he wanted to do. With nothing to do at the moment, it was as good a time as any. He changed into more comfortable clothes and left the motel. He hailed a cab to take him to Kamino Park, which was just in Tokyo. Kamino Park hadn't always been a park. There used to be a bunch of buildings where it was until All for One and All Might had their fight and completely destroyed the area. They'd cleared the area away and built a statue in respect to the man who had brought so much peace to Japan and the people who had died in their clash. The park wasn't much different from the first time he'd visited. Grass and tall trees. The trees had been saplings when he'd first been there, now they were taller, bigger. Maybe with a bit of assistance of a quirk or concoction from my island. There were benches, paths, and nice flower beds. The park itself looked tranquil, like here the world and all its problems could wait. Not a lot of people were there, mostly going about their business. Izuku took the time to walk through the park before eventually stopping in front of the statue, All Might's muscular figure raising a fist in the air like a champion from Legends. There were engravings in the statue he didn't bother to read. Izuku had been an idealistic dreamer when he was young. Mostly dreamer. All Might's advice to him back in his senior year of junior high had been right. Izuku wouldn't have made a good hero. How could he? Hero society wouldn't have allowed him the tools he needed for success. It had been quite the slap All Might have given him of the harsh reality of it all, but Izuku had been a dumb kid then, and he understood those words much better now. All Might still earned Izuku's respect. He had looked up to this man all his life, and still, in a way, had influenced Izuku in taking the career he'd chosen. Izuku was 26 years old now. He'd seen the best and worst the world had to offer. Compared to all that, whatever slight he felt All Might had done to him was nothing to him now. What All Might did do was help shape Izuku to who he grew to be though, and now Izuku couldn't help but think of his words as more of a gift. You were right. Izuku found himself saying to the statue. Thank you for helping me see. Hi. Excuse me. Oh, come on. The one time Izuku talks to the dead and someone is standing right behind him to hear him. He was hardly ever caught off guard by someone sneaking up on him, except that one time, but still, nobody just did that. He didn't try to mask how set off he was by it. He turned to face the speaker, a spiky red-haired, heavily muscled man. It took a moment to register that Izuku knew who this was. Kirishima Ijiro was from the Hell class of UA. The class who'd been constantly harassed by villains when All Might was a teacher at the facility for a short tenure. Ijiro had a hardening quirk that somehow doubled into a strength quirk that was the subject of much speculation after he showed it off in the second year's sports festival. Izuku had only looked into it briefly but ultimately hadn't bothered with it much. Now, what the hell was Ijiro doing here? Sorry. Ijiro stepped back at Izuku's glare. I just saw you here and I heard you talking. Is everything all right? I'm doing fine. Thank you. Izuku did a quick glance of his surroundings. Who else did he miss? Did you know him? Ajiro asked. Izuku looked back at him. Aichin? Who? All Might. Who doesn't? Not like that. Ajiro was beginning to look unsure of himself. Did you know him personally? No, Izuku said. Even if I did, what's it to you? Nothing. Just wondering if you were an old friend of his. Ajiro rubbed his neck nervously, then raised a hand to shake. I'm Kirishima Ajiro, by the way. Also, I am the pro hero, Red Riot. Izuku eyed the hand but didn't shake it. Do you normally talk to strangers like this? No, Ajiro took the hand back and shifted in discomfort. In some attempt to find common ground, he pointed at Izuku's scar. See, you got a scar too. I got one too right here. He pointed to the thin scar over one eye. How did you get yours? I think we're done here. Izuku said. He walked around Ajiro to go hail another cab back to his motel. He'd had enough of this jackass. Don't follow me, creep. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Ajiro closed the door behind him before landing face first on the floor of his apartment and groaned. Stupid. 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 Hey! Came the voice of his fiancée from the kitchen. I just mopped the FNG floor, get off it. Katsuki, please. Ajiro whined. Put me out of my misery. Bakugo Katsuki walked out of the kitchen. He was wearing an apron that depicted his hero persona, Dynamite, exploding popcorn into the air. Katsuki checked his quirk muffling gloves were nice and tight against his hands before bending down to look at Ajiro. What happened? I went to All Might's shrine in the park and made a fool of myself. Did you bug someone again? Yes. Damn it, Ajiro. Katsuki picked him up off the floor and carried him to the living room. Quit stalking the park. But he looked like he knew All Might. If he knew All Might, he would have gone to his grave, not some statue in the park. But he was talking to it. Crazy people talk to it. Katsuki dropped Ajiro on the couch. It's been 10 years, give it a rest. Katsuki. The next day, Izuku received an email from Phoenix confirming the contract. It also came with an address for the hero agency holding the files for him. The Creati agency ran by Yayuro Zumomo. It also included the agency's email, and he sent them a short message saying he'd be there by 10 a.m. A secretary responded saying they had an office ready for him. He put on the same suit he wore yesterday. It was the only nice thing he had, and first impressions mattered. He struggled with the spare tie he brought before finally just burning it. He stopped for breakfast at a ramen shop just around the corner, then hailed a cab for the agency. He'd need to work out getting a rental car at some point. Where to, sir? The driver asked as Izuku slid into the back seat. When Izuku read the address for him off his phone, the driver entered it into a very high-tech looking GPS system. Normal taxis didn't have that kind of GPS. He'd noticed it when he took the cabs last night, but hadn't thought too much about it. Whoever owned the cabs must have money to throw around. The driver hummed. That's Creati's agency. He turned to look Izuku in the eyes. Are you a die-hard fanboy? Izuku scoffed. Not in the slightest. The driver considered him for another moment. Lawyer. Is there an issue? My apologies. The driver put the car into drive and pulled back into traffic. My company gets a lot of flack for dropping of unwanted folks at hero agencies. Heroes got a lot on their plate already without dealing with their fans. Okay, but why ask if I was a lawyer? Izuku asked, a little curious. Lot of lawsuits being thrown around. The driver made a turn. Izuku noticed the map on the GPS marked a couple of streets with a red marker. The driver was avoiding those ones, keeping at least a block away from them. You been out of the country, mister? The driver asked. Been about 8 years since I was last in Japan. Really? The driver had a look of interest. How are things in the outside world? Are other countries as crazy as we are? More or less. Izuku caught sight of a mugging in an alley as they passed by. I don't really stick around that much. Oh, you a businessman? Yeah. Izuku lied. This guy sure was chatty, but informative too. I should have known. The man chuckled. What kind of company do you work for? Being a mercenary wasn't something Izuku liked to advertise. He preferred it spoke for itself when he showed up armed to the teeth ready to deal with a problem. He kept with the lie he fabricated for his mom. It wasn't the first time he used it, and it sure didn't attract her attention. Hephaestus Global Industries, Izuku said, a hero support company and weapons manufacturer in America. The driver raised both eyebrows in amazement. Oh, that's a good company. The driver took another turn. Once again it was a few blocks away from a red-marked street. From what Izuku was able to see, that road had been backed up with cars. He had his phone out now tracking their progress to Creati's agency. They were taking a longer route to get there. Izuku forced a smile, expecting they'd turn into an alley where Izuku would be dragged out of the cab and beaten beyond recognition. He kept the man talking, asking questions and answering a few more. All the while, he kept an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. Was this guy working for the HPSC? Or could it be another party that didn't want Izuku to be here? That answer came quickly when they were a few blocks away from their destination. I've been thinking about moving out of this country, the driver said. People are already leaving in droves if they can, but immigration is such a pain. I got a wife and 2 kids I can't dash. The ground shook and the driver stomped on the brakes as a building ahead of them came crashing down. Cars swerved or stopped just before the destruction. Panicked people fled as a giant, nearly as tall as the building it brought down, appeared in the dust cloud. The giant wore civilian clothing, a kind that stretched to fit their form, and a ski mask. They were clutching something in one hand, held it close to their chest as they looked about for a way to run. Just then, a normal-sized human shot up into the air and punched the villain in the temple, causing their head to rock back, and they stumbled backwards, dropping bags of looted merchandise. While that was happening, Izuku had his hand on the door handle, ready to roll out of the car and run for it. He scanned the streets, taking in variables, clear exit routes he could take to get away from the fight. He may be a mercenary, but he also had no authority outside of the Nomu case, had 0 weapons that could help in this situation, and had no desire to just charge in and die meaninglessly. His driver merely sighed tiredly and reached over to the GPS and pressed a button. On the map, the street they were on turned red. The driver picked up the mic from the radio. He examined the fight calmly and said into it, "Hey, this is Mayho, got another fight on my marker. A gigantification quirk. Heroes are on the scene but the street is blocked with debris." He paused as a voice spoke back. He glanced in the mirror. "Nah, I'm blocked in. Just divert everyone else away from here, this is going to take a while to clean." Mayho put the mic back in and looked back at Izuku. "Looks like we got to cut our drive short, sorry about that." "It's fine." Izuku pointed at the front console. "Nice setup." "Yeah, it really is." Mayho patted the GPS. "Before Kamino, we got the cheap stuff. Since then, with the increase of crime, my company decided to upgrade and get a system going. The data here tells the other taxis where villain fights are occurring if one of us happens to run into them. We also share the data with local news and police channels. We also compile all of this on a website normal folks can find to know what places to avoid for the day." "Things are really that crazy?" Izuku asked, recalling what Yuki had said yesterday about the drive to the airport. "It is. I don't know what crap they're spouting on the radio. Things here are more chaotic than they make it out to be." Mayho watched the fight for a couple more seconds. "I think this will be resolved soon. The villain's a tough one, but I think that's Phantom Thief going at him." Izuku leaned forward to get a better look. There seemed to be green vines growing around the giant now, all from the guy who seemed to have super strength before. "Is he good?" "Number 15 in the rankings. Has a copy quirk. Talented guy. I wonder why he hasn't copied the giant's quirk yet." 2 giants pummeling each other on the streets isn't exactly a good thing, Izuku said, recalling a few fights he'd witnessed himself. Giant fights always led to widespread property damage if it wasn't contained and ended quickly. Izuku rummaged in his pocket for cash. He looks to have things well in hand as is. "Here's the payment for the ride. Keep the change." "You sure you want to go out there right now?" Mayho asked, taking the cash and counting it out. "I'll be fine. I got a schedule to keep. Thanks for the ride." "That's up to you, I guess." Meiho pocketed the cash. Good luck to you. And to you. Izuku got out and closed the door. Following the map on his phone, he made a trip through an alley, crossed another road until he was sure he was clear of the fight. He would say that was the only delay in his day, but it seemed today was a very active day for the heroes. He saw 3 separate crimes concentrated in this one area, and they were happening near a hero agency and pulling these stunts in broad daylight. Villains were either extremely bold, stupid, or intelligent. Not everyone had all 3. Heroes, of course, handled each incident. But Izuku couldn't help noticing how each fight played out, and the exhausted look on the heroes' faces. It was the look of someone resigned to a dead-end job with no relief in sight. It didn't stop them from doing their job, but 4 separate villain incidents in one day in the same city. From what he was hearing, this was an almost daily occurrence. As if that wasn't enough, just a couple blocks away from Creati's agency, he spotted a crowded corner where a literal pig-faced individual with bat ears was giving a speech. Despite what was happening a fair distance away, the crowd listened attentively. Wasn't a surprise, he did see an abnormal amount of people look at the villain fights and keep going about their business, perhaps with a quickened pace, but they were desensitized. Curious still, he got closer to hear what was being said. The beast blesses all with their power. The spokesperson declared. Only the strong grasp their gifts and uses them to their potential. Of the people in this world, there are but 2. The lambs and the alphas. I ask you brothers, sisters, and others, which of them are you? Oh sheet. Izuku backed up away and pulled out his phone to text Phoenix. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Izuku, hey Phoenix. Just want to check, what's Japan's stance on the apexes? Phoenix, I wouldn't know anything except they're of the few that didn't sign the EO. Why do you ask? Izuku, I'm listening to an Apex Street sermon. They're spewing their survival of the fittest bullshit without their outright bogus doctrine. Phoenix, guess that shouldn't be a surprise. A couple of other teams have noticed something similar in the other countries who refused the EO. I'll have one of our analysts start gathering data on them. Izuku, this worries me. Japan has a history with cults, and I'm seeing cops and heroes in this crowd too. That's a lot of power if they're in the fold. Phoenix, I heard it got better years before their isolation policy came into effect. Your trainer, Donna, used to keep me informed of local affairs and had said as much. Although she did have to bug out to India when the government started seizing company assets in the country. We haven't gotten much news gets out of there for some time now. Which means they're keeping a tight lid on information as to not appear weak or incompetent to the other nations. Phoenix, also, please try not to get noticed. Last thing we need is you being hunted by fanatics with a grudge. Izuku, 10-4. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Izuku stashed his phone away and hurried through the crowd, keeping his head down and hoping he went unnoticed. Wouldn't be the first time an Apex recognized him. Minutes later, he stepped through the doors of Creati's agency. He inspected the lounge area as he walked to the front desk. The place was loaded, civilians sat in chairs waiting to report a crime or something. Looked like they all had a long wait, but props to Creati, she had the foresight to buy the comfy chairs instead of the cheap plastic sheet that can flatten but after sitting on it for 10 minutes. Heroes were in and out, going on patrol, taking witness statements, and bringing in criminals for processing. Izuku had seen agencies in other countries. Most of what he was seeing here would actually be done by the police. The heroes would just do their patrols and any cases they were needed on. Some countries or cities treated heroes like bounty hunters, private investigators, and/or extra muscle. This here he was seeing was all work that could be done by police. There were actually a couple of cops sitting in the lounge too, sitting together, clutching folders, looking miserable. Instinctively they all seemed to zero in on him as he passed, watching with attentive eyes. The lady at the counter looked up as he approached after a mother and daughter stepped aside to wait in a chair. Hello sir, what can I help you with today? I'm Izuku Midoriya, I'm the representative from Phoenix Corporation. Can I have some ID? Izuku produced his badge and his passport. Phoenix operatives had badges for wherever they were recognized. It was like a driver's license, with a symbol of a burning phoenix, Izuku's full name and picture on it. Passport was in case she didn't give a shit about the badge. She gave his ID the once-over and typed into the computer. Head to the 7th floor. Creati is waiting for you. Thank you, Izuku said, taking back his ID. He took the next elevator up. It opened on the 7th floor, revealing a much calmer atmosphere compared to downstairs. Neat cubicles were set in the middle of the open space, offices set around the outside. The heroes were easy to spot, wearing their costumes, some with their masks, some without. A few civilians in plain clothes, or perhaps those were heroes off from public duties and taking the time to sort through paperwork. He didn't understand why some would wear spandex all the time. It couldn't be that comfortable to be in, could it? Izuku reached out to a passing hero. Excuse me, where is Creati? The hero stopped and looked him up and down, highly suspicious of Izuku. Are you one of those modeling recruiters? She's made it public knowledge she isn't interested in that crap. Izuku raised a single eyebrow. No, I'm not. I'm the representative from Phoenix Corporation. I'm here to speak with her. The hero's eyes widened, then pointed down the hall. Take a left at the end, it'll be right there with her name on the door. Thank you. Izuku's eyes glanced about the room. Quite a few people had looked up when he mentioned his company. They were not the kind of looks he wanted. Something was just telling him he was going to be loving this job already. He went down the hall and found the door. It was closed, so he gave it a polite knock. A voice inside called out, "Come in." Sitting inside at her desk was Yaoyorozu Momo, aka Pro-Hero, Creati. She was an attractive woman with raven black hair trimmed just below her shoulders. She was in her hero costume. Izuku assumed that was it, since he couldn't guess who on earth was selling clothes with that many zippers. It looked a lot like her old costume from first year, but with shorts and an arm guard with a screen on it like the ones he used in the field. It was much more functional and protective. She was one of the few students who stuck around the infamous Hell class. People thought the League of Villains were the ones out for them. In actuality, with all the focus around the class, other villains thought attacking them would be a quick ride for fame. Because villainy seemed to be all about getting their name out there and how scary and powerful they were. If any member of the Hell class was present at natural catastrophe, or played a hand in stopping an armed robbery or a mob gone violent, the news would be sure to mention them out of the hundreds of heroes who'd been present. It put a bigger target on their back, all up till graduation. It had become a joke at that point, occurring so often it was hardly worth a glance. Izuku had even stopped paying attention to their class once their second year started. Creati's quirk was of much intrigue to Izuku. According to what he had gathered, she could create just about anything non-biological with her quirk. Only if she knew the atomic structure of the material she was making, and had the blueprints in mind if it was a device of sorts. He hadn't seen the latest rankings, but he estimated she, at the very least, in the top 100 heroes. If he was still a hero-worshipping fanboy, he'd be bouncing off the walls at the opportunity he'd have to speak to her. He knew a younger him would definitely be rapid-firing questions if he could. If only he still held that level of interest. What he did admire was her dedication. Momo was from a rich family with significant wealth and influence in society. In his research the night before, he found out when she was appointed the head of the Yaoyorozu family, she went on to establish several branches of her agencies in multiple cities across Japan, where she hired laid-off cops and new heroes to fill them. She was an advocate for the police to get more funding and funded rehabilitation programs for villains. She was thriving in the hero business and still managed the Yaoyorozu business as well. Izuku introduced himself. Izuku Midoriya. I'm from Phoenix Corporation. Momo nodded and gestured for him to sit in the chair across from her. Glad you could make it. I trust you had a safe trip. I wouldn't say that so much. Izuku chuckled as he sat down. Was informative, to say the least. I'm sorry to hear that. It's fine. I've seen worst, believe it or not. I suppose. Momo clasped her hand and leaned on the desk. I received the email this morning and received a letter from Senator Akio Kai with his official seal of approval. As agreed, the case files will be made available to you here. You cannot leave the building with them, so I've set up a spare office space for you on this floor. I can show you that in a minute. Is there anything you'll need from us? Sounds great so far. Izuku pondered her question for a moment. I'd like to get settled first and dive into those files. We can see how things go from there regarding their contents. Is there anything your agency is willing to provide? In regards to manpower, we are strained. A number of the agencies involved with the Nomu case were pulled away after the official word came around your company would be getting involved. Momo stated, I may be tied up at times, but if you need any materials or weapons, anything at all in regards to this case, I will make the time to get you what you need. All right. All right. If there is nothing else, I can show you your office and you can get started. The office was a decent-sized room with a desk, chair, a monitor connected to a work PC, stationery, pens, and pencils. He took a moment to examine the computer. It was probably a standard system in the agency to have. He had no doubts there were programs within it to track the user's activities online and off. If he wanted to be comfortable using it, he could hook the laptop to it and conduct a purge of the system. He'd never actually done that before. Despite how Jester said it worked perfectly, he didn't want a chance melting it, plus it wouldn't look good either way to Yaoyorozu if he just did that. The office had windows overlooking the busy streets below, and a glass partition between him and the open room with the cubicles. If he closed the door, he'd be completely sealed in. There was also a large box sitting on his desk, sealed tight with tape. Momo gestured to the windows. The glass is specially made. It acts as a sound absorber and can be switched on and off for private meetings. To demonstrate this, she pressed a button on the side and the glass became an opaque white sheen. If he hadn't known, he would have thought it was just another plain boring wall. She pressed it again and the glass became clear once more. The PC is set up for you should you need it. Guest username and password is in the top desk drawer, as is the code for Wi-Fi. This is nice. Thank you. Izuku tapped the box sitting on the desk. Are these the files? Yes, they were delivered this morning. I thought you should be the one to open it. Izuku reached into a pocket for a knife, remembered he didn't have one. There was a flash out of the corner of his eye. He saw a spot on Momo's arm shimmer, and she pulled an X-Acto knife out of her arm and handed it to him. Thanks. He took the blade and studied it, just a plain X-Acto knife. He cut the tape and opened the box, then paused. He looked back up at Momo. Is this a joke? Momo gave him a confused look. What? He reached in and pulled out a single manila folder. Only 2 pieces of paper made up its contents. When he read them, his only thought was that whoever had printed this could have saved paper by making it double-sided. What was on them obviously didn't tell him much. Momo took the file and read it, then checked the case number on the top. It's the right file, but the contents don't make sense. Someone decide to just pop in and take them? Izuku took the box and flipped it over, checking to see if it was totally sealed. But with quirks, some folks wouldn't need to cut a hole to take things out. Who had access to these? I saw them be brought it and had them put here. I kept the door locked and my staff were in clear view of it. Momo scanned the contents again. The carrier had carried it under one arm. I just thought they were strong. Where did the box come from and who has access to the files? Momo got a dark look in her eyes. It came from the HBC. It was one of their people who brought it in. Izuku sighed tiredly. Time to make some phone calls. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. This is disappointing. Phoenix stated. His holographic image flickered a little. Phoenix was sitting comfortably in his office back at the nest. The projector was built into Izuku's laptop. Phone calls were okay, but holograms made meetings like this much more personal and less daunting. It was certainly a must-have. Izuku had turned the privacy screens on and scanned the room for bugs prior to making the call. So far nothing had showed up. It is. Izuku paced around the office. The HPSC is playing games. Officially, they confiscated the files under the pretense of an emergency action. Approval has to be gained through their network, which we are not a part of. Senator Akio can't just place a call and force them to hand it over. There are procedures to be followed. Phoenix's brows furrowed. I don't recall hero commissions possessing such authority. Akio did warn us they were meddling in politics. I had no idea of the extent, But this is something else. Izuku stopped and leaned against the desk. This is more than just acquiring budgets from other departments. We may have to set some of the analysts on this to see what exactly they're doing to pull this kind of bullshit. I'll see some are assigned. Phoenix said. They pulled this little stunt without informing anyone? Only the people who mattered to them knew about it. Not even the heroes were aware. Wow. Phoenix leaned back in his chair. They should want this Nomu eradicated. Yeah. Although this pertains more to their ego than anything. Izuku recalled the events in his mind. The League of Villains hit the Hero Society hard all those years ago. Losing All Might solidified the public's lack of faith in the system. It hasn't done enough to stop what the HPSC has been doing, but it definitely influenced their actions. They think our involvement will hurt their credibility even further. Which it will. Izuku agreed. So, they are going to be petty about this every step of the way. Can we get some heroes on the case to obtain their cooperation? Might be something I can get in the works. The agency I'm stationed at, the hero in charge, Creati, has offered assistance in any way she can, bar anything that could PSS of the HPSC. But even if we worked alongside the heroes on this and gave them all the credit, the higher-ups in the government will still know the full story, and that's all because Akio is trying to prove Japan doesn't need more heroes, instead something more potent, like us. No matter how we go about it, this will hurt the HPSC politically. Always something. Phoenix sighed. Keep a record of everything that happens. These transgressions will not be dismissed. If Japan wants to hire us in the future, a strict boundary between us and the HPSC will need to be established. I'll call Akio and see what we can do in the meantime to speed things along. I think he'd like that. Izuku nodded. Meanwhile, the HPSC is sending a representative sometime tomorrow. Phoenix pet an eyebrow. Why? Because they are more unbearable in person. Izuku flexed his hand. I'm not joking, Phoenix. These people are good at provocation. Got the right tone and everything for condescending assholes. They could be trying to rile you up to cause a scene. I bet the person they send will be especially punchable. Izuku grinned at him. Don't worry, I'm good for more than muscle. Phoenix shrugged. Yeah, you are. But really, I say it wouldn't hurt if you did. Izuku laughed. Make sure you got a plane waiting for me at the airfield. Phoenix looked off to the side. Someone must have just entered his office. I've got go. Best of luck to you. And for you. Izuku reached down to his keyboard and cut the connection. He sighed and wiped a hand down his face. HPSC representative would be arriving tomorrow at the agency to talk to him. All the better, time to put the nerdy office side of him to work doing some review and research, starting with the specifics of their contract. It was the next day when the HPSC representative decided to show up. Izuku hadn't been able to do anything case-wise, but he'd gone over the contract and looked into more of Japan's internal affairs. He even asked Momo for any rulebooks and such regarding the HPSC or Hero Society in general. He spent quite a lot of time on that and listening to the news in the background, occasionally stopping and writing a name of a villain or villain group that came up multiple times. He input them all into a document he'd send back home for the analysts to look at for future analysis. If Phoenix Corp was going to be contracted for more work, there would need to be a lot of money involved, a lot more than what they were promised for bringing in Inomu. Phoenix had put a bunch of analysts on the job, like he said he would, and they compiled all their research in an email for him to view. He had just been reaching the midpoint of the document when the representative showed up near lunchtime. The representative, a pudgy man by the name of Genkei, wore a pristine white suit with a black tie. His hair was thinning out on top and he combed what he had overtopped the bald spot to cover it. He looked far too confident in himself, and looked at Izuku as if he was a piece of gum that had gotten stuck to his shoe. Izuku had the advantage of a height-adjusting chair, while Genkei was given one of the plush, solid wooden chairs brought in from the lobby. Even still, the man somehow managed to look down his nose at him. Izuku had said they'd send someone punchable, and Genkei was checking all the boxes. The Hero Public Safety Commission cannot, and will not, fulfill your request. Genkei stated in a condescending tone that just grated on Izuku's nerve. The matter of the case files you described are of the highest national security, of which you are not privy to. The Commission has stated clearly your organization is not authorized to be operating within our borders. Yes, you've said that already. Izuku clasped his hands and rested them on the desk. It helped because he did not want to crush his own real hand with his metal one. It would just be embarrassing. He was also hearing a small little beat drumming his head, so he would much rather just crush his hand otherwise. However, the Commission is not the one who decides our role here, your government does, and they have hired us and given us all the legal right to handle the issue per our contract. You are required, as an extension of the government, to release those files into my custody. Gen-K sniffed. The files cannot be released into your custody. You're a mercenary who belongs to a group of wild, unsanctioned, and unethical killers. What use could you make of the files anyway? You do not possess the knowledge capable of processing the intelligence we've gathered. Izuku kept his expression neutral. He did not know if Gen-K was making a jab at the company or him with that last remark. A quick glance at his file and they would have known he was Quirkless, which has made most people he met view him as a lesser being, making the respect he had to earn so much harder. Upside, he'd already grown up in Japan with people perceiving him in a negative way, so he had thick skin. Well, sort of thick. Izuku shook his head. Phoenix Corp possesses the best analyzers on the planet, experienced in quirk analytics and battle tactics. I myself am an analyzer, no doubt that was mentioned in my file. You did read my file, didn't you? I found it enlightening. Gen-K sniffed. One of your talents can simply go out and see the Nomo for yourself. Lots to analyze with first-hand experience. If you read my file, you wouldn't be talking such shit to my face. Izuku thought and buried the surge of anger before it reached his calm exterior. He needed to keep this civil while also not bending over and kissing Genki eyes, but yes, if there is so much to see, surely the HPSC could have concluded this problem with all the effort you are putting in. We're here to do things the right way, Gen-K. Gen-K scowled, eyes narrowing. Oh, and how would someone like you go about it? He said, you, with such disgust and vitriol. Izuku had no doubts who this a-hole was questioning. He gave Gen-K his best smile, the kind that was all teeth and didn't reach his eyes. In his mind he was pulling up all the information given to him hours prior and picking out all the nasty details. If someone wanted to come after him, they shouldn't give him time to prepare. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Jiru Kyoka flinched in her seat and pulled her ear jack out of the wall. The length of flesh-covered wire connected to her earlobe retreated and wrapped around her finger so she could nervously fidget with it. If one could come to blows in a conversation, those two would definitely be going at it tooth and nail. She had a flash image of either one hopping over the desk separating them and trying to rip each other's throats out. It had been peaceful talks, then escalated to insults and demeaning comments. She was just thankful the glass partition prevented the rest of the office from hearing it, even though she could just plug her ear jack into the wall and listen anyway. Kyoka sat in the break room with Momo and one of her coworkers, Shinso Hitoshi, who had an empty mug and was leaning back in a soft, comfy chair. He just drank half a pot of coffee and was already dozing off. He'd obviously had a long night with something involving a fire, yet he hadn't changed out of his hero costume, which was just a pair of comfy black pajamas, and was staining the seat with soot. The stains would come out easy. Momo hired excellent cleaners. Kyoka had tried to give Hitoshi a sleeping bag like the one their teacher used, except purple, but he'd outright refused the gift. Momo was pacing nervously in the break room. She'd come out of her office to be with them, yet also to keep an eye on Izuku. HPSC visits were always nerve-wracking, and rightfully so. These people had the powers to shut down agencies and revoke license at their leisure. Momo was the brightest, smartest person Kyoka knew. She was also a capable fighter, so it set her off to no end seeing Momo get worked up over the white-collar stiffs who enjoyed putting the hard-working folks like them out of business, just because their feelings got hurt. Momo was so nervous, she had asked Kyoka to listen in just to make things were going all right. Momo bit her thumb, glancing at Kyoka when she pulled her earplug out of the wall. Is everything all right in there? Kyoka pursed her lips. Take a look. Momo stepped out for a second to glance towards the office. Izuku hadn't turned on the privacy screen, so they could see clearly into his office if they left the break room. She returned a moment later, looking even more stressed. Oh dear lord. Hitoshi cracked an eye open. Who looks like they're winning? Momo grabbed a mug and one of the herbal tea blends, soothing for the nerves. Izuku. Genkei is out of his chair. I think he might be yelling. Kyoka nodded. Yeah, they're having it out. Hitoshi smiled. I like him already. We should get him on the payroll. As what? Is there an official job title for pissing off bureaucrats? Momo shook her head. Like making the HPSC mad is what we need. The door to Izuku's office opened and Kyoka peeked out. Everyone in the office was watching a red-faced Genkei storm out of the door and head straight for the elevator. A minute after he left, Izuku walked into the break room, looking drained but more emotionally held together than Genkei. He went straight for the coffee maker. How did it go? Momo asked him, as if she didn't know he'd been in a yelling match for a good while. Wish it was good. They're still withholding the files. Izuku grabbed one of the spare mugs sitting in the cupboard and leaned against the counter as he poured. This has been nothing more than a waste of time. Yaoyorozu, I need a list of all the heroes involved with the case and a way to contact them. At this rate, it'll be quicker to interview each of them and get the details directly. The HPSC hasn't locked them all away somewhere, have they? No, Momo said. Except they all have signed NDAs. Doesn't matter. Izuku waved that away as he took a sip of plain black coffee. Japan's government has given Phoenix Corp jurisdiction of the case. The HPSC can play games with holding those files, but that's as far as they can go to deny us information. You can talk with our secretaries, they can get you a list of names. Momo thought about it, sipping from her own mug. You'll likely need to set up appointments. All those heroes are going to be busy and all, though I think a few won't like being interrogated. It's not interrogation, just another debrief. Izuku gave her a concerned look. Do you expect me to go around knocking heads till I get the answers I want? No. Right, way too inefficient. He chuckled. When no one else laughed, he clarified. It's a joke. Izuku went to sip from his mug again, but stopped, eyes locking on a spot behind Kyoka. She was sitting in her chair again and looked back to see the small hole in the wall she had made with her earjack. She looked back at Izuku to see him scrutinizing her. I take it you heard most of that. Izuku said, his smile was gone. The guilty look she wore was answer enough. He gave her a disapproving look, but just seemed to accept it, or didn't care enough to bother pursuing it. He did look at Momo and say, soundproof, huh? Momo fumbled to say something. Izuku had already decided to move on, gesturing to Shinso with his mug. Who's he? Shinso, he's one of the heroes employed here. Hitoshi had gone back too. Trying to nap, but he gave a two-finger wave to the mercenary. Sup? Is he on the case? Izuku asked. Nope. Hitoshi answered before anyone else. I have absolutely no idea what any of you are talking about. Izuku nodded, taking another sip from his mug. I got to go see about some interviews. Talk to you all later. Sure. Momo said, and Izuku left the room. There was a long, awkward pause following his absence. Then Hitoshi said, a menacing grin, akin to Aizawa-sensei's, I really like him. Ijiro snuck down the alley with practiced ease, moving under the dim light of a full moon to guide his path. Behind him was Tetsu, his brother from another mother with the ability to shift into steel like Ijiro shifted into rock. Behind Tetsu was Katsuki bringing up the rear. The two shifters had the best defense, and were used to taking point. Ijiro and Katsuki, funnily enough, were the quietest ones in this group. Since no other teacher had wanted to put up the hell class, Aizawa Shota had been stuck with them for the full 3 years of their attendance. Just about everyone in their class had picked up on his stealthy ways. Tetsu was from the Class B, their sister heroics class, and he wasn't really much for stealth. An underground agent had come to the authorities with intel on a trigger supply. They showed up with an invoice of their stock and a list of names. Powerful villains were guarding the place, and they had a lot of people, so the 3 of them and a few other heroes were called in to do a night raid. The plan was simple. Ijiro and Tetsu would sneak around the back with their big gun, aka Katsuki, break down a wall and cause a huge diversion, completely blindsiding the villains. Ijiro could easily break down the walls with all for one, and Katsuki would get to try a new trick using Ijiro and Tetsu as cover. Bakugo didn't have a lot of room to maneuver anyway, since the location was a popular bar of sorts. Katsuki could unleash his quirk from one of his gauntlets fully stored with his explosive sweat and bring it all down, but they wanted to interrogate prisoners and that wouldn't get them any. When Tetsu heard it was a bar they were raiding, he cracked a joke to Katsuki about it being old times. Katsuki in turn told him to shove it where the sun doesn't shine. Things did not go as planned. Before they were in position, a group from the bar walked out and made a detour into the alley the three heroes were hiding. They were all dressed up similarly, meaning they belonged in the same gang, laughing and making jabs at each other. Then they saw the heroes trying to stick to the shadows and froze. Faces slackened to shock, then they all moved, bracing themselves to attack. The heroes reacted faster. Ijiro's skin blazed with black lightning as he moved to cross the gap between them, delivering a punch to the first goon before they had a chance to react. Katsuki also moved. He didn't use his explosions. There was still hope they could salvage the mission as a stealth op. Instead, his skin glowed with orange. His trait from One for All Ijiro had accidentally passed on. Tetsu was a few seconds slower reaching the group, but was happy to be involved. The first guy Ijiro struck took the hit, only sliding back a foot before reciprocating with a kick to Ijiro's leg. That shouldn't have been possible. He had practiced with One for All so much, he could deliver a single punch when needed to end a fight quickly. The goon he'd punched just stuck his tongue out at him, revealing it was tinted purple. That would explain it. Ijiro smiled and then hit him with twice the force, sending them skidding across the pavement into a dumpster. They groaned, but were back on their feet in a second. They fought for a time. Ijiro and Katsuki were more than holding their own against the drugged-up villains. Tetsu wound up facing off against a villain twice his size, with thorned knuckles and super strength. With the boost, Tetsu didn't even compare. Ijiro looked in time to see his friend and rival get knocked to the ground before an absolutely body-breaking punch caved in the metal skin of Tetsu's guts. There was only a second pause on Ijiro's part before he went to help his friend. Tetsu, for his part, didn't just roll over and die. Instead, he punched the villain in the pelvis, buying a moment for Ijiro to fly in swinging, dispatching the villain and making sure they stayed down for the count. As the fighting died down, they heard the noise of a fight inside the bar. The rest of the team had kept with the schedule, and seeing how Ijiro's team had been exposed, they rushed in to catch the rest of the bar on guard before a suitable defense could be made. Ijiro would get back to that in a moment. Tetsu was still alive, if barely. Ijiro reached up to his earpiece as he knelt beside his friend and assessed his wounds. "We need a medic." North side of the building, real steel been hit hard. Katsuki was beside them in a second. He also saw the state of Tetsu and cursed, "Extra, you better not die." Tetsu groaned from the pain. "Don't call me that, jackass." "Tetsu," Ijiro said, "I need you to keep your quirk active, only thing keeping your guts it, understand? I'm going to carry you to the medics." "No problem." Tetsu choked out a laugh. "I'm better at staying hard than you are." In better circumstances, Ijiro would have laughed at the jab. But right now his friend needed help. He wondered how the hell he could move Tetsu in his condition. Really, he shouldn't, but if the ambulance got him to the hospital in time where he could be stabilized until Eri got to him, then there wouldn't be anything to worry about. He picked up Tetsu bridal style and ran towards the medic, putting everything into One for All to help him get there quickly as possible. For some reason, it felt like Ijiro was running through water trying to reach the street. He saw the ambulance just waiting there for them. How had they gotten there so fast? Eri was there too, beckoning him to hurry. She hadn't been at the raid. But that didn't matter, his friend was dying. He sped up even faster to get Tetsu to her. But even the alley stretched onwards, he ran like he was moving through molasses, and Eri just kept getting farther and farther away. "You should have killed me." Ijiro stopped and looked down at his dying friend. His lively eyes weren't so lively anymore, only hollow and dead. "You should have killed me." Tetsu repeated. Why did you hand me over to them? I thought we were friends. What are you dash? Ijiro started to say, but Tetsu cut him off. You should have killed me. Tetsu screamed. I was in pain, I was suffering, the least you could have done was put me out of my goddamn misery. Then you had to hand me off to them, off all people. They tortured me. As he screamed, Tetsu's face dissolved, the top of his head opening to reveal the pink flesh of his brain, his eyes glowing as if burning with hate. His arms flattened into giant knives and the blades swung, cutting through Ijiro's skin as if it were butter. The other stabbed down into his collarbone and Tetsu rose up, pressing his face into Ijiro's. The blood gushed out in buckets, painting the world around him. Why did you do this to me? Tetsu's voice was distorted, inhuman. Why did you let me become one of them? Ijiro shot up from his bed, gasping for air. The lights in his apartment were on and Katsuki was there, holding him down, his body glowing and sparking orange from One for All. Fear and worry was etched in his fiancée's face. Ijiro didn't realize he'd gone fully active with One for All. His rock-hard skin was shredding the bed as he struggled beneath Katsuki's hold. It's just a dream. It's just a dream, Ijiro. Katsuki said. You're safe here. You're safe. Ijiro stopped struggling. He breathed heavily, staring at the ceiling. Then he relaxed and his skin returned to normal. Tears flooded his eyes and he brought his hands to his face. Katsuki picked him up and held him close as Ijiro wept. Why did it have to be him? Ijiro gasped between sobs. Why did it have to be him? I know. Katsuki hugged him tighter. We'll get the BSTRDS for it. We'll get them. Nothing quite fills one with dread as starting the day questioning a couple of heroes. Izuku respected their roles and all, but professionalism was a hard thing to ask at times. Each hero had their own quirks, the non-powered sort, that set them apart from the others and earned them their adoring fans. Izuku was prepared for a conflict of personalities, self-entitlement, and piety. Not to even mention how they'd feel about him once they learn he's a mercenary tasked with doing their job. He hoped a topic of his quirk, or lack thereof, wasn't ever brought up. It might just throw gasoline on the fire. He did thank Momo for her secretaries a great deal because of this. Izuku had talked to them the previous day after Momo had told them what he needed. The task of making the calls had been left to them, since they'd be more empathetic towards the heroes and the heroes would find them easier to listen to. Izuku hadn't ever thought he could be described as gruff or insensitive, but the secretaries had confirmed his manner left something to be desired. Not sure if he should be offended by that, but he agreed to it, mostly since he wasn't sure he had enough patience left in the tank after the little chat with Gen-K. He did call Maya afterwards before turning in for the day, fretting a little about going overboard or something with the argument, but she assured him he'd handled it just fine. As a way to start the day in the most relaxed way he could, he found an American-inspired diner to treat himself early for the likely headaches just waiting for him at the agency. He hadn't grown up eating American-type foods. Once he joined Phoenix Corp and experiencing the mix of cultures that was its workforce, he was quick to convert. Especially after experiencing the beautiful wonder that was bacon for the first time. He ordered that porky goodness at the diner along with pancakes, sunny-side eggs, and a large cup of coffee. The portions were right too. Seeing the nice crisp bacon reminded Izuku of one of his old teammates from Dragon, Malcolm, who was a cop from Toronto. Malcolm had tried getting Izuku to try Canadian bacon and had offered to cook him some to try. Izuku had thought that meant bacon covered in maple syrup. It wasn't. Canadian bacon was just depressingly dry slabs of ham fried on a pan. Izuku had made a comment to Malcolm after tasting it, saying Canadians are just like their bacon, sound nice, but are real BSTRDS once you get to know them. Izuku had meant it as a playful jab. The following argument and HR meeting said otherwise. Are you a hero? Someone suddenly said. Izuku was shocked out of his thoughts by the question. He looked over at the small child standing beside his table. The little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, stared up at him with ponderous eyes that sparkled. No, seriously, they actually sparkled. Izuku could see tiny little star shapes swirling their eyes. That was DMN cool quirk right there. Izuku swallowed. Oh shit, he didn't chew the bacon enough. It went down his throat like a pack of razor blades. He coughed and grabbed the coffee. Nature's glorious life-giving elixir helped wash the food down his throat smoother, not completely removing the scratching sensations, but lessening it to a manageable degree. He wasn't going to scream bloody murder in front of a child. The torturous hour he experienced was just a couple of seconds. The kid still stood there, watching the strange man choke on his food. "Sorry, mister." The kid bowed once and repeated his question. "Are you a hero?" Izuku wondered why the hell the kid thought he would be one. Regardless, the answer was simple. "No." "Really?" The kid's enthusiasm didn't falter, only increased, and now there were fireworks going off in his eyes. "Are you a policeman? You got a scar on your face. My dad has one too, and he's a policeman. Do you work with my dad?" Izuku scratched his scarred cheek. "No." "Oh." The fireworks display died and now the kid looked sad. Should Izuku say something? To be honest, he wasn't great with kids. The only times he ever met a kid was only when it was work-related, and they were not up for chatting. No, what those kids really needed was someone a little cheerier than Izuku and a very good therapist. Thankfully Ivan was great with kids. He'd handled the sobbing messes when they saved them from the Red Hand and other dislikable people. Ivan mentioned having younger siblings at one point and knew how to take care of them. So, did Izuku really need to do anything here? He could just go back to eating breakfast and mentally prepare for the day. Kid could go back to his table and leave him alone. No harm done. He took in the kid's sadness again and sighed. "Fine. I'm kind of a policeman." Izuku said. "I travel the world catching villains in other countries." "Really?" The kid lit up again and the fireworks returned. "Can I have your autograph?" Izuku considered for one sadistic moment to just say, no. However, he dug his grave and he was going to lay in it. "Sure, kid." The kid whipped out a notebook and Izuku had a moment of whiplash, because where the hell did that come from? The kid hadn't been holding a notebook a second ago, nor had a backpack to hold it, and now he was holding a pen out to Izuku. After a moment of flipping pages, the kid handed him the notebook, eyes widening even more as he took in the prosthetics gray coating as Izuku took the notebook. On the page was a very detailed sketch of Izuku eating breakfast in the diner. He was staring out the window with a bitter face. The I got to go deal with asshole's face. Maya had been meaning to show him a picture of it just to show him what she was talking about. He looked unapproachable, downright hostile, actually. Izuku signed with his call sign on the bottom corner. He studied the drawing some more, tilting the notebook a bit here and there. Was the drawing moving or was that his imagination? Shrugging to himself and deciding it didn't matter, Izuku handed back the notebook. "That's a nice drawing you made." "Thank you." The kid nodded his head energetically. "Did you know it's you?" "Yeah, it looks like me. That's impressive. How long did it take you to make that?" Izuku checked his watch. He'd been in the diner for 15, maybe 20 minutes now. That was fast, especially with how young the kid looked. Must be his quirk. "I drew it last night." "That's cool. Wait, what?" The kid got very silent then. His eyes stared into Izuku's. The stars and fireworks vanished and the eyes became empty and endless, and they seemed to suck him in. Izuku saw images, bits of memory. A flash of steel, a checkpoint in Kofiki where he got shot in the back, the time he helped pull a child out of a slaver's pit South American, and more. There were images he didn't recognize and were far more confusing to understand. Izuku felt like his entire life had flashed before his eyes, and he was left shaking worse than those meetings with Six Eye. What had just happened? The kid spoke and the words seemed to sink into him like ice. "Thanks for killing the mama, Data. She was scary." The F-. Izuku couldn't help but say. His voice trembled with the assault of emotions he was feeling. His body shook uncontrollably. He felt like if someone touched him right then he'd crumble into dust. He felt exposed, vulnerable, and somehow, worst of all, he felt seen. Like the eye of something awful he should avoid at all costs had just looked down on him and took notice of his existence for the very first time. "Sana." A woman, presumably the boy's mother, came over and picked up her son. She turned to Izuku. "I'm so sorry, sir. I hope he wasn't bothering you." "It's all right." Izuku smiled, trying very hard to stop the shaking. She apologized again and hurried out the diner. Her son waved over her shoulder. "Goodbye, Mr. Data." Unsure of what to do, he waved back. When the diner door closed, all the tension left his body. He stared down at his breakfast. It no longer seemed appetizing, but he ate it regardless. Day was just starting and already had faced a quirk that was certainly something. This was already going to be a long day, wasn't it? He did his best to forget what had just happened, or at the very least shove it into the corner of his mind for later. He had work he needed to get to, intel to gather, and a mission to complete. He walked into Creati's agency an hour later, feeling much more composed and in mental control. The secretary handed him a schedule with a list of names and told him 2 heroes would be coming in soon to answer his questions. Looks like he'd get to talk with Red Riot. Great. Just when he thought he'd never run into him again. And Dynamite. Who the hell is Dynamite? Katsuki was in a foul mood and he dealt with it by punishing the punching bag in his private gym. The gym was attached to his agency, no, his and Ijiro's agency. They had decided to combine their agencies together after they'd been working together, way before they actually started dating. It was currently dubbed the Dynamite and Red Riot Agency, awaiting a name change that matched both their themes. The fans seemed love calling it the Pop Rock Agency. Ijiro thought it was brilliant. Katsuki tried very hard to stop it from sticking. Sadly, however, just like Hanta's and Minoru's duo name, it was going to stick. Katsuki growled at the memory and he felt a muted explosion in his gloves. He stopped, took some calming breaths, then went back to it. When he picked out the building for the agency, he also bought the smaller building next to it and renovated it into a gym. He hired a construction company who specialized in reinforcing structures to withstand quirk abuse, so he was free to use his quirk here as much as he'd liked, but he didn't trust himself anymore to test that. Still, it was a great place to train and let out some stress. He and Ijiro had just gotten a call that morning to head over to Creati's agency and talk to some twit about the Nomu in Aokigahara Forest. The particular memory brought about a new wave of anger. The next time he hit the bag, sparks of One for All flashed in his vision and the bag disappeared in a vapor cloud. There was an explosion too that shook the building. Katsuki stared up at the ceiling, waiting for it to just decide and collapse. It still held itself together, just like it had previously. That contractor deserved some major tips. Katsuki looked down at his gloves. Unlike the building, they were good as gone. Damn it. He ripped the pitiful remains off and paced in the gym, taking deep breaths, trying to calm himself. This had been an issue ever since Ijiro had given him One for All. His quirk, his native quirk, allowed him to create explosions from the sweat he excreted from his palms and the sparks in his fingertips. He had mastered this quirk through training and experience. But then One for All happened and now he had super strength that could break his bones if he used too much of that power, and it frequently came into play with his emotions if he got upset and angry. But that just couldn't be it. No, never be that simple. To top it off, One for All boosted his native quirk, so his explosions more potent by a factor of 10. Something he now had to learn to regulate again, relearn his quirk, everything, start from the beginning and learn anew. He hadn't even seen the limit of he could do with One for All and his explosion quirk. He could feel there was more just waiting for him to explore, but it could very well mean his death or dismemberment should he ever attempt it. It was infuriating to say the least. Katsuki stopped and leaned his head back, bringing his anger under control. He let out a tired sigh. Why can't I get rid of this? No answer came. Instead, a pair of boxing gloves hit him in the side of the head. He looked over at the Ijiro, who'd been the one to toss them at him. His fiancée was glum this morning. The nightmare had really shaken him. He was in gym attire, sitting on a bench and staring down at grip tester in his hands. Today, Ijiro had been measuring the state of his strength. It had been in a steady decline for a while now since One for All was given to Katsuki. Quirk troubles? Ijiro asked. Yeah. Katsuki picked the gloves up off the ground. I'm about done for the day anyway. That's good. Katsuki walked over to the bench beside Ijiro. He discarded the boxing gloves and put on his quirk gloves. He had to have a specialty brand of gloves to wear now, to absorb his sweat and dampen his quirk when it went out of control. For the record, he had great quirk control before, Now it was like someone turned it to 100 and it reacted quicker than before. The gloves were maze-making and they didn't last long. That's why there was a box of them sitting in the corner of his office, his home, and in the trunk of his car. Katsuki picked up a bottle of water and drank, watching Ijiro going back to contemplating the scales. What's that say? Less than last time. Ijiro ran a hand through his red hair, his black roots stuck out. Ijiro had talked about whether or not he'd re-dye it. How's your control? Terrible, obviously. Katsuki put the bottle in his gym bag. Ijiro had been the 9th user of the quirk before it was mistakenly passed to Katsuki. It took a while to figure out it had even happened. Katsuki tried to give it back, went through all the steps with Ijiro on how to do it, even gave verbal and mental permission to Ijiro, since that is what the quirk needed to pass on, but the stupid thing wouldn't leave. All Might had been the user before Ijiro, and he'd given him the quirk after the first semester exams in their first year. All Might had died shortly after at Kamino. So, Ijiro got by learning as much as he could with All Might's old colleagues. What they couldn't tell him, Ijiro had figured out on his own through trial and error. Katsuki was annoyed because there should have been more to leave with Ijiro than a quirk and a handful of advice. There should have been a book, maybe instructions, or a forum page for him to look at to understand what was happening. Katsuki asked, "Do you really feel up for this morning's meeting?" "Have to." Ijiro put the grip tester away and started packing up his own stuff. Yairoses saying the commission's giving this guy a hard time. He really needs those files and they aren't giving them up. That's stupid. Katsuki rolled his eyes. What isn't these days? Ijiro said, really hope this guy they brought in can do something. Perhaps they have a power that can deal with it. You and I are two of the strongest beings on the planet. If the two of us can't handle it, who is this guy supposed to be then? Maybe it's not power, but just the right kind to do the job. Apparently, he's from a mercenary company that specializes in these sorts of things. Ijiro pondered. Plus, it's just you now who's more powerful. Hell I am. I can't even use a fraction of one for all without breaking my body, not much good if I kill myself trying to use it. You'll get there someday. Ijiro assured him, a crack of a smile forming. Just got to get buffer, Kats. Be my big manly man. Katsuki chuckled. I'm more man than you can handle. Sure you are. Ijiro smiled fully this time and stood up. I'm going to shower. Do you think we can still catch breakfast before the meeting? Should be. Katsuki checked his watch, mentally calculating the commute to Creati's agency. Traffic's been bad lately with villain activity. If we don't run into any, we could be at the meeting in time. I just hope whoever this mercenary is, they're worth all this hassle bringing in. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. They arrived at the agency a little over 10 minutes past their appointment. Traffic had been horrible as always. Ijiro had driven since Katsuki was often subjected to the affects of road rage, and they just bought a new car. Well, it was newish from a used car dealer. They could get around the city just fine with their powers, but they needed something for groceries and errands, and even though their hero licenses let them use their powers in public, the HPSC had been getting rather strict lately on what was just cause for use, all because a few heroes abused their privileges. Katsuki would have been fine jumping rooftop to rooftop with Ijiro, but being late for an appointment didn't classify as an emergency. When they arrived, one of the secretaries escorted them up an elevator to the office where this mercenary guy was waiting to talk to them. Katsuki had to admit Momo's agency was much nicer than theirs. Maybe he and Ijiro should invest in more furniture. Not like they were lacking money, just the time to do it. The secretary stopped at an office door and knocked. Katsuki tried to get a peek inside, but the glass partition was in privacy mode. The secretary pressed a button on the side. Sir, Red Riot and Dynamite are here to see you. There was a pause before the speaker came through. Sure. Want me to come down and get them? Katsuki frowned. That voice sounded familiar. The secretary tried the door but found it locked. They sighed. We're right outside your door. Oh, 1 second, I need to wrap up this other phone call here. They'll be waiting outside. They nodded to the heroes and went back downstairs. A minute later, the privacy screen was deactivated and the door opened, revealing a man. He was tall, strongly built, with green curly hair and toxic green eyes. He had freckles and a massive scar going from the right corner of his lips to his half-ruined ear. He wore a dark gray two-button shirt which fit him well, accentuating the muscles underneath. The sleeves were rolled up, allowing the heroes to see the man's left arm was replaced with an advanced prosthetic. The mercenary and Katsuki's eyes met the moment they were in view of each other, both stiffened, eyes widening. Katsuki's jaw dropped. Deku. Izuku wondered who he had offended in life. What god or being of power did he make hate him so much to put him in this situation? Or maybe Barnes placed another bet, somehow leading to see Bakugo FNG Katsuki standing right there in front of him. Of all the FING people Izuku expected to see in this god-awful country, Katsuki wasn't even on the DMN list. He never considered him because even thinking of this a-hole was more than he deserved. If Izuku had a list of people he hated, Katsuki would be on the very bottom, just to spite the egotistical little sheet. He had been so spiteful, he had actually forgotten, for a blissful PRD of his life, that Katsuki even existed. But oh, does the universe just love FING with him? Izuku racked his mind, trying to figure out why Katsuki was even here in the first place. He was supposed to meet Red Riot and Dynamite. Red Riot was here, so Katsuki is Dynamite. Of FING course, he was. Izuku wanted to facepalm so hard for not connecting the dots sooner. But Dynamite of all names? And Katsuki had called Izuku a nerd all through grade school. What if a-hole? No, Izuku thought, maybe this is fine. Maybe Bakugo doesn't even remember me. It was a possibility. Neither Izuku or Katsuki had seen each other since middle school, except on Izuku's part when Katsuki's face got plastered on every screen in Japan after getting kidnapped prior to the Kamino incident, and the only time Izuku had ever recalled Katsuki was the first time he'd gotten drunk at the nest. It was after he was assigned to Dragon Team, he and Ivan had gotten drunk. Izuku was the one who got drunk. Ivan could hold his liquor far better than he did to recall that night's events. Izuku hadn't remembered anything at all till Ivan asked him who, Kakin, was the next morning, to which Izuku told him never to bring that name up again. He had wished dearly afterwards he'd drunk himself to death, and that is why he avoided getting that drunk ever again. Also, Katsuki had a little posse with him in middle school, and he didn't bother knowing any of their names. So, very probable Izuku was a distant memory in his mind. Deku. Katsuki gaped at him. Maybe Izuku should step outside and punch that apex street preacher down at the corner. He'd much rather be stabbed to death by a vengeful cult than deal with Katsuki. Honestly, it would brighten up his day. He lurched from that thought when Ijiro waved a hand in front of his face. Izuku hadn't realized he was glaring daggers at Katsuki after he said that stupid nickname. Katsuki was blinking rapidly now, as if struggling to process what was going on. Hey, it's great to see you again, I think. Small world. Ijiro looked nervous, while also eyeing Katsuki, unsure of what was happening there. Ijiro rubbed his neck nervously. Sorry about the other day, I didn't mean to make an butt of myself. Are you the mercenary wanting to talk about that case? I am. Izuku stepped back and gestured for them to walk in. Come in and take a seat quickly. Ijiro grabbed Katsuki's hand and led him inside. Izuku didn't want to, but he had to close the door and turn on the privacy screen. Not everyone in the building was privy to the Nomu case. He did not, however, take his eyes off Katsuki as he stepped over to his desk, putting it between him and the possible bomb waiting to explode. The blinking had stopped, but now Katsuki was shaking like he might explode, which could be literally in his case. Do we need to defuse him? Izuku asked Ijiro. I don't know. Ijiro shook Katsuki. Kat? Hey, are you okay? Deku. Katsuki said again, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. You're Deku? My name is Izuku. Izuku folded his arms. I have to ask Dash. Katsuki was suddenly up. He reached across and grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt and pulled him closer. Izuku reacted by grabbing Katsuki's hand by the wrist and squeezing tight, and that was pretty much it. The speed at which Katsuki had moved was shocking, and Izuku wasn't sure if it was a trick of the light, but his skin seemed to be glowing somewhat. Whatever the case, the fucker moved fast. Izuku was ready to break Katsuki's wrist if he heard so much as a firecracker go off. Izuku did notice Katsuki's hands were gloved. They were pretty snazzy looking, probably quirk nullifying gear. Izuku could never recall Katsuki needing to wear them before. Ijiro stood up as well, grabbing Katsuki and trying to pull him back. He seemed pretty DMN shocked. Katsuki, what are you doing? Here we go again, Izuku thought bitterly. I have to ask you to calm down, Bakugo. Izuku growled. You are a hero sworn to protect the public, are you not? Conduct yourself appropriately in a manner befitting your role. Don't give me effing orders, Deku. Katsuki snapped. Where the hell have you been? That doesn't matter. Let go of me. When Katsuki didn't do anything, Ijiro said, Katsuki, let go of him please. I don't understand what's going on, but you need to calm down. Izuku heard the subtle sizzle and a build up of heat from Katsuki's grip, bits of smoke curled out between his fingertips. Izuku readied himself to break his hand. He had to time it right, or else Katsuki could claim he struck first. Izuku had no idea who Ijiro would speak for if questions were asked. How fast would the heroes outside act if a fight broke out? Would they even do anything? They hadn't treated Izuku with any hostility yet, but that also didn't make them dependable if one of their own suddenly had beef with him. No, wait, the room is soundproof and he turned on the privacy screen. A murder could and possibly will happen in here and none of them would know. Shit. Was there a panic button somewhere in here? There should be. He'd really need the interference because the drumming was getting louder in his ears, begging him to just break this asshole's bones and make him drown in blood. This is Midoriya Izuku, Ijiro, Bakugo said. He's Aunt Inko's son. Ijiro's eyes widened. Izuku had no idea what was going on, but he had enough. He applied more pressure on his grip and Katsuki's loosened, with the hero wincing and grunting in pain. Before he could do anything, Izuku used his thumb to bend the hand down and towards Katsuki. Should he desire, Katsuki could eat his own explosion. The other hand was clenched tight, but Ijiro was at least holding that. Katsuki would be slow, and Izuku might have a chance if Katsuki was set on having this fight. Thankfully Ijiro was the sensible one. He had enough at this point and helped wrangle Katsuki in, grabbing his arms and pulling him off Izuku and away from the desk. The hardening hero put himself in the middle of them, back to Izuku. Ijiro! What dash? Katsuki started to say, but quickly went quiet. The mercenary couldn't see what happened then, but Katsuki immediately lost the wind in his sails. The anger disappeared and now he looked more like a kicked puppy than a flight risk. Izuku had no idea Katsuki was capable of being humbled like that, nor that there was anyone who could do it. Ijiro hadn't even said a word. Whatever his expression was, it was message enough. Izuku wanted to applaud. Ijiro had done what the Bakugo family couldn't. Ijiro turned around, giving Izuku an apologetic look. I'm sorry about the shirt, we'll pay for it. Confused, Izuku looked down to see holes burned into his shirt. Oh, goddammit. This was his favorite shirt, and worse, it had been a gift from Maya. It was something she bought him while they were on a date in Paris. The material had been spun from a silkworm, its smooth soft fabric enhanced by a quirk. The shirt was more stretchable and durable than any other shirt he owned. It was the softest one too. They were very expensive, but the comfort was so worth it. 3 things went through Izuku's mind just then. One was to break Katsuki's hands and make him eat them, and to hell with the consequences. The other was not to give the smug BSRD the satisfaction of a fight, and the last and most saner thought was a reminder he was in an office on a mission, and acting hostile would soil any business relationship between Japan and Phoenix. He so dearly just wanted to tell everything to go F itself and make Katsuki pay for the DMN shirt. Izuku took a very deep breath and gestured to the chairs. Thank you, Red Riot. Have a seat and let's get on with the meeting, shall we? The 2 heroes took their seats on the other side of Izuku's desk. The mercenary took out a recorder, a notebook, and the frequency jammer. He had forgotten to turn it on when he was talking with Gen-K yesterday, and now that he knew Earphone Jack was around, nothing was going to be kept secret in this room. The jammer would at least irritate her hearing should she attempt to listen in, not on the frequency like in Russia where it would hurt. Izuku pressed the record button. This is Captain Izuku Midoriya, Debriefing Kirishima Ijiro, also known as Red Riot, and Bakugo Katsuki, also known as Dynamite. This recording is for case number 1-9-3-4-6, regarding the Nomu in Aokigahara Forest. He pointedly looked at Ijiro and Katsuki. Reason you two are here today is because I need a complete recount of everything that happened in Aokigahara Forest. Everything? Ijiro asked. Like you really need everything we can recall from our reports? Everything. Izuku reached over and picked up the folder delivered to him from the HPSC and handed it to Ijiro. The commission refuses to release the files into my custody. Tell me, is this what you had put in your report? Katsuki, now appearing much calmer, looked over and read the 2 pages held within. He scowled. Could have saved paper making it double-sided. So, you can confirm this is not the entirety of the files for this case? Izuku asked. There should be boxes of it. Ijiro agreed. There were several heroes, each one was grilled thoroughly about our encounter. There should be loads of files to read through. Izuku nodded. Phoenix Corp has permission from the government to carry out this assignment. Whatever non-disclosure agreements you have signed, they are void when you are talking to me. Understood? Leave out no detail, no matter how small or insignificant. Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose. So, the HPSC decides it doesn't want to give you the case files, and your solution was to interview everyone instead of waiting for the files to be delivered? The HPSC is digging in their heels. Going through their proper channels will take a lot of time, accounting for the fact they blatantly refuse to recognize us as an authoritative entity, and refusing word from government officials. Izuku stated, it was, unfortunately, deemed if they could not give us the files, the fastest course of action was to get the statements from all the pro-heroes involved. Now, Izuku held up a pen, ready to take notes. Tell me what happened when you faced the creature. It's a Nomu? Katsuki asked. He stood in the observation post established a kilometer away from Aokigahara Forest's boundary. He and 30 other heroes had been called in hours before, all in costume and awaiting the HPSC agent to finish briefing them on what they were doing. Katsuki counted at least 20 heroes, all metahumans of considerable talents and abilities. What the HPSC agent was saying is true, then this must be one nasty Nomu. The agent stood beside the holographic projector. Their skin was as if someone had taken a picture of the midnight sky and pasted it to their body. The freckles on their body represented stars and even twinkled. Katsuki was fairly sure the mutation showed the Milky Way galaxy or a galaxy of sorts. Despite it being so late in the day, the agent wore sunglasses. They hadn't bothered to introduce themselves by name, typical of the HPSC members. Katsuki didn't even bother with a nickname. HPSC agents weren't worth the trouble as they just acted like NPCs with quests. They were basically extras to him. Yes, Dynamite. The agent said, a Nomu, and a particularly nasty one at that. The agent tapped a small remote in his hand and the hologram switched to a blurry picture. Bakugo could make out limbs of a sort, and eyes that glowed from the camera flash, or were always glowing. That didn't tell him a lot about the Nomu itself, but he got the impression it was massive. Ijiro sat beside Katsuki. He frowned at the image. At the mention of the Nomu, he had reached down and squeezed Katsuki's hand. The Hell class had seen the Anti-All Might Nomu at the USJ in their first year. Memories of its carnage still remained fresh in their minds to this day. Then a handful of different Nomu had been released in Hoso only a couple months after. Todoroki Shoto had been there for that, and had helped in neutralizing them. Then at Kamino, Ijiro had led a small group of his classmates to go save Katsuki when he had been kidnapped by the League of Villains. There they had glimpsed into the lab where the abominations were being made. They were the things of nightmares. With the League gone, presumably disbanded and scattered to the wind, many of the Hell class hoped they'd never have to run into anything like them again. So much for hoping. Months ago, hikers and tourists were going missing in the forest. The agent explained. The result of our investigation revealed this creature roaming the forest. It took even longer to identify it. The HPSC has attempted to neutralize it in secret, should rumor of these things' reappearance bring about mass panic in the public, but we failed and sustained many casualties. Second attempt fared no better. You are the third. A hand shot up from Mineta Minoru, aka Grapeshot. Did you bring in Eraserhead? Eraserhead was part of the second attempt. The agent answered. His attempts at erasing its quirk did very little to tilt the odds in our favor. Even without its quirks, it is fast and strong. Eraserhead also stated he couldn't even keep a proper beat on it. Instead of risking a valuable asset, we've gathered all of you, powerful metahumans with abilities that could assist in the death or capture of this creature. Another hand shot up, the second half the Benj duo, hint. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. I'm sorry, what? Izuku looked up from his notebook. Benj duo? Ijiro gave a nervous smile, as if somewhat embarrassed by the topic. Mineta and Siro became a hero duo after graduating UA. Their quirks made them the best at stopping villains and preventing large-scale property damage. Times when me or Ijiro could have been called in to deal with a particularly nasty villain, Mineta and Siro would get the job instead and wrap them up. 0 casualties on capture and minimal property damage. They were the best hero duo one could ask for. Yes, but why Benj duo? It was something like stick and tack before that stupid convention. Katsuki said hurriedly. Mineta blurted it out when they were being interviewed, as a joke. Ijiro shrugged. Except, people found it hilarious and public opinion locked the name in for them. That's unfortunate. Izuku tapped the pen against the notebook. But explains nothing about the Nomu. Please, continue. Hanta raised his hand. I can't help but notice Shoto isn't here. Guy's the best one of us. Where did he go? Shoto is preoccupied with a mission of his own. The agent said. But we're dealing with a Nomu. Yes, but what he's got is just as, if not more important than this. The agent assured him, we would have liked for him to contribute in this matter, but there is speculation surfacing among the public on why we suddenly closed the forest off, despite the issue of an official statement about biohazards. We have had to stop the nosier of folks from sneaking in to see what the fuss is about. Lot of area to cover. Katsuki muttered, then he raised his voice. Why is it in Aokigahara? We have our suspicions, but we do know this. The agent pressed a button and an image of the forest resurfaced again with the area highlighted by its official boundary. We noticed the Nomu won't leave the boundary of the forest, even if it is chasing prey. Many of our investigators and a few of the civilians we've caught having entered the forest were saved by crossing this line. For some reason, the Nomu leave the forest boundary. We need to remove the Nomu entirely. It has displayed nocturnal behavior, but sometimes it likes to surprise us by wandering the woods in broad daylight when our search parties are scouring the area for clues. Remove it and we can more freely investigate the cause of its appearance. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Okay, I know I said every detail. Izuku said, but can we maybe speed this along? UFNG asked us to dash, Katsuki started. Kat, nothing really happened till we were in the forest. Ijiro reminded him, then said to Izuku, we split into groups and went searching for the Nomu. 3 groups, 10 heroes each. Me and Katsuki were in separate teams since we were both heavy hitters. If a team came into contact with the Nomu, they'd fire a flare into the sky and we'd converge on the location. We spent 2 hours walking, and we had started before the sun went down. It was perhaps half an hour after it was completely dark for the Nomu to appear. Izuku leaned back in his chair. Whole nocturnal thing is odd for a Nomu, isn't it? Do they have habits or are prone to things of nature? It's appeared in the day too, if less often. Far as we know of Nomu, they're mindless. Servants made to obey the most powerful villain in the history of the world. Ijiro paused for a moment. Or maybe Zeta is the powerful one since they formed Kofiki, or whoever that was in Chicago that dash. Back on topic. Izuku said quickly. What happened when you fought the Nomu? A red flare illuminated the night sky. Katsuki saw at the same time a voice screamed into the comms channel. He didn't recognize the hero speaking, but he heard the fear and the screams from other fellow heroes being slaughtered. He wasted no time launching himself into the air towards the flare's light, keeping his eyes peeled for the Nomu. He arrived ahead of his group, and arrived at the same time as Ijiro to save the group. The pictures of the creature hadn't given them a lot of details. In the light of the still-burning flare and explosions from Katsuki unleashed at its backside, a lot more was revealed. It was large, absolutely massive for a Nomu, moving on all four limbs. It had two powerfully built rear legs it used to propel itself forward and slam its head into a tree where Ijiro had pushed away an injured hero at the last second. The front two limbs were like arms, but it had extra joints, and they ended as giant blades big enough and sharp enough to slice a garbage truck in half. Its skin reflected the light like metal, and as Katsuki and Ijiro hit it together, they determined it had a steel-hardening quirk. Its head wasn't human, more animal-like and filled with razor-sharp teeth. A hero tried to get an angle on the Nomu and unleash a sonic attack, but it whirled around and bit them clean in half. It cut through the trees like butter and knocked heroes around with its legs. Katsuki and Ijiro had been doing the most amount of work to it the moment they arrived, staying light on their feet and hitting it from all sides. Ijiro met it head-on when it tried to attack the recovering heroes, taking blows and returning them, knocking the Nomu back. Katsuki rained down AP shots, compressed explosive energy he could form by cupping a hand over the palm of the other, focusing the blast into a tight beat or burst of power capable of shattering boulders. The Nomu took the hits and just kept going. Finally, the other heroes arrived. Ijiro admitted feeling bad about leaving them behind, but they were the fastest ones to get to the other group, and by the look of thing from when they arrived, the group would not have lasted much longer. Minoru and Hanta ran in to help. Minoru threw his purple ball growing out of his head. They stuck to the Nomu and stuck the Nomu to whatever it ran into. Dirt, trees, anything and everything. Hanta bound its legs together with tape to trip it up. They were slowing it down. Then it shifted from steel back to flesh, and tore itself free. Skin separated from its body, leaving Mineta's sticky ball behind. "Quit laughing," Katsuki snapped. "Isn't there a better way you could phrase it?" Izuku pressed his lips together to hold his laughter. "No!" The Nomu broke free, tearing off flesh and chasing after Minoru. He used his ball to bounce around the Nomu and continue hurling his sticky purple ball to trip up the Nomu. Hanta tried again to tape up its legs, wrapping them up thick so it could hardly move them. This time the Nomu rolled onto its back and with the swing of a bladed arm, cut its own legs off and new ones regrew seconds later. Hanta shot a line of tape into a tree to pull himself away as it focused on him, ignoring the blast to the head from Katsuki. It leapt into the air after him and bit down into Hanta's torso. Hanta screamed, the tape broke and he fell with the Nomu back to the earth where it proceeded to rend him into pieces. "Zero!" Minoru shouted, hurrying back to his friend. He grabbed a ball on his head and pulled. The ball connected in series to form a whip of sorts. He swung, wrapping the front arms of the Nomu together. Katsuki took aim with a gauntlet and pulled the pin, unleashing a massive explosion into the Nomu and knocking it over onto its back. It slid several yards and then the other heroes with ranged abilities took the chance to fire upon it with all kinds of energy. The strong ones ripped trees and rocks out of the ground and threw them at it. The amount of firepower created a dust cloud. Katsuki switched to the other gauntlet and unleashed another explosion big enough to knock down a building. Then finally, Ijiro leapt high into the trees to get an angle on the Nomu when the others stopped their fire. Ijiro hardened his body to its ultimate form and shot down into the cloud. The impact blew the dust away, revealing Ijiro standing alone in a crater of his own making. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Hold up. Izuku raised a hand to stop them and pointed at Ijiro. "I thought you had a hardening ability. How does strength play into that?" "Really?" Katsuki snapped. "All that, and you're focused on his quirk." "It's a fair question though." Ijiro explained. "I had a quirk evolution during the training camp incident back in first year at UA. I faced a villain that nearly killed me and this one other kid. My quirk evolved then and I was able to beat them. Far as I can tell how it works, it accumulates energy and then releases it in bursts of strengths. Pretty neat." Izuku narrowed his eyes at him, but didn't press further about it. "Continue. If you see this FIC anywhere other than the AO3 website, it is stolen. Regroup." Katsuki called out. "Who's still alive?" There were a series of shouts in response, names Katsuki didn't recognize. He watched Minoru land in the clearing dust, bending down over the remains of his friend, looking for something. They'd been scattered around from all the action, there wouldn't be much of a body to bring back. Shiro is dead, Minoru announced, wiping tears from his eyes. A hero called out. Did we get the Nomu at least? Do you see its body anywhere? Another hero asked them. No. Then we didn't get sheet. Katsuki checked their surroundings for movement. Come back with the group, we need to rethink this before it comes back. Something moved in his periphery. My Netta. Move. Minoru was too slow. The Nomu came barreling out of the shadows towards him. Katsuki brought up gauntlet and pulled the pin. The explosion knocked the Nomu back against a tree. It was dazed for only a second before it retreated back into the cover of darkness. Minoru ran, using his ball to bounce quickly back to the other heroes. Katsuki raised his other gauntlet, ready to pull the pin. Then suddenly, Ijiro knocked Katsuki to the ground. He started to shout, asking Ijiro what the hell he was doing, but the Nomu passed over top of them, missing them by inches. It there and gone again in a blur, and the spot where Minoru had been just a moment before was now empty. He hadn't made so much as sound as the Nomu took him away. Damn it! Someone shouted. We need to fall back. Are you serious? Another hero said. It's still Dash. It's going to keep picking us off one by one if we don't have a solid plan. Ijiro said, rising to his feet. Stick together and get back to the observation post. Now. That was it, Ijiro said. It got a couple more of us as we ran out of there, just came at us from the sides, passing by too quickly to capture. 30 heroes were assigned to bring it in that night. We lost 11 of them to the Nomu, and we didn't seem to do a DMN thing against it. We gave the report about what happened and then a week later, here you are talking to us. Certainly something. Izuku looked at the notebook. So, it has strength, speed, metal shifting dash. Steel hardening. Ijiro corrected and hesitated. We did get a sample from it. DNA is muddled with the Nomu, makes it hard to figure out who was used to create it. But we did get one match from our databases, an old friend of ours. The lab report said his DNA was in higher abundance in the Nomu, making him the foundation on which they created the Nomu on. Is this friend missing or dead? Izuku asked. Dead. Ijiro looked down at his hands. He died 5 months in a raid, way before the Nomu first appeared. What was his name? Tetsu. His hero name is Real Steel. Should be a file for him you can request with his quirk details. Izuku made a note of it in the margins of his notebook. Thank you, this helps me a lot. So, besides this quirk, it also has a regeneration quirk? Those are rare. Were there any matches in the database? Not that we know of. Ijiro said, they were still analyzing the samples they got, but we haven't heard anything else besides that. Could possibly have a quirk booster. Katsuki suggested. Pretty sure Regen quirks don't work as fast as it did. Noted. Izuku closed the notebook. Anything else you'd like to bring to my attention? Any detail you think I should be aware of? That about covers it, Ijiro said. Well, if you remember anything else that might be important, you can call Kriati and she'll put you in touch with me. Izuku stood up. Thank you for coming in today. I know going over events such as these is a pain in the butt, but I greatly appreciate it. Ijiro stood up, but Katsuki didn't. He folded his arms and glared at Izuku. There is one thing I want to know, Deku. My name is Izuku. Izuku glared at him and folded his own arms. And I don't owe you shit, Bakugo. Do yourself a favor and walk the F out those doors. I'd like to see you try and make me. Katsuki stood, hands balling into fists. I intend to get some answers myself. Katsuki. Ijiro warned, putting a hand on his shoulder. Back off, Ijiro. Katsuki shrugged off his hand. Where in the hell have you been for the last 8 years? None of your business. Izuku felt every fiber of his being tense up. He reached down and picked up his phone. Momo had given him her number, and he started texting her to get security to his office and remove Katsuki from the premises before things turned violent. Like I said, I don't owe you anything. We're done here. Leave and enjoy the rest of your day. Katsuki pet an eyebrow. Come back like some kind of badass and think you can start ordering me around? Katsuki reached across and tried to snatch the phone out of Izuku's grip. The mercenary slapped it away, the sound of metal and flesh slapping against each other, and then they were quiet. Tension was building. Izuku was starting to hear the faintest sound of those demon drums again, and Katsuki's palms sizzled and smoked. Izuku didn't want to tell Jester an a-hole broke one of her phones with a quirk. How would she react though if he were to beat someone to death with it? If Katsuki wanted to test him, then there might be an answer for her. Ijiro got between the two again, arms out to stop both from getting into a fight. Enough, Bakugo. Calm down before you decide to bring the whole building down. It's not our business. Izuku considered his options. Running wasn't one of them. He was too high up to jump out a window and live. Escape was preferable than fighting, since he could claim to be attacked. If he fought back, then that would just complicate things, and he did not intend to embarrass Phoenix Corp. He left Inko Ijiro. Katsuki exclaimed, and stabbed a finger at Izuku. You left Inko to die and rot all by herself. Now you come back here after all this time? I don't give a DMN what you are. You owe that woman your DMN life. What the hell is wrong with you? You leave my mother out of this. Izuku snapped. The hell do you even know about her anyway, a-hole? The only person you care about is yourself, so why not this one time you do yourself a favor and walk away? Are you threatening me? Warning you not to be stupid for once in your life. Ijiro pointed a finger at Izuku. You're not helping here. You don't get to tell me anything, Deku. Katsuki snapped. I'll FNG involve her. You've been off who knows where while she's been sick, and now of all times you decide to show your FN face? Izuku stared into his eyes for a long moment, processing. What do you mean sick? Ijiro's eyes widened. Izuku was missing something here, but Katsuki, unfortunately, supplied the missing piece. She's terminally ill, you a-hole. A couple of Momo's sidekicks came into Izuku's office and escorted Katsuki and Ijiro off the premises. That was fine with Izuku. He did have to go talk with Momo and let her know he needed to leave for the rest of the day. He quickly packed his stuff, dropped it off at his hotel, and took the next train to Mustafar. Katsuki's words were ringing in his mind. He didn't care about anything else in that moment. He needed to see his mother. If it turned out Katsuki said all that stuff about the illness just to F with him, well, Izuku didn't know what he'd do. Things had come close at the office and he needed to be careful. He wasn't building up a good track record with his visits, first with Gen-K, and now Katsuki. He arrived at his old home, an apartment building in a quiet neighborhood, and ascended the stairs 2 steps at a time. Things hadn't changed much since he'd left. He arrived at Mom's apartment floor, found the door, and then stopped in front of it, hand raised to knock. His thoughts had finally caught up with him and he hesitated. He tried to bring himself to knock again, but stopped again. Jumping out of a plane was easier than this, fighting fanatics was easier than this, hell, he had gone toe-to-toe punch with Ember and the Apexes, and it felt easier than knocking on this demon door. He lowered his hand in front of the door. It had been a long time since he and his mother had been this close to each other, 8 years. Just like Katsuki had said. They'd talked over the phone, they still did, but they just haven't seen each other face to face for half of that. Izuku hadn't wanted her to see him in his current state he was in. What would she think? Would she know as soon as she opened the door? What would she do? What would he do? Would he break down and tell her the truth? He had never wanted to make her worry for his well-being, and yeah, joining a mercenary company would warrant far more concern than trying to be a pro-hero. So, should he knock on the door or take the chance now to walk away? Izuku raised his hand again to knock on the door. Nope, hand is not budging. So, he tried switching to the prosthetic. It was metal and wires, not prone to feelings, right? He just had to think about ordering it to knock on the door. Plain and clear instructions. He sent the mental command and the prosthetic knocked on the door, a little too hard for his liking. It sounded as if a SWAT team was trying to break down the door. Damn it. He cursed and lowered his arm. The apartment door next to Mom's opened and the neighbors stuck their head out, fixing Izuku with a hostile look. Izuku had an easy excuse. He raised his prosthetic and waving it at them. Sorry, still getting used to this thing. The creator must have messed up the sensitivity. Dear God, Izuku mentally prayed, do not ever let Jester know I said that. The neighbor pet an eyebrow. Sure. Are you Inko's son? Yes, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Inko should be here, I think. Just saw her and dash. The Midoriya residence door swung open in front of Izuku, revealing an older blonde-haired woman. She looked to be younger than Inko, but the two were close in age. Her youthful appearance was due to her quirk, glycerin, giving her a younger complexion. The gray roots in her hair were there though, so she did dye it now. Good luck. The neighbors said helpfully, then retreated back into their apartment. Izuku waited as Mitsuki Bakugo looked him up and down. A number of emotions passed her face before she settled on the Bakugo's default setting, anger, and smacked him upside the head. Brat. Great job, Izuku, Izuku thought to himself. You traded one Bakugo for another. Well done, dumbass. Izuku rubbed his head and scowled. Hello to you too, Mitsuki. Where the hell have you been for the last 8 years? Mitsuki demanded, shaking with rage. You took off just like your father, leaving your mother all alone. Izuku really wasn't in the mood to deal with this. Mitsuki was blocking the door, denying him entry into his home, his mother's home. Just as he was ready to snap back with a rebuke, a voice from inside called out. Mitsuki? Who is at the door? Mitsuki glanced over her shoulder, then glared at Izuku one last time before stepping aside and gesturing him to walk in. He stepped past her without a second thought and walked into the living room. The last time he saw Inko Midoriya in person was at the airport when he was 18 years old. Inko had been short, plump, with a head of healthy green hair that, unlike Mitsuki, didn't need dye, and she had an impossibly bright smile. What Izuku saw now was only a fraction of that person he knew. Mom sat in a soft recliner facing the door, the only other person in the apartment, and it still took him a moment to place the bony face as his mother's. She looked much smaller than he remembered, and the clothes she wore hung on a body void of fat and muscle. Her eyes met his, and what he saw broke his heart. They were the eyes of someone who knew they dead. She lit up a little when she recognized the man standing in her living room. Mom grabbed the cane leaning against her chair, gripping the top with shaking hands with veins and tendons visible through the skin. She took a step, and Izuku closed the distance between them before she got much farther. He didn't even remember moving. Just the next thing he knew, he was embracing his mother in a hug. Her head rested against his chest, emphasizing the height difference between them. The last time they'd hugged, her chin met his shoulder. Now he had to lean down in order to hug her. He felt wet spots growing on his shirt as she cried, and soon his vision went blurry too. Midoriya's, the #1 sponsors of Kleenex everywhere. His mom hugged him back for a moment, then pushed away. Her hand found his face and traced the scar across his cheek. He couldn't feel her doing it. It was impossible with the nerves pretty much gone in that spot, but it still felt like death itself had touched him. Her other hand lifted his left arm up so she could see the prosthetic. She looked into his eyes, tears still streaming down her face, and the words she spoke shook with so much worry. Izuku? Izuku's breath hitched. 1,000 lies died in his throat before he could conjure them into words. He felt like a kid again, caught in the act of doing something so horribly wrong, and he had done that, there was no denying it. But he hadn't been the only one keeping secrets. Mom. Izuku said, "What's going on? Why didn't you tell me?" It should have been a moment between them, but Mitsuki felt the need to remind them of her presence. She didn't say anything because she didn't think her son would care. Mitsuki stepped up beside them, pointing her ire at Izuku. "Why are you back all of the sudden? Trying to procure your place in her will? I never thought a Midoriya could lower themselves to such selfishness, but after your father I thought at least you would have inherited some sense from your mother." "Mitsuki!" Mom gasped. "Do you expect me to greet him as if he's done nothing to you?" Mitsuki scoffed. "He wasn't here for you before. He doesn't decide to just butt in now and dash. He is my son." Mom shouted. Her body shook violently. She grabbed onto Izuku with both hands to steady herself. All the small things in the apartment shook in their place. Some flew off the shelving and fell on the floor just a foot away from them. Please. Just. Mom wobbled and Izuku caught her before she could let go and fall. Her eyes rolled back into her head and she was out. Izuku looked up at Mitsuki. What the hell is wrong with her? Let me. Mitsuki put her arms under Inko and carried her to her bedroom. Mom was so light, Mitsuki didn't break a sweat carrying her. Izuku tried to follow but nearly ran into the door as she slammed it in his face. So, he waited outside, cleaning up the mess on the floor. He hadn't seen his mother do something like that. Even when she was angry, she never used her quirk for displays of power. He noticed as he put a picture frame back. A few of the other objects had been secured in place with tape or nails. His mother was timid, soft-spoken, and never acted on violence to get her way. So, what was going on exactly? Minutes passed before Mitsuki emerged from the bedroom and headed straight for the kitchen. She only spared a glance at Izuku as he followed her into the kitchen where she put the kettle on to make some tea. Mitsuki tapped her fingers on the counter in annoyance. She looked like she had a lot more to say for Izuku, but decided to get straight to the point. Inko is sick. No sheet. Izuku snapped, folding his arms and scowling at her. How about you explain how and what it is? So, now you care to know? Damn it, Mitsuki. He took a deep breath before the anger surged again. She didn't tell me. I had no idea what state she was in. When could she have told you? Mitsuki asked. She said you didn't call anymore. We spoke 2 DMN weeks ago. Izuku pulled out his phone and showed her the call history. See? We spoke for nearly an hour. She didn't tell me anything. Mitsuki peered at the phone. Her eyes widened a bit before she rolled her eyes. You Midoriyas really need to work on your communication. Right back at ya. Now tell me what's been going on. Mitsuki arched an eyebrow at him. She shook her head and looked him fully in the eyes. Your mother has the Axwell disease. She's been battling it for 3 or 4 years now, I think. Izuku closed his eyes and steadied himself on the counter. Axwell was a deteriorative disease. It started with the quirk, random triggers of the power that increased in intensity as it progressed, followed with pauses of no quirk activation at all. The victim would also grow weak as the disease sapped energy from their body like a parasite, and the quirk became more powerful and uncontrollable. It was officially discovered 50 years ago and they were still researching it. No cure or treatment had yet been devised, and no healing quirk helped. Times when people have tried to use quirks to fix it, it only ever made the problem worse. What stage? He asked. It's getting to the later stages now. Mitsuki replied. Is there anything the doctors can do for her? They don't know. There is a doctor coming in from out of country. They're a quirk specialist who's farther ahead in the study of the disease, but that's about it. What there is currently to treat it is all experimental. Really, the best they can do for her is load her up with drags, make it so she's not suffering until... Mitsuki closed her eyes, fighting back tears. She turned away from him. The kettle finished boiling the water and she went to finish making tea. They want to move her to the hospital soon. She was just in for a week not too long ago, but they're preparing more a place for her to stay, so she'll be safe and they can watch her. She wants to stay here in her home until it's time to leave. She's just a study case. Izuku looked around the apartment, his old home. It already seemed so empty. Did Mom feel like it was empty too when he left? Another data point for their files. Mitsuki turned around and folded her arms, and for the first time she noticed the burns on his shirt. Was that Katsuki? It was. Izuku said, How do you think I heard Mom was sick? Hope he gave you an earful. Mitsuki scowled. But what does he know anyway? He doesn't visit Inko either, or me. He's as bad as you and he lives in the same country. Where did you effing meet him? With the attitude you're giving me, it's a wonder he doesn't visit more often. Don't sass me, brat. Are there bills to be paid? Izuku asked. I can help with those. Mitsuki shook her head. She's well taken care of. There's nothing for you to do here. What about healers? Izuku pushed. Have they tried those? The disease feeds of the internal quirk and any that are applied to the subject. Healers just give the disease a boost and accelerate the patient's condition. Mitsuki said. She walked to the living room to sit down with her cup of tea. I asked the doctors and did my own research. Yeah, sounds like you did. Izuku moved to sit down in a chair. He wiped a hand down his face. Worth asking. Mitsuki hesitated. Understand I was not present for this, but they did try a healer at one point. I don't know who put the idea in the doctor's head to do it after they told me it wouldn't be possible, but just like they said, it backfired and Inko had a power surge. Anything that wasn't bolted down was drawn to her. The doctors and nurses protected her with their own bodies, thank God, and they had the foresight not to keep anything sharp in the room. She was in a coma for 3 days afterward. Sheet. Izuku thought it over. Phoenix Corp had resources and contacts. Maybe he can put in a request and see if there was anyone else that might help. Chances were slim, and it sounded everything else had been tried. What was scarier to him after hearing all of this about his mother and processing the fact she was going to die and soon, was that there was a strange feeling of relief inside him. Relief. Of all things after hearing this, he felt relief. Because a small twisted bit of him knew once she died, then there was nothing remaining in Japan that tied him back to this place. He was disgusted with himself when he felt it and shoved the feeling aside. He needed to step away right now, figure out what's going on with himself, and what he's going to do. I'll be in Japan for a while. Izuku stood up. I don't know how long I can stay though. But I will see her as much as I can till then, and if there is anything that needs done, let me know. If it requires money, I can give it. Do more than that. Mitsuki said, I said she doesn't have much time. Either you're in her life or you aren't, don't give empty promises. Right now, if she woke up, I can easily tell her she was dreaming you stopped by. The medication has given her some vivid dreams as of late. So, don't just pop in because you felt like it and disappear again on her. She doesn't deserve that, not after everything she's done to raise you. Izuku gave her a look. Difference between our families, Mitsuki. I've still been in contact with my mother all these years. We're still a family. Meanwhile, it sounds as though your son doesn't even want you. Mitsuki fixed him with a glare. Yet both of you have been lying to each other. She didn't tell you about her condition and you, what exactly happened to you to end up looking like that? That's something for my mother to ask. Izuku said, then thought to himself, for when I figure out if telling her the truth is a good idea. Mitsuki glared at him as he walked out the apartment. The moment he stepped outside, he breathed in the fresh air and swore aloud. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Maya, asking if she was available for a call. His phone rang a minute later and he answered. Hey, Maya said, you all right? He closed his eyes. He had to admit, Mitsuki did have a point. He and his mother didn't exactly talk honestly with each other. So, he felt a stab of guilt realizing that now as he heard Maya's voice. They discussed things like a healthy couple should, they supported each other, vented their problems to each other, and if requested they would give each other a solution to those problems. That wasn't exactly fair to his mother though, was it? Izuku might be calling Maya more often these next few days for her thoughts on the matter. Things are complicated, Izuku said, and began walking down the stairs towards the street. I'm not bleeding out or anything, but it's been a day of problems I can't fix. Do you have time right now? As long as you do, Maya said, I'm all ears.